I was extremely pissed off yesterday. And I was like, fuck YouTube. I was going off, right? And I'm back again. All right, let's go. You can do your own research. All right. Spiritual whistleblower versus Shra7 is the absolute perfect example of the topic of the psyche of the inner city person versus out of towners. Inner city is everything above Philly, LA, Chicago. Those are your inner city people. Those are your major, main inner city people. That's the main portal of those three cities. Then you have your little city souths: Dallas, Texas, Atlanta, Miami, Florida. And the thing about Florida, Florida is a bit of another place. This is why a lot of Florida people and New Yorkers travel back and forth between each other. Mainly, ironically, so many people from the Bronx go to Florida a lot as far as living and coming back to New York, because there's a portal with that too. Florida is a different type of South. Um, yeah, it's a different kind of South, but it's still the South. Okay, so understand there's a reason. DMV is still the South. I'm from NYC. We Baltimore and all that is the South to us. That's not those of you who live in the South. That's up north to y'all. Of course, it's on the map. Here we go with this shit again, bro. Fuck going on? Am I not supposed to talk about this? Let me check my YouTube. This situation is a matter of, okay, I am live. I can see myself. Hold on. All right, I'm still live, right? Okay, my microphone good. This situation is not a matter of, you got to go deeper. This is the psyche of the inner city mind versus out of town people, from what I just explained to you. You see, people that come from inner cities, we have a different way of doing things. But let me first ex- get into what needs to be said in the psyche of being a Black person in America, even a person of color as well, in America, and what that's about. Everybody who is a Black person here in America is influenced by the Caucasians that they live amongst. Their survival, the way they speak, the way that they are, the freedom of things they can do, and the things that they can't do in freedom. And those of us in the inner cities, we have more of a freedom that many do not have. There's underlying things that we do go through, but that is something we go through while there. Because I remember once I explained to someone, I said, the city life is a pyramid scheme. They said, you think so? I said, yeah. I said, no, yeah. I hate when people ask me that. Yeah. Absolutely. It's a pyramid scheme, right? And those of us that live in the inner city, we understand what the pyramid scheme is. A lot of cities don't have that reality as we do. Everybody else do go through it, but not to the capacity that we go through it, because we live in we have proximity to wealth. Inner city people, see, people outside of what I told you are amongst Caucasians in America, American non-black, right? We have proximity to foreign non-black. Foreign non-black is different than the American non-black, right? Foreign non-black are very intelligent, very smart, very educated, very well traveled. They have a sense, they touch grass because they're traveled. They touch grass in the sense that they are aware of the different types of people of color amongst the world. And they're able to know the separated parts of it. They understand it. This is why the non Black foreigner is the one who will help the Jamaican, would help the African, because they still relate to the fact that, hey, we're immigrants. We come from what we come from here in America. Our lifestyle is different. So the non-black foreigner is different, and non-black foreigner is the one actually out here that most black women are dating. See, it's not the regular white man, unless she's from out of town, like I said, the South or those places where she has proximity to them. Now, the people who are living amongst the American Caucasian, they have a different way of life, a different way of living, and a different way of rebellion that they can and cannot have. And this is what causes the separatism amongst inner city people versus out of towners. Now, from my understanding, spiritual whistleblower, she sound like it, she act like it. She's definitely from NYC. She's definitely from the inner city, and Shra7 is clearly from the South. I think she's in New Orleans, right? And she just sounds very Mississippi Southern. Something's very sophisticated about her Southernness as well. Mississippi people are very poised people, right? Very smart too, very poised people. And that doesn't leave them. Anytime somebody's like, my family come from Mississippi, it's something about the way they dress, they speak, or something, you could just see that Mississippi that's in them. And Shra7 has that. So let me do my disclaimer. This is for intelligence, spiritual intelligence. This is for education. This is for knowledge. This is for digging deeper. This is profound information, not profane. So I just want to put that out there. Let's continue. So what happens is the lifestyle of people in the inner city versus people out of town, there seems to always come a conflict with the way things are done. So let's get into it. A lot of us in the inner city, we always have courses we can take. We got non-credited colleges and places that you can attend to get your quick certificates and whatever you need to do. Once you pay that buck, you get what you need to get your certifications, move on. You can go to college, and we learn to just take courses. Some people travel across seas to the West Indies to just go take courses and back. And sometimes we can get opportunities to go do that, right? We don't necessarily have to be a full-time college student to be a college student, right? We understand that. There are people who are also non-Black foreign or just Black foreigners who give free classes and courses. There are people who they teach themselves something, they go out and teach what they are learning, because that's how you learn, right? So we have a lot of intelligence and we have a lot of education around us. And this is why in inner city people, we speak the way that we do. We have a more laid back way that we speak, or sometimes we speak very fast. Some of us speak with multiple accents when you really listen to us, and things like that. The slang of the inner city is identification of where you are from and location. Slang is not just like some cool thing that we do. Everybody has a signature slang that we all speak in New York City. Everybody has a signature slang that they speak in Pennsylvania, right? And so therefore these people who are from there, you can identify instantly that they're from there. And even us from the inner city, we can identify instantly that we're from the inner city by some of the general slang that we speak. Slang is also a timeline. So by the slang that you speak tells how old you are and even who raised you. I can talk pretty young. Old. I can tend to use old slang, saying stuff is fly, saying stuff is dope. That's all like 1980s, 1970s, calling somebody a jive turkey. These are things that I say as a New York, as somebody from New York City, okay? And so we all talk our own way. Then it has people who are from Brooklyn who talk a certain slang, people from Queens. So a lot of people have a tendency to think I'm from Brooklyn, but I'm from South Side, mixed with a little Far Rock. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I sound the way that I do. Now, let's get to it. There are things that are done in private. There are things that are done in the dark. If you want to go to an adult party and have a good time, and you know what kind of adult party I'm talking about, where we all take our clothes and stuff off, that kind of party is underground. There's no address, there's nothing. It's like, hey, you go to this corner, you walk this way, you make a left, you make a right, you cross the street, you see a door. That's literally how you're talking to. If you're texting them, they don't text too much, they don't answer too much question, they just tell you where you got to go. And a lot of times when you're looking for the place, somebody will know how to walk up to you. Hey, what you looking for? You give them the code and then you get there. Literally, that's how it is. Everything be underground like that. Even if you want to go to a coven or a meeting and stuff, I literally like, listen, just go down the hill, make a left, the door's right there. Get off the train, da 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 da. And it's so dope because to be like, yo, you wouldn't even had noticed it if you was walking that past that way every day. So it's purposefully like that. There's restaurants that's underground that you don't even realize that are restaurants unless you're on that frequency. Again, that's another topic I'll get to in a minute. So this is a lifestyle that we have. So what is somebody like with spiritual whistleblower having a problem with someone like Shra7? I'll tell you why. Okay. I can't speak for this woman, but I can speak as an inner city person in that observation. Now, I know women who are sugar babies. Can I say that on YouTube? I know women who are sugar babies. Okay, and I watch their lifestyle, watch what they do. I've come across a lot of hoes. I'm gonna tell you, their life is lit. Okay, they got that passport and they keep it pushing. They be in Morocco on their motorcycles. They be in Japan. They be in all the fly places that they take a fire ass Instagram picture on. You feel me? And one thing is there is work. It's really sex work. Like they really be putting in the work, the sugar daddy and the things that they do. All right. Women who live that type of lifestyle, that talk amongst other women that live that lifestyle, you got to go into a private meeting. You got to go into a private call. You got to go to a private circle to have these kind of conversations. Because we understand that as inner city people. See, people out of town, they don't understand that. They don't value education. They don't value spirituality. They don't value culture the way that we do. Some of a lot of the jokes and clowning and stuff that they doing is all cloaked under jealousy and envy. It's why I don't allow people to clown and joke with me. I don't play with people. And this is why these type of towns, they have that going on, because that's why people are so silly, because you're dealing with the Caucasians around you. They're so fragile and they're not in tune, as opposed to the non-Black foreigner who's a little bit more spiritually in tune, who's a little bit more spiritually aware than they are. And it is, like I said, far more intelligent. I stand on that. And so a lot of these Black people in these spaces, y'all have to cloak, y'all have to be passive aggressive. Y'all have to be shady. This is how y'all have to move, because of this is how you have to survive amongst these type of Caucasian, these white Americans and such, right? Because even if you have immigrants around you, they lean so much on the white side that they don't really show their culture. Yeah, they have their food. Yeah, they have their clothes, but you don't really have culture around you like inner city people do. We actually get people who are indigenous, Hispanic people, indigenous to the West Indies. You get what I'm saying? Or whatever culture they come from, and we see them dressed like that. We get the creme de la creme of these different kind of cultures and accents and languages, unlike y'all. So what happens? So what happened is, uh what's going on is Shra7 is putting information out there. It's her channel. She can do what the fuck she want to do. I got it. I've been on Shra7 since she used to shop budget on for Dollar Tree and shit like that. Like, so I'm not new to Shra7. Just want to put that out there. So she puts it out there, this type of information, when this type of information that she talks about, it should be on a Patreon, it should be behind the wall, it should be a paid package of information for these women to go out here and do, because honestly, this is still the underground world. To be a prostitute, to be a pimp, to be, you understand, to do any a strip, all this stuff, it's still the underground world. I don't care how much is glorified. It's still people who are private clients. If you go to a sugar baby site, there are men that are like, have private accounts, and you have to pay for an account in order to even speak to them. So it's still some sophistication. There's still levels to this. And so she has built this platform on answering women's questions, this live out there, willy-nilly. Don't know the mental capacity, if at all, of these women that she's talking to are men, right? Don't know what kind of situation these women are really in, because they're only just asking questions on a very vague level, and just pretty much milking and getting money off of people, and just doing her thing, and just doing what people on social media do. And what happens is, she don't realize the karma that is laid out for her by doing this, because there are women who may have success stories, and they may really ask her questions and stuff like that. But these type of topics need to be behind the wall. They need to be inside, as far as I have a temple here, but they need to be in a private place, because there's certain topics that I don't talk about even out here on YouTube. But even this topic right here is a topic that I would have to go more in depth in my Patreon. You see what I'm saying? Because everybody out here is not mentally well. You just don't know how things can turn on your head, where someone can say, hey, this person was listening to this person, and then they took their insight, their advice, and you can be in court for that. And I'm not wishing that on nobody. I'm not being shady. I'm being for real. And the reason is because it's the inner city person versus the out of towner. And so I'm noticing this, because you can go look for yourself. The people who are on Shra7's side, most of these people are out of towners. They're not in the inner city at all, right? They all are just so against Shra7 and spiritual whistleblower and all that she's saying, and this and that about Shra7 and these things. Well, you see, you reap what you sow. And this is going to be uncomfortable what I'm going to say next. You reap what you sow. And so therefore, she's talking about these things and telling women and all this stuff that she's telling them. There's nothing wrong with it. And a lot of the information is okay. And a lot of information is also not really the way that males think as well. And a lot of men know that as well. But these women, or even men, have even said it themselves, that this woman is putting other women in very dangerous situation with men. And no one is wrong for saying that, because she is. A woman needs to know what she's doing. When you go out here and you say, oh, I want to go run his pockets and this and that, this is street stuff. Going out here being a sugar baby, going out here doing any type of sex work, strip or anything like that, that's street shit. And if you're not from the streets, you're going to get gobbled up out here. Okay? And so you're giving this type of information willy-nilly to women who don't even come from that. So yes, you are putting them in a very dangerous situation. And they're in a dangerous situation by just trying to just turn themselves into a woman who doesn't care about a man. You have to already be a woman who doesn't give a damn about men. That's just the facts. You have to already be there to even take from them, use them, not care when he's crying about his mother dying and stuff like that. Excuse me, unalived and stuff like that. You have to already be that Queen of Swords, cold hearted woman. All right. Now, let's get into something else. It's also going back into the inner city person versus the out of towner, because a lot of times, a lot of us that come from inner cities, we have proximity to wealth. You know, you live in LA, you got you can go to Hollywood, Hollywood Heights right there. You know, you have access to celebrities, New York City, Chicago. You have access to celebrities and people in the high life. I have met the owner of Verizon before. Okay. And it's so funny because I had went to apply for at Verizon, and I didn't say nothing, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm aware, you know. And the thing is, because those of us from inner cities, this is a normal part of our lives. So even, and it depends on what kind of lifestyle you have, especially as a creative or anything like myself. You know, I know people who design at the Met Gala. You see what I'm saying? I was around people at, you know, who were fashion students and stuff, and that really made a way for themselves for what they did, and they're doing excellent. I have a woman's artwork right now who's on the Cartoon Network, and I went to her show. She came here from LA, and I came to her show and I bought her art pieces. You know what I'm saying? I grabbed some pieces for free as well. You know, and she gave me a few pieces and I gave her a hug. This woman is in a Cartoon Network. This is our typical life as inner city people. It's a very normal life for us. And we have resources to a lot of things that many people don't really have resources to, like that, the way that we do. You get what I'm saying? At the prices that we can find them as well. And so a lot of people are very religious, and we come from a place that is so broad of spiritual practice, religions, mostly a lot of spiritually intelligent people, people who are very ancient in their spiritual practices, lighting candles and stuff like that. A lot of these out of town people are religious people, and religious people are against anything that they feel is what idolizing, or anything that anything about what we do. Spiritual religious people just don't like us, they don't care for us, they hate who we are. Okay. And so these people who do try to come into spirituality that's out of town, they can't really make it in it, because they do it with the intentions of trying to get shortcuts, or trying to be a part of, or the pick Misha just wants to grab her a man because she sees that the woman with the locks and the woman with their waist beads and stuff on is attracting exactly what she wants, and she's being loved and she's being worshipped. So she wants what she has and she never can get it. And so these are the things that we experience with out of towners. Now, the thing is, they're both light skinned. I'm going to call it out there. I don't care. Call me a colorist, whatever. I don't give a shit. They're both light skinned. So there's a whole lot of light skinned shit going on between the two of them. And this is what they do. They feel entitled. Let's just call it what it is. Light skinned people feel entitled to do what they want to do. They feel like it's cute because they're light skinned. They feel like they're just better. They feel like they're better than us who are brown skinned or darker. That is just what they do. Okay. And that's why a lot of light-skinned people, they'll try to come around you and try to spew things to you that you already know, and they're late to the party, and you're just looking at them like you're late to the party. You just got here. I don't need you trying to tell me a goddamn thing. I done read 10, 20 of the books before you even decided that you even learned that information. And so that is what happens. And then also with out of town people tend to be know-it-alls, and they learn information just to go back and show it off. Inner city people have people on top of each other, but so do out of towners. The thing about they're on top of each other is a different kind of on top of each other. They're on top of each other is a more PTSD, nosy, want to know what you're doing, all in your business type shit. But us on top of each other, we still have individualism, even though everybody's on top of each other, is because we got to hustle and bustle and get to where we got to get to. That's the difference. And so in these people in out of towners, they're always talking, they're always updating, they're always in people's faces, they're always pretending that they got something to say to somebody just to be in their face, just to get information and this, that, and the third. They do shit like that, right? And they don't like you when you're a quiet, private person and stuff like that. Very weird shit. Actually, they're the most weird people, the out of town people. I wish that show I did record it, because I had said a lot. No, it's not okay. Okay, I'm going to say it's not okay to just be like, this is how you be a sugar baby, and you just put it out there live on a public platform like that, and you don't throw it behind a Patreon. You don't throw it in a space that's private for women to talk to about that. Women who live that lifestyle don't want that to be out there, because when you do that, you're making it harder on them. Okay, let me tell you why. See, if you sit here and you're spewing all of these things about what it is to get a sugar daddy and places you can go and bars and this, and even though it don't even work like that, okay, it doesn't even fucking work like that. All right, and all these type of things that you think should happen in this type of stuff, right? What you're not realizing is now these are men. They're just going to move a different type of way. They're going to be more cautious. They're going to watch what you're telling them and what you're saying, and they're just going to move different. They're going to have their own little meeting behind doors, and they're going to move different than what the hell you've been saying. So yes, you are putting a lot of women in dangerous situation, and you're putting them to be people's victim, especially when it comes to males, because they're always watching. I wouldn't be surprised if there's more men in the background watching what the hell she be teaching and saying, and looking at all the women that be in the comment section, who they are and stuff, because that's just what they do. That's their nature. They're hunters. I sat here listening to Shra7 right now, and she said something that one thing that my personal coach slash personal pastor of when it comes to relationships, yeah, um no, he said, you don't, a man don't want a woman that wants to need him. And Shiva just said, he needs to need you. And I was like, oops, nope, you saying everything against what I've been taught by a man who used to be a pimp. Okay, so that's my personal love coach. Besides me going to wife school, that's my personal love coach. And so I say all that to say this. Hold on, I got a comment in the background. I say all that to say that. Excuse me. I say all that to say to you that no, no, it's not okay. And yes, it's putting, oh shit, that motherfucker back. It's putting a lot of women in harm's way. Okay? It's putting a lot of women in harm's way. That's just the facts. That's not a lie. That's just the facts. It's not information that's supposed to be just put out there. I went to a sugar baby meeting. I sure did. And the woman was like, here's the places that you don't go to. Here's the places that you avoid. Here's the type of men you avoid. Here's what you don't do. Here's something that we wanted to bring up because the men were saying this. And I wanted to bring this up to the women. I don't know what that's about, but you women need to correct that. That was a meeting. That was an actual meeting. Questions were asked. People listened to her, and she knew what she was talking about. Would that woman, and does she have a YouTube channel? Absolutely. She has a YouTube channel. She talks about what she has going on. But if you want to know anything more than that, she takes it in the back room to be discussed and talked about. That's what she do. Because that is mature. We understand you reap what you sow. Something about us in the inner city, we understand you reap what you sow. We understand that there's no such thing as an innocent bystander. We understand that we get what karma is, okay? We understand how it works. And therefore, there are certain things I do not say out loud, that I do not talk about. There's certain words I do not say because I don't want the karma of it. I don't want the karma of it. Okay. And I'm going to tell you this. You see how she was telling women what to do with men and how to use men and how to get men to take money from, whatever. But then look who was unalived. Look who's not here no more. Look who's off the planet now. Not unalived, excuse me. But look who's off the planet now. Yeah, her own husband. You see how that works? I know of another woman that's from the South. She would always talk about she stopped her she claims that her husband's daughter is not her daughter, is not his daughter, and she's in her 40s, and the daughter would try to call for her husband, which is her father, and she was like, she would purposefully gatekeep this daughter from talking to her father, and she'd be like, you 40 some years old, you ain't got no daddy, you ain't got no daddy, right? And she would say shit like that. She would have so much to say about fathers and this and that, and she was doing that, and guess what? Her dad just dropped dead. Her dad just dropped dead, literally. Just, you see how it works? So you got to be mindful of what you do, what you say, how you do it, how you say it. Because that's how it can come back and bite you on your ass. And because she's full of kicks and giggles because of where she's from, she's going to be like, please don't talk to me with a bonnet and Liberian glass. It's like, please don't look like that talking to me. And I get it. It's respect. I get it. Like she honors and respects herself, but it's like, she don't have to explain nothing, but she's still not going to speak or say anything to what's being said because she don't have to, right? She don't got to do shit. I get it. At the same time, I don't think she could dance if there was a logical topic to be made. These people, your Kevin Samuels and all these type of people I'm speaking about, they're always laughing and joking, kicking and giggling and playing around. Inner city people, we don't get to do that. We don't have the luxury of that. Remember, a woman from the South was saying, oh, you city people, y'all so serious all the time. Y'all just so boring. Y'all not exciting. Y'all serious. Y'all this. We grown. We grown. That's what it is. We live somewhere where we live in places where life and death is real. We live with immigrants that come from third world countries. Some of us are family members who are immigrants that come from third world countries. Some of us have great grandparents who died coming to this country, like mine. So we have a different reality that we are taught very young about life and work and success in education. Now, you would think the Black people in America would have that with the slavery, but it don't seem to do that to them as it does to us that come from having family that are immigrants, come from another country and coming here, right? And so we don't have the space and time, or we're not associated with laughing and giggling and all that stuff because we don't live in an environment that's for that. Do we laugh and giggle and have a good time? Absolutely. We know how to flame. We know how to roast. We know how to laugh. We don't have a good fucking time when we have a good time. You see us dancing in the street and all that stuff like that, but I have something to say to that. Those places, I'm just getting to the chat room. I just saw the dot. Those places, I just say white tea, white tea, white tea. Okay. Blessings. Peace and blessings. Oh, you sending me emojis. I can't. Hold on. Got it. Thank you. Love you back. Okay. Oh, I like that goat emoji. I've never seen that one before. Okay. So, as people from the city, we have a different reality of life that many just do not have. Okay. And it's not, and it's, I don't have to explain, like, it is what it is. That's the truth. The mistakes that we can be life and death for us. That reality is something that'll have you with PTSD and anxiety on itself. A lot of us end up leaving these inner cities because the anxiety and PTSD is too much, because you have to understand something about me. I used to stand against walls because I did not want people walking behind me. That's what street life did to me. I would not even sit in an open space with something just where you can just walk behind me, because I had PTSD like that. I didn't walk into certain streets and corners, and it was a lot. The PTSD is through the roof with me. So I can't. I could, I came out of that. So I came a long way. But that's the street life. The street life will do that to you. What Shra7 is talking to these women about is street life shit. I don't give a damn. A woman who is a high class woman has proximity to high class men. Let's talk about that part of it all. Let's talk about that part, okay? Number one, you have to already be the frequency of high value in order to attract high value. Let's get that out the way. There's a reason that women have pimps. There's a reason why a hoe go to one pimp and go to another. Because she gonna sell herself to the highest bidder. Because this one pimp probably can't get her into the high places and the clientele that she need that this pimp can. Because it's still levels to pimping, it's still hierarchy in it. There's a reason that it's set up the way that it is, because this is a patriarchy. And these women don't know they don't know what the hell they're getting themselves into. There are places and clubs where women cannot go in. There are actual golf clubs and stuff and spaces where women cannot go in there. I have seen these spaces, even for just men who are interested in men. Gotta understand that. So you're teaching these women things that they're not a part of. You're giving them a life that they're not a part of. Do you even know what these women look like? You're supposed to be sitting down with these women in a setting with video in the background and telling their ass the truth. Because that shorty who talking to you about some dude she like that's not giving her money, she probably don't know how to put a proper bra on, let alone know how to do her own damn hair. And you're sitting here and that's the information. You don't even know who you're talking to or what you're talking to. Okay? That is dangerous to tell women. It is. That young lady who went off with that Spanish guy and she got unalived. How embarrassing for her family. How embarrassing for her father. How embarrassing for her way to get off this planet. And everybody was like, she was doing some sprinkle shit. Women who live the street life and deal with these men like that on that type of level, they know what they're doing and they know what they're getting into. They are aware of how dangerous their life is. And again, there's levels to this. You can't just go out here and just get a man, a sugar daddy that got money and you have nothing. These women that are doing that of other races, You have to pay attention to what kind of woman she is and how her frequency can attract that. The woman I know who got her sugar daddy, he came to her. Know how she got him? She moved to another state. And that's how she met him, and that's how she got him. Hoes know how to talk and connect and make connections. They go across seas. They got passports. They go to these countries. They talk. They're very socialites. And they get into people, and they get people who know people and shit like that. That's how they do it. That's what they do. But see, unlike somebody who knows the lifestyle as much as what I know, it's probably more out there than what I already know. I can tell you that street blade walking bitch and the bitch who's a little more high value and how she goes out there and get them. Okay? So it's not going to happen like that. So anything spiritual whistleblower is saying, this is not me taking sides on none of them. Anything spiritual whistleblower is saying, I promise I'm not going to disagree with a lot of things she's saying. She's making a point that y'all are all missing. Ironically, the other woman who I said lost her dad, she was a mistress before she became a wife. Okay, she did the same thing. Okay, now let me say something. What women like her are trying to say to you is that the woman that you are listening to did not go out here honestly and get what they got. Because life ain't fair. That's just how it is. Life ain't fair. The game ain't fair, but you got to respect the rules. Okay? Hate the game, respect the rules. And yes, it goes like that. There are women who are mistresses before they come wives. I know of a man who he chose his mistress over his wife. He divorced his wife. He chose the mistress. He left. Okay? It happens. Trust me, it happens out here. But it ain't that simple. Okay? It's something else going on with that. So she's trying to get you to understand what position of a woman that she is with the man that she has in her life. There's nothing wrong with that. Shra7 said, I went out. I was here at this place. I went to the golf course. And that's how I ended up meeting him and whatever. And the story went like this. And we were together. And it don't even matter because she never even had to tell nobody she was a mistress. She's like, you get what I'm saying? Because a lot of women talk too damn much. Out of town women talk too much. Where I'm from, you call the bird. You're not trusted. Nobody fucks with people who talk too much where I'm from. They don't fuck with you when you talk. You can die for where I'm from, you can get unalived for talking too much. There's women who have come here from the South and come back in a body bag. And they didn't even go far. They went to Baltimore. They went to Philly. They went to New Jersey. They didn't even get to go past Philly. And they got unalived instantly. Back in a body bag. Learning real quick. You want to learn quick up there. Fast in a hurry. And you better be quick. And so when you live in these other southern regions and places like that, yeah, people be gangster, people be hard, people be this and that, but it ain't nothing compared to the inner city. That's a different kind of gangster. That's a different kind of hard. That ain't nothing to play with. There's a reason you go to the inner city, you see bitches built more than a man. I would have been one of those women. I was raising myself in the city. I would have been like that. I didn't want the life of jail and this and that. Art saved my life. Art saved me from all of that shit. If anything saved my life, it was art. Okay? Okay? It was this right here that I do, this radio show. It was writing. It was all the passions that I have to this day that saves my life. That saves a lot of people's lives, honestly. I'll keep it a buck with you. And everything that I ever experienced with people being weird were always out of town motherfuckers. Always an out of town motherfucker. Any weird experiences, people putting shit on me and my children and shit, it was an out of town motherfucker that did that shit. They don't have respect for knowledge. They don't have respect for wisdom. They don't have respect for education. They don't have respect for the game of things. You sit out here and you telling these women to use men who are pygmishas. You don't even know you're talking to pygmishas. Because if they knew what they were doing, they wouldn't be talking to you publicly. If they really knew what they were doing, they would not be coming to you on a public YouTube platform to ask you that. It don't matter if they're under another name. They will just have the answers. You know why? Because we all get mentors in this game. There'll be an old hoe teaching her how to be a hoe, how to do it. That's how you do it. I got 2 twin aunts on the blade when they called it prostitute before it was called sex work. That's what the fuck they do. If when I think about it now, if I ever wanted some wisdom on some shit, those are the women to talk to. Those are the women to talk to. Sometimes to this day, I think about talking to my aunt. Be like, listen, this is a situation I'm in. What you say I should do? And I guarantee you she'll have an answer. I guarantee you she'll tell me what to do. That's what I'm saying. Because what you gotta understand is what Shra7 is doing. I'm gonna say it again. It's dangerous. Even as a spiritual practitioner, there are things I cannot just blat out and tell you what to do in spiritual magic. Go to the Patreon for that. We could talk all day about that in a private setting where I'm getting paid. Certain topics come to me privately in a background setting where I'm getting paid, where I'm not going to get harassed all day, where I'm going to have serious clientele and serious people who want to talk to me. Reach me back there. Talk to me in the temple. You feel me? That's how it's supposed to be. People who are really in the street, people who really know this game, they ain't really out there like that. Yes, T.S. Maddie is about that street life, but T.S. Maddie is funny, do a lot of funny shit and all this and that. At the same time, she gonna tell you, she was telling the young lady, the lung trans lady who should be about grown now, past 18 now. I've been watching her since her transition. Jasmine is her name. Watch the whole show, everything. And so what happened is Maddie was like, listen, there's girls I know that was out there, what they've been through in their life. You need to understand the lifestyle of the street life. And Jasmine didn't understand it because Jasmine didn't come from that. Jasmine didn't understand what it was like to be a trans and not be able to fully transition and what life was with that. Mm-hmm. So there's things Maddie don't talk about. Maddie used to be out there. Maddie don't talk about those things like that. And when Maddie do, Maddie talks about it in a way to give you some type of wisdom. And see these women who, yeah, Shra7's funny. Okay, they're all funny. All out of towners are funny. They all are hilarious like that. They all got jokes. They all got slick mouths. They all got it because it's all to cloak their insecurities. It's all to cloak their jealousy and their envy of us who are the inner city people. That's why they do it. They're very jealous of us. We're very copied. I went through it in my last job. I was very copied. We're not moved. We don't care. We would tell you we don't care. We will tell you to your face we don't give a damn about nobody at this job. I told you, if you're not in my face, then I don't know who you are. And I'm serious. If you're not in my face, I don't know who you are. We talk to who we want to talk to. We vow who, and we don't. That's how we move. We could be in your face every day, and you won't know nothing about us. We can be in your face every day, and we will never defend ourselves. We speak in such a manner that is offensive to them. That's why they always cut us off when we talk, or they talk too much over us, because it's offensive the way we speak. We're thinkers. Because again, they're around white tea people who are American, who are dense, who don't have that level of intelligence, that spiritual intelligence. They don't have that like the non-white tea foreigner. And that's why people like that will get on live and talk like that. And it's not about no narcissism. It ain't about that. Fuck the name calling. It's not about that. She's not really about that life. That's what it's about. She's not really from these streets, let alone not even really a black woman. She was neither. I bet you Spiritual Whistleblower is not a full black woman either. She got some West Indian something Asian. So I already know. I already know what's going on in there. Looking at her facial features and shit, what she got going on. Neither one of these women are black women. Because when you are a black woman in this society, in this world, in this patriarchy, you understand how serious this game is out here. When you're a black woman in this patriarchy, you understand how you have to move in silence. If that you have to move, you have to tiptoe, you have to be damn near invisible out here. You have to learn how to not let people play in your face. You have to have a very serious demeanor. You better respect me demeanor. I will not be disrespected when I walk here demeanor. But still show some kindness to break the ice. Y'all are oversensitive. These out of town people, y'all are very oversensitive people. At the same time, y'all joking this and that, but y'all are the most oversensitive people. When it comes to real topics, when it comes to really talking to y'all, yeah, y'all can't handle that. And this is why the people from the city who can't hang in the city, they don't last. That's why weaklings they don't last. We ain't got time for who don't like us. We don't got time for what somebody gossiping about us. We don't care. Say what you want to say. Have fun with that. While you doing that, I'm over here doing this. I'm making shit happen. You're not doing nothing with your life. I don't even have time to gossip. I remember I was taking my course and I was like in the very beginning of it. Well, I was at the very tail end of it, right? And I was saying how I don't really like talking my business. I was like, yeah, I didn't say exactly what I was in school for, but I just said I was in school. The lady saw me writing and stuff, and she asked me what was going on. And she was like, I wish I had time to go to school. And I said to myself, you got time to go on a date with a dude that don't give a damn about you. Because you still single. I done heard you go on how many dates? And you still single. I matter of fact, when I started here, You was talking to a dude who you said was an undercover cop. What happened to him? These are the type of things that be going on in my head because I'm at work. I can't just prove that out because I'm going to offend the fuck out of somebody, right? And I'm aware of that about myself because I'm sharp tongued. I pay attention. I listen. I watch. I observe. That's just who I am. I'm a little bit of a huntress myself. And because of that, it's that type of thing where the inner city person versus the out of towner has their conflict. I'm gonna go a bit into, yes, very true. I'm gonna get into a little bit of story time, and I want you to understand what I'm saying to you about out of towners versus inner city people. I got three main homies, but my one in Texas, I call that one Cuzzo, because I have a different relationship with her than the other two. One from LA, one from NYC, like me, right? I like that Huntress gang. I like that. Okay, LA, NYC. My relationship with them way different, way different. Okay, than the one I have in Texas. That's why I call that one Cuzzo, because it's just different than the other two. So talking about the one in NYC, like me, she's talking to an out of town chick, and Shorty is going on and on about uh yeah, story time. I got good stories. Come on now. Shorty is talking about how she mixed her ex. And she keep talking about her ex and her ex. So homie, NYC homie said, if you miss her so much, just call her. I'm not calling her. What you mean? I'm not gonna call her this, that, and the third. And she like, whoa, Shorty, like, why you keep talking about her then if you're not going to contact her and just tell her that you miss her? You know why? Because that's what we would do in the inner city. At least the women. We be like, I miss you. What's good? How you been? Call you. Bother you. Call you to bother you and shit. You know, who the fuck you with? About that bitch. I wash that bitch up. Where she at? That's a New York love story. That's the inner city love story. That's our way of saying we miss you. That's the shit we do, right? So as the inner city person, we understand things like that. That's just how we love. That's what we do. And the person start wilding out like on her, like, oh, I'm not gonna call it a night. It's like, whoa, bro, what the fuck wrong with you? And this is the out of town people. They can't deal with that because let's get into the psyche real quick. Still going to go into story time, but let's get into the psyche of it once again. I'm not a psychiatrist. Let me this disclaimer, YouTube, I'm not a psychiatrist. I am someone who has lived life, had to raise myself since 19 in New York City. I have observed people, have observed life, I observed nature. I am a mother, okay? I'm a mother that has birthed both genders, okay? I am a mother I'm a woman, right? Who is a divine feminine woman, right? As well as a spiritually intelligent woman. I am also a woman who is a listener and an avid reader, and I apply the books that I read. I have books that I had for years. Right. Check in and don't ponder. Right. I do that. And I am also someone who studies people. Okay. Everybody's an artifact to me. And I just put them on the counter as an artifact, and I just study these different hierarchies of people. I study even white tea supremacy. I even study how that works against people in this society. This is what you're talking to. I'm a falcon, baby. I am a falcon. I am air and I am earth. Okay, that is what I do. And I am also a crow. A crow is someone they can lock they a crow will never forget your face. Okay, and a crow can follow you wherever you go in this world. A crow will follow you. Okay, I am those two animals. I'm a falcon and I'm a crow. And that's what life has given me. And I've read books as well on the psychology of things. I read Robert Greene, most of Robert Greene's books. Okay. Now, that's my disclaimer. When you are sitting here, and I like to study history as well. When you're in patterns, and I'm a master researcher, okay? When you're sitting here and you're coming from areas that are out of town, people are coming from where they have more proximity to white Americans. There's a different type of life and survival that they have to have. The reason why they live life, the reason why they have to live life the way that they do is because the white people are nosy and on top of them like that, because the white people has to monitor black people. Okay. It's a lot of monitoring that goes on with them. They always monitoring them. And when you are an unreadable type of inner city, the thing is, I notice when you're inner city, they get out your way. They can try to bother you, but it's not going to really work. Something in your demeanor is something in your eyes as an inner city person that even if you nod your head and be like, yeah, my apologies, my fault, my da-da-da-da, nod your head and let them have it, something in them can feel and sense like something's gonna like it. They can sense who you are without saying it. Also, these white people, they will get away from you, especially the spiritual black woman, or when you wear the you wear your natural hair, you're very cultured. They don't even want to be around you. They don't even want to talk to you. They don't want to even associate with you, because you have an energy that can't be tricked. They can't play the fake niceties with you, because you see right through them from the door, right? You don't care. You gotta understand what's going on here. So people who live this day-to-day life with them, they have to keep the smiling, the laughing, saying hello to them when they walk through the stuffed door, because the white people are so very fragile and they need coddling constantly, right? I had a woman stare at me because her daughter came up to her and said that she was the best mom in the world, and I was shopping. And I had to sit back with myself because I wanted to just demolish her. I really did. I wanted to demolish her, call her a weirdo, and put her on camera. All of these different things. But I'm like, what am I doing that for? I got a life to live. And so I even had one that was all in my face. And when she came, I wanted to say, I don't want your man, shorty. Please go away. We quick like that in the city. I was like, I don't want your man, shorty. Please go away. Get out my face, right? But I didn't move like that because I had just moved out here. So, I'm from the city. We like to play chess. We like to play chess, right? And so we like to play chess. And so therefore, my tone and my demeanor in my eyes, she can sense, because I never seen her again after that. She can sense that I was not the one to play with. Okay. I didn't see her no more. Whatever she asked me, she got her answer, whatever, and I moved on and I didn't care. And I didn't see her no more because they can sense these things about you. All right. I just want to make that clear. So I understand the psyche of why Black people move the way that they do amongst these people. That's why you notice nowadays a lot of these are out of town white tea people, white tea women who are like, man, Black women are not talking to me. Black women get away from me. They're not interacting with me, right? And it's like they're panicking because they don't know what to do. I'm not that Black woman. If your child isn't, don't tell that child to ask me for help. You see that I don't see that. I'm just one of those. I'm gonna just leave it at that because I'm on YouTube. I'm gonna just say it like that. I'm not that kind of that. That's not going to happen to me. Trust me, that little white tea child is not going to look at me and be like, oh yeah, she's going to help me. No, that's not going to happen because of my aura, right? And what I learned from being who I am. being who I am, I learned that. So a lot of these black people, they are a bit broken down to submit to white tea people, right? We get the honest truth. You want to talk about racism? Oh, we get it. Okay, we get it. Don't get it twisted in inner cities. We get it more honest. They don't fucking talk to us. They don't fucking look at us. They don't acknowledge us. That's how we get it. See, you go up to the city and you walk into a room and you say hi and nobody talks to you, nobody says nothing back to you. It's not always so much of the R word situation. It's because we deal with so much scamming and lies and stuff like that. But that's a part of it. That's a part of it. But we do experience it. I think we experience it in some time because we're around so much black immigrants and stuff like that. We deal with racism of black immigrants as well. See, you know, and colorism and stuff, way more raw and direct than y'all. Actually, there's more separatism in those inner cities. Like way more separatism in those inner cities. Because the thing about y'all in these out of towns, y'all be on top of each other and y'all the most racist people. We don't, we're separate people and we're not racist. That's just because we're able to be in each other's spaces and nobody has to interfere. You walk into a town, it's all Italian. You walk into a town, it's literally all Asian people of all different kind of Asians. And there's some towns you walk into and it's all basically Chinese and there's not no other Asians. We come from that. You go somewhere and they're African. You see what I'm saying? Like you don't get interracial to that capacity. Does it exist? Yes, but you don't ever get it to that capacity. You feel me? I need my tweezers. I need this hair to be pulled out my damn ankle. I just keep feeling this damn hair, and I'm just like, this motherfucker got to get pulled out, okay? And I cannot find my tweezers. Hold on. I thought I had them on here. I guess not. Let me just stop touching it. Yeah, that'll work, right? Okay, so that happens. Another thing. Let's get back to story time. I had one time a woman talking to her. She had a problem with a family member, and you know, I felt it was just one of those parental family situations, and I was like, "Hey, you gonna go back and talk to her again?" And she was like, "No." And excuse you, she ain't shit. And it's like, whoa, 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 shorty's like, it ain't that deep. I just want to know, are you ever going to just make amends and talk? Like, at least you can talk to your this particular family member. Like, I can't even talk to mine. You can talk to yours. Like, you know, at least you have the opportunity to express yourself. I don't. And it was all carrying on and this, that, and the third. So there's a bit of regressing in immaturity with a lot of out of town people. A lot of immaturity. I sit here and I listen to these women, and the way they say boyfriend, it sounds like I'm talking to a girl that's 12 years old with her first boyfriend. Like, that's literally how they sound. They be like, boyfriend, like my boyfriend, my friend. They refer to him as a friend and all this type of shit. And and I listen to this and I look around and I go, these women are fucking children. They're children. And I tell you all the time about the one that was like, she asked me again. And the next year she asked me like, who you like? Who you like? Like, bitch, nobody. Like, and she still kept going on and on. Cause you don't. It's like, bitch, who you like? Cause who doing likes and dislikes? When you a grown woman, you don't do likes and dislikes. When you a grown woman, you don't do crushes. You don't do crushes. You don't do that. We grown. Shit, dates. You don't even do dates is business meetings. That's what a date is. When you grown, you get you see things in another light. These women be excited. I'm about to go on a date. It's my birthday. I'm about to go on a date. Woman was her birthday. I said, "Oh, you can go out to such and such and shit, bitch. You got a car. You can go out to such and such and you can go out to this place and this and that." She's like, "Oh, I'm gonna go out with my friend." Damn, bitch, you can't go out by yourself. Damn, bitch, you don't know how to travel just alone. You don't know how to just be alone, bitch. There was another woman when I had, it's just so retarded. And like, this is why I gatekeep now. Like, I don't even waste my time talking to people about certain things because it was like, I remember I told a woman, I said, you can just go for a walk. You don't have to always go to the gym. Just start walking. Just walking is where you start to see what your health is. Walking is where you start to really notice, like, because if you can't walk for 2 minutes, 5 minutes, that's telling you where your health is at. That's going to be what you start with before you really hit that gym, because you don't want to just hit the gym because you ain't going to last. That walking is going to tell you where the hell your health is. You're going to feel your legs, you're going to feel your arms, you're going to feel your neck, you're going to feel your back. And then you're going to start knowing from what your body tells you when you walk what it is that you can do when you hit that gym. Or you just buy your own, for go Amazon, get your own weight set, and just shit, you can buy your own workout equipment on your own. I just don't got no more room for workout equipment. I got room for weights because I saw one where I could do one for like my stomach and body lifting, but I don't got room for all that shit. So I was like, what am I gonna do? Put it in my kitchen? What the fuck? So what happened is that's why I didn't buy that stuff. But I do have weights. See what I'm saying? So you have to start somewhere. Now let's get back. Shra7 versus Spiritual Whistleblower versus Shra7. It's really all about inner city people versus the South. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead while I got time, pull this down. Excuse me for my headphone users. Yeah. All right, that feels better. I'm gonna go ahead and I am going to play we're gonna see what she's saying. And we're going to touch on it. I don't know what Spiritual Whistleblower is from. I can hear the accent. Let me see if this is the video before I start playing anything. Y'all know I like to take y'all with me. Can y'all give me a minute? I got to give y'all a short. Okay, I think I got my birthday. 9/20. All right. I think I got time to go tinkle really quick. All right. I'm going to go ahead. This is going to be a short music break because after it's finished playing, I'm going to have the music playing. All right. So hold on, y'all. It's doing some weird shit. I'm going to play this. I'm going to go back. Be right back, y'all. Hold on. Hey, let's go.
Shra7's followers are not intelligent at all. I can see why she scams the fuck out of them. I can't even fault her for that because they're that fucking stupid and that gullible. Yeah, they're easy to manipulate. So in this video, I know I'm going to piss some more of her followers off, and I don't really give a fuck. I'm just going to point out how slow they are. Okay. Now, this is one of her followers, right? This woman came into my comment section and argued me down, harassed me. And I said, let me go check out her page. And sure enough, she was following me. I don't know who she is, but she's you see it right there? She's following me. So here's the $1 million question. She obviously loves Shra7. Obviously, she's a big fan. Why the fuck is she following me? If you don't like me, you think I'm a fucking hater and I'm obsessed with Shra, why the fuck are you following me? Who does that? This is what I'm trying to find out, because they all do it. They be all over my page. They follow me. Me personally, I don't follow people I don't like. I don't follow content creators who I feel are crazy and unhinged. I just don't do it. I don't follow anyone on TikTok who I dislike, I don't agree with, I don't like their content. No. So again, her followers have been doing this to me. They actually follow me, right? You don't like me, but bitch, you are clocking everything I post, just waiting for me to say something about Shra, so your dumbass will have something to fucking repost and talk about.
Okay, that's not what I was looking for. I did good. I did 2 minutes. Here's the chord. Oh, let's check this out. Well,
all I'm hearing is Shra7 say, baby, you need to let that go. That's all I'm hearing. I'm hearing in Shra7's voice. It may not be Shra7, maybe her spirit guys. Somebody saying, baby, you need to let that go. All right. The next part we have the 10 of Cups. This is definitely Shra7's energy to me. She's living life happy. I see children, so something about children, happy life with children. Shra7 may get in a relationship again. I've seen that she says she will never get married again, but I don't think that does not mean she will not get in a relationship. I see Shra7 getting in a relationship. All I'm hearing is Shra7 say, baby, you need to let that go. That's all I'm.
oh, he did a reading on her? Did that catch his name? Now, again, he has a southern accent. Okay, let's see what she says after the husband passes away. Because I'm looking for something. I know how I do when I look for things.
Sprinkle, Shra7. All her followers will make sure that she sees this video, okay? Because y'all stalk the fuck out of me, waiting to see if I'm ever going to say anything about her. Y'all just be waiting in the fucking shadow.
I have to agree with Shra on one thing. She does need to stop responding to her looking like that. I have to totally agree. I will be pissed off at somebody who is trying to insult me. Because low key, that's what she's doing. But there's something else that I want to touch on. There's something else I want to touch on. Original gatekeepers. Why did you say that? Am I reading it too late? Oh yeah. Oh, because of what I said. Right. Hold on.
Shadows like fucking roaches, waiting to speak on your cult leader. Okay. So I'm going to put it out there. This video directly is for Miss Shra7. Sprinkle. Shra, I offer my sincere condolences on the loss of your husband, James. According to the celebrity blogs, they're posting that you lost your husband, James. He passed away. I don't know how true that is, but I'm just reiterating what the blogs have posted, sis. Now, because I am autistic and I have a high pattern recognition, I spot patterns in people's personalities and their lifestyles, and I pick it apart, and people hate me for it. I still feel that Shra is a sociopath. I feel that because Shra7 is a sociopath, that she is emotionally disconnected from her husband. I personally think she's happy that her husband is gone. There is a huge age gap between James and Shra, and the receipts that are publicly posted out there, there's a history of domestic violence. I think she's glad that he's gone. I truly think.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know how true that is. I hope Shra7 was.
Okay. I don't. Can anybody tell me in the back room what she has said against Russ? Can you give me some? Can somebody pass me a video? I had one in the past. Man, I'm not digging back up my shit. I should have saved it. What exactly has she said? Okay. I can go verses again. Let's see. Before I continue, let me add something that y'all need to understand. Are y'all listening? And this is something that I have been observing deeply. Shra7 spiritual world, these are not full black women. I don't care what nobody tell me. I know what I feel. These are not full black women, especially Shra7. She's not a full black woman. And the type of black man she was with, black men that date women who look like her, because that is their proximity to light-skinned whiteness that they can get. She's not a black woman. And so you have to understand, this is why you don't have a black woman like Shra7 talking about the things she talks about, because she knows better. This is not a black woman. And this is what makes it even more dangerous, because more than likely, she does not care much for black people. That's why she can go so hard about Dusties, even though that's a divested talking point. She can go so hard about Dusties and broke taps and all this kind of shit, because all of them are not broke. Okay, like I know a lot of people who are hotep and they're very well off. All of them are not broke. So I pay attention to these little jokes and things that are saying, because there's things that black women won't say. And these are black women that's not even pick-me's, that they won't even say. And this is why I said about respect. People from these out-of-town places don't have respect for people. Black people, culture, spirituality, there's different things. There's a lot of people that are hotep, as y'all call it, that are cultural, that actually do come from Africa, that actually are black people that come from different countries. That's another thing. Hotep life is cultural. It's very fucking cultural. It's not just just black people. If not, there's more people who are foreign black people who are hotep. Yeah, I agree. Well, here's the thing. That's her fault. If they're asking dumb questions pertaining to males, that's her fault. She did not put up anything solid. I'm about to play this video in a minute. She didn't do anything solid to do anything grounded. Like I said, to put these women in a setting where she can talk to them seriously and where she can have only serious inquiries of topics. She does not care. It's a hustle. She making her money. It's a hustle. I have a relationship coach. I'm in wife school. Yes, I am. I'm in wife frequency school. And I also have a relationship coach. My relationship coach is an ex-pimp. I have notes in a book over here of information that my relationship coach has taught me. There's a course that's a very serious course that my relationship coach has built. Okay? Shra7 has not done that. This person has just came out there. He just came out there. Some people think he's not even a real person. And this is where I get the best, have received my wife frequency school and my relationship coach who's an ex-pimp. Thank you. Have given me the best insight ever on relationships. I got notes to take after this show here. All right, let's go. What's this one about?
1,000 subscribers on YouTube, and Miss Spiritual Whistleblower, I believe, has 47,000. Listen, now we all of us who Sapira knows that this woman built her platform from the ground up. She didn't have to start no fake beef with nobody in order to boost up her platform. Now, we've seen this done with celebrities. We've seen celebrities do this, like Nicki Minaj, Kanye West, 50 Cent. So she's pretty much taken a page from their playbook in order to draw attention to herself and also to her YouTube channel. Now, she does have a pretty huge following on TikTok, but obviously her TikTok fans aren't following her over to YouTube. So she, is going to pick this fake beef with Ashira in order to get Ashira's fans, I guess, onto her YouTube, because people do hate watch. Like, they'll follow somebody that they don't like. So, and she knows this. So that's what she's trying to do. But anyway, she can learn a lot from Shira. First of all, them cheap Fashion Nova dresses you be wearing is the reason you keep attracting narcissists, boo. Now, your platform teaches women to be victims of narcissists like you, so you could keep coming on your channel whining and complaining about narcissists, and you want them to do the same. Now, Ashira's platform is about empowering women and teaching them how to not be a victim of men. Now, you claim that you are concerned that Shira is encouraging women to manipulate men, but you yourself admit that you hate men. You think that they're all narcissists, you think that they're abusers, you think that they're child molesters, you pretty much think that they're everything but a child of God. So you cannot convince me that you care that Ashira is encouraging women to manipulate them when you believe that men are manipulating as well. So if you can't stop men from manipulating women, why would you care that women are manipulating men? It just doesn't make any sense.
Here goes another minion of Shira, sprinkle, sprinkle. So I'm going to answer your comment, sis. You said, why are you so bothered by Shra7? You are both on two different platforms. Well, I made a lengthy 17-minute video on YouTube the other day addressing my issues with Shra. I put it in depth. So you can go on over to my YouTube, one word, spiritual whistleblower.
Again, she's just funneling traffic to her YouTube channel and using, Ashira's platform to do it. I mean, I'm a content creator as well. I get it. In business, we call this bum marketing. An example of that is, say there's a mall, and when a boutique will build their boutique right next to a mall because they don't have to do any advertising or anything like that, because they're going to get the customers that go to the mall. That's pretty much what it is. But anyway, Ashira is never going to respond to her because Ashira is extremely smart. Anybody that support her knows this. I know Ashira through her spiritual channel more than her level up channel.
Shorty can dress up nice, just like she did in that interview with that dude, and fix herself up well, and she can talk to Shra directly, and Shra still is not going to respond to that one. That was I mean, I get it. I wouldn't want to talk to you if you have on a bonnet and glasses and your hair not done. Like, I wouldn't want to talk to you either. I get it. I'm not knocking that. But even if Shorty didn't look like that, she still wouldn't talk to her, because this is the battle. A lot of people that are out of towners do not like inner city people. They don't like us from New York City, Chicago, and LA. They don't like us. They're very jealous and envious of us. That's the fact. So anything they can do to try to downplay us or look down on us, that's what they do.
Miss Spiritual Whistleblower is more bothered by her level up channel. But yeah, she's just using Shra to boost up her YouTube channel, and Shra knows this, and Shra's never gonna respond to her. But as I consider Shra to be one of my spiritual teachers, and I am gonna respond for her.
If you don't know, I've had my YouTube channel about 6, 7, 8 years. I've been around for a long time.
Now, if you've had your YouTube channel for 6, 7, 8 years, you don't even know how long you've had your channel. All you have is 50. Well, you don't even have 50,000 followers. 47,000, and I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt with that because it's even less than that. So I see why you are bothering Shra, because she has over 500,000 followers on YouTube, and all you have is 50,000, and you've had your channel for 6, 7, or 8 years. So I guess you've tried everything else to build up your channel, and that's as far as you've gotten. So you decided to go this route. Okay. In this next clip, this is the battle of the glasses. Tell me who wore them best, Miss Ashira Star Goddess or Miss Whistleblower. Okay, so this is Miss Spiritual Whistleblower with her glasses, the cat eye glasses. I actually love these glasses. They are so cute. Looking crazy with her stocking cap on, looking like she just snatched her wig off.
Lady.
But the glasses are fire. Screaming in the camera as usual. Like these are really cute. But Ashira, of course, she combed her hair, she put on a little makeup, made herself look presentable before coming on camera, as a woman should. Who wore them best, Ashira or Miss Whistleblower? I obviously believe Ashira won the cat eye glass. Okay, so you heard. This is Ashira pretending to. This is a nice place. Mess. A hot mess.
Let me see.
She woo that ratchet. She said Ashira not outdress her child, dressing her. This is
Some big ass door knocker.
pretty stylish to me. Hey. It's competition. But you be the judge as well. Get in the comment section. Let me know what you think.
Sense of style. Miss Sprinkle Sprinkle has no sense of style. She dresses like somebody's old ass auntie.
Okay, so you heard what Miss Whistleblower had to say about Ashira having no style. This is my girl Ashira. She looks pretty stylish to me. Hey. Cute.
The office dress.
I mean, I think the way she dresses is cute. Again, you guys get in the comment section. Let me know what you think. But Miss Whistleblower said that Ashira doesn't have any style. But I believe
Let me jump in
she
on
does.
women. I'm gonna tell you something. It's time, unless you telling women how to empower herself and focus on herself when she's surprised, whenever she's dealing with a male, and don't be stressing about texting him and shit like that. Unless you are telling women that, even if she's dealing with a goddamn stud, I need y'all to stop saying how men are emotionally retarded and all these different things and all these things you say about men, because there's levels to this shit, and the unascended woman is very emotionally retarded, and a lot of y'all look so childish. And I'm gonna call something out. It's gonna get very uncomfortable what I'm about to say next. Light-skinned people like this is the interruption and the distraction in the Black community. And it is time to start delineating from them. It's too many of them, like Lotto and them, with these white tea mothers and Black fathers, and they are a problem. We are talking about topics that are serious. It's gonna get uncomfortable with the non-binary, trans talk, and all these different things. We have lost the biological understanding of the male and female species. And we have lost even remembering about hierarchy and white tea supremacy. There is level, okay? There's level to this. Because that's what hierarchy is. It's about authority. It's level of authority, which is levels of frequency. And these light skins are doing what the white tea mother is doing too much of this in the community. Our community, Black community, has topics and things and discussions that need to be talked about and handled quietly. We don't give a damn about who got the best style and glasses. I'm not attacking the person that's hosting the show, because she happens to be like them too, I know. But yeah, but I'm making a point here. We don't have time to be sitting here wondering about, oh, this woman was this and that before this and that. We don't need people like Shra7 talking about shit that's street shit publicly to young ladies, which is dangerous. I'm going to keep saying that word. It's dangerous information being put out there. And these women with these white tea mothers are a problem in the community, because that white tea woman in her feels entitled. It feels like it can barge into things and do what it wants. That's why when people were talking on TikTok 2 years ago about segregation, last year on segregation, who was out there talking about let's segregate. I'm going to go to the Black club. White tea women. That's female nature. No boundaries, chaos, no respect. And this is what these light-skinned women with these white tea mothers are doing. And it's causing too much problem. They have internal racism. I don't give a damn how much back did they get. They have internal racism. I tell you, the reason Shra7 don't got a platform where she has a bunch of women in the background that she talks to, that she helps, because I guarantee you, most of those women will be light-skinned women. And it's going to expose her. See, nobody likes to hear this kind of conversation, but hey, I'm going to talk about it. That's what E314 Bad Bitch Craft Radio was about. I'm going to talk about it. And no one, and this is a topic, this is a problem, this is the elephant in the room that Black people have to be blindsided by. Because the other woman I'm talking about, she light-skinned. She was a mistress before she was with her husband as a doctor. She's out of order. And this is a problem that I see in the community. And this is why I build an all Black women panel. There's no light-skinned women that's going to be on my panel. None. We are sitting here. See, we don't know what the divestors look like. It said the divested zealot is light-skinned. That's what they say, but she never addresses it. We don't know even what the divestors look like, and that's on purpose as well. Because even the things that the divestors are doing is out of order. Calling people monkeys and apes, gorillas, bullet bags, disrespecting the Black children, unacceptable. These people don't take accountability where it matters. They don't want to address us, and they do look down. The hell yeah, they do. Hell yeah, we're a mockery to Shra7. We're a mockery. There's a lot of us that go through real life shit. A lot of us that's been abandoned. And that's unfortunate. That's the path that we had to unfortunately take. We got real issues in the Black community. There's a process before that young Black girl gets on that pole, before she gets on those streets, before she's selling her body, before she has a pimp. There's a process with that shit before it gets there. And you want to talk about sprinkle like we in Disney World some goddamn where? We do not do braids on top of head ponytails in 2026. We're not doing braids on top of head ponytails. Exactly. We not little kids. No, she not no damn spiritual teacher. Cardi B, another light skin that's not Black, glorifying that she was a stripper, that she's a stripper, glorifying gang life. I know about gang life. I would never talk about it on my show. I would never talk gang shit on my show. Are you fucking crazy? I can die. See, because I have a little street in me to know that. Of course, her light-skinned ass is going to be in another relationship. I don't give a fuck how they look. I'm going to tell you what it looks like. It's ugly. It's all fucking ugly. And it's time for Black women to start ignoring these type of light-skinned broads and leave them where they at. because they a problem. I lost 2 good friends because of her light-skinned motherfucking mixed motherfucking girlfriend. The bitch dude was jealous of me wearing makeup was a light-skinned bitch. Oh yeah, spiritual whistleblower was very beautiful.
And we're gonna do a comparison.
You want to go there? I'll go there. Because she's not outdressing me.
Now, this is Miss Spiritual Whistleblower. She
Come on
says
now.
that Shra7 is not outdressing her. This is her with her beauty supply store earrings on. This is a Shra7 pretending to be ratchet. Of course, you see her in Miss Spiritual.
Why is that funny? I'm sorry. Tell me I'm lying. Tell me Master Researcher is lying about what the fuck I'm saying. Why is it funny? Wear a pink wig and make a face. Oh, she's making mockery out of you black women. She's making mockery out of you black women.
Whistleblower have on the same dollar signs, but
Now that's fire.
Shra7 is pretending to be ratchet. Miss Whistleblower really is ratchet. Girl, look at this outfit. She said Shra7 not outdressing her. Child, we all outdressing you. You dressed like you are a 16-year-old. Stay out of your daughter's closet.
A 16-year-old shouldn't be dressing like that. What the fuck are you talking about? I'll say like when you feeling yourself, when you about like 22, 23. Okay? A 16-year-old better not have. My 16-year-old daughter will never have this motherfucking outfit on, so what are you talking about? That must be some light-skinned shit. Maybe y'all can wear a dress like that at 16.
Shra7 not outdressing her. Child, we all outdressing you. You dressed like you are a 16-year-old. Stay out of your daughter's closet. And it looks like she's at a nice restaurant or something. Something where, child, she wore that outfit to that restaurant. That looks like a 5-star restaurant. And you mean to tell me she wore that ratchet outfit? Show it again. Child, let me see that outfit again.
Every game is nice.
This is a nice place. I see why no man wants to be seen with you.
She at the rooftop, girl. Where you at? She at the rooftop.
Wait, show the outfit. Show the outfit again. We see the wine, baby. We see the wine. Looks like a nice place. As you can see, she's alone. Of course. Come on, I need to see. Look. A hot mess. A hot mess.
And her defense, Shorty, Shra7, I'm a spiritual whistleblower. I got to get on that ass. I'm from NYC. You know damn well, when you go to a party, when you go to an event like that, you're going to have to be more covered up than that, girl. You know the people coming in there are couples. And you know, most of them are college students catching up, business meetings, girl. You wear that when you in Brooklyn going to a festival or something, girl. Or you walking down the street and you like, come on, girl, you don't wear that at the rooftop party. Come on now. Like, even the earrings is too much for an event like that. Too much.
Oh. But this is a nice restaurant though. But who in a right mind? Like, girl, you have no.
Yeah, this is a place where, and I know it's cold in there because it's closed up. I know it's cold in there.
No sense of style. You have no sense of taste, and you definitely have no class.
Now, spiritual whistleblower, I don't know if you're from New York City. I think you faking it. I don't think you're from New York City no more. Not wearing that. You can lead women into a garbage bin, but they are grown and need to wake up. They do need to wake up. No, they're both attractive. Never denied that. I'm saying.
You have good taste in restaurants, though, but no class to go with it. That is crazy. Lady, invest in a quality wardrobe, please.
I agree with her.
It looks like you went in your 16-year-old daughter closet and picked that outfit. Now the food looks good.
Food looks delicious. I know the food delicious.
But I can understand why she's sitting there eating alone.
That food, yeah.
Now it seems like she has quality taste in, restaurants and stuff like that, but she can't find a man to match because she looks ratchet. Like, her sense of taste.
Now let me use this as an example for all of you. This is what I'm talking about. Could a woman come into an environment like this and snag her up a sugar man? Absolutely. If she can definitely snatch her one up, but she ain't gonna snatch one up looking like that. As a New York City American, I'm going to tell you, it's brutal up there. The people are just as cold as the -2, -10 weather. You hear me? So that means that there are people who won't even talk to you if you don't look proper. The bartender has to talk to you, right? But there's people who will not talk to you if you do not look proper. She does not look proper for this type of setting. None whatsoever. She's too bright. She's just out of touch. And you're not from New York, Shra. No, you're from fucking Connecticut, some goddamn where. Delaware, bitch. No, Delaware, bitch. I can't even say Jersey because somebody from Jersey would know how to dress.
She looks ratchet. Like, her sense of taste and her sense of style is two totally different things.
I've been doing runway modeling for over 20 years. I live in the heart of New York City, the fucking fashion capital of the world. Been in national beauty pageants. What the fuck?
No. I believe her. I've modeled before. It's not hard to model in the city. It's really not that hard. I just want to tell y'all that. Modeling is not in the city. You gonna get modeled someday. Somebody gonna model your ass. You pretty enough, you look good enough, someone gonna snatch you up and model you right there and pay you right there to just model.
Child, stop the cap. Did she say she was in national beauty pageants and a runway model? And because she's from the fashion capital of the world, that must means that she knows fashion.
From Manhattan.
Child, I am from the murder capital of the world.
Girl, you should be dressing better than that. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Don't be claiming no Manhattan because Manhattan got style. Manhattan got style and class. Manhattan be having all the new shit. So, ma'am, please stop. Stop. You're embarrassing us. You're embarrassing New York City, ma'am. Stop.
But I'm not a murderer. I'm not a killer, but don't push me.
She even teach me. I could teach her some shit. Because her sense of style is in the trash. She needs better wigs. Her wigs are fucking, for somebody to claim that they're, well-to-do.
Kerry Washington, my bitch. Kerry Washington can act. I love Kerry Washington. Kerry Washington is a West Indian woman. And she's light-skinned. Okay? And more than likely, she's West Indian. I know she got West. I can hear it in her voice that she got West Indian.
You kept and provided for, and she's rich, or that's the lifestyle she wants to fucking project onto y'all, which is all a fucking lie. She needs to have better fucking wigs. Her wigs, the quality.
Okay, so this
I
is
all
Miss
need to check this week.
Whistleblower in her Fashion Nova see-through dress in her beauty supply store wig.
I'm starting to hate wigs too.
It looks synthetic. Child, yes, Shra can definitely teach you a thing or two. This is Shra looking fabulous as usual. And this is Shra in her wigs. I think Shra won the wig competition. What y'all think?
The way that she applies her eyeliner, she looks like a damn witch.
And this is Shra in her eyeliner.
Yeah,
Looking
she
like a
worked with
pretty
my
witch.
style on it.
Just
That's
because
how I
she's a
like it.
witch doesn't mean she's ugly.
Okay, sprinkle on that.
She's
Somebody teach
definitely
her
a
how
pretty
to
witch.
apply eyeliner. Okay, sprinkle on that. Somebody teach her how to apply eyeliner.
Okay, you just seen a clip of Shra with her eyeliner on, looking fabulous, by the way. Miss Whistleblower, I don't really see much makeup on her. She probably doesn't really know how to do her makeup.
We're gonna skip all this. I ain't got time.
But until
She could never teach me nothing about style.
At this point,
okay, so she says that Shra looks like she ran through her auntie's closet. Child, who closet you in? Please come out of there.
I am pissed off. She is not representing New York City. This is not New York City. Absolutely the fuck not. It's not. Spiritual whistleblower, stop claiming New York City. You making us look bad. You know how we feel about people who make us look bad. Do not fucking make New York City look bad. Absolutely the fuck not. You are from New York City. Absolute fuck not, ma'am. What the fuck is that? Girl, you look like you from North Carolina with that bullshit on. You just pissed me off. I just got pissed off. You worse than that Dominican girl that be doing that dance everywhere, getting on everybody's fucking nerves. You are not from New York City. Please stop.
Yeah. What you got on some tinfoil pants and it looks like a swimsuit top. What is wrong with you? You're crazy.
You ever minded your own business and not worry about mine? Have you ever stayed in your own lane and not crossed the line? Have you?
I mean, she listen. Daughter's revenge. The whistleblower walked herself. She just pissed me off. I just got pissed the fuck off. Spiritual whistleblower just walked herself into getting fucking flamed. Are you fucking kidding me, bitch? That is not representation of NYC. Absolutely the fuck not.
Now, in these two clips you just seen, one of Shra in a dimly lit lounge sipping on a cocktail in a glass with a straw like a lady. And then you see Miss Whistleblower in a lounge, in a dimly lit lounge, sipping on, I think that was a beer in a plastic cup. Yeah, that's the difference between these two ladies. Miss Whistleblower, happily single. Miss Shra, happily married. That's funny how they making the same pose. Miss Whistleblower in her little cheap see-through Fashion Nova dress.
I mean, neither one of them got a style that I'm into. I'm into fashion. Like, they don't got nothing that
Of course.
is intriguing to me.
And this is how she dressed, and that's why she keep attracting them narcissists. And look at Shra, living her married life. Whistleblower with that cheap wig on. Looking for her next narc. Look how Shra looking at her. Like, girl, please, knock it off. Looking as cute as she want to look. I love this look on her. Miss Whistleblower again. Trying to catch her next.
A bunch of light-skinned motherfuckers in this video, bringing us down to mediocre shit. Let me tell you something. All right, let me get to the point. Sugar babies, it depends on the level of the sugar baby that you're dealing with. All right, number one. There's sugar babies who can ask their sugar man to invest into them, meaning they have a business, they're a mentor, they give them money, whatever the case may be, right? There's sugar babies who they can have fun. They get to go to the passports, they get to have fire ass Instagram pictures, they get to look sexy with the most expensive outfits, right? There's levels to this. What I'm mainly talking about here, the psyche of the inner city person versus out of town people. Out of town people are short-sighted. Okay? Very practical, very short-sighted people. They're not spiritually intelligent like that. If you find one that's spiritually intelligent, guaranteed you somewhere in a bloodline, somebody's from the inner city somewhere. Every time. Or somebody is foreign, right? Black foreign or something like that. Every time. I promise you that. This type of shit is a serious topic. It's nothing to joke about. It's nothing to clown about. How did we get here? And women have to stop. Women, y'all are embarrassing yourself on a day-to-day basis. Literally embarrassing yourselves. I've been here. I've been associated with a bunch of light-skinned motherfuckers, out-of-town motherfuckers, and falling into the very asinine, dumbass, retarded-ass behavior of these people. That's why I speak the way that I do. And I speak so passionately about it the way I do. This shit right here has to stop. When I was at my last job, it was annoying. It was annoying. A bitch put on makeup and everybody was just annoying. They was just annoying. I eventually took two bitches and chopped them the fuck off. Just had to cut them off. Annoying. And if I was still there probably been more people that I would have chopped the fuck off. Like, I don't fuck with you. They would have just got all chopped off. Annoying. Insignificant shit. All because you're jealous and you're envious for what? All women can go put on makeup somewhere. All women can go get contacts. All women can go teach themselves. A grown-ass woman does what a grown-ass woman needs to do. And the problem to why we having so much of these conversations and these things and these discussions is because we're not dealing with ascended women. We're not dealing with grown-ass women. We're dealing with little-ass girls. This is all little girl shit. All of it. All of this shit that's going on is all childish. And this is the out of town shit I'm talking about. Immature. It's not going to elevate nobody nowhere. That's why it's black women who are brown and dark skinned who are writing books and talking to women about jealousy and envy. That's why they're putting courses together. That's why they're elevating themselves. That's why we're elevating ourselves day by day, working on ourselves. Because you know why? Because the light-skinned woman, she cares about all this dating, life, romance shit, because that is the white woman in her that cares about that shit. The white woman has always been into romanticism and all that stuff because she's lived life that she can do that. We didn't have that as black women. We could romance, bitch. What? Do I have to talk about what happened to our ancestors in slavery? Are you kidding me? singing songs about love and shit. That was not the black woman's reality. The black woman's nature is not no fucking pick me. The black woman's nature is not fucking submissive. And this is what a lot of black women are waking up to. That husband being take off this planet is her karma. But she don't care. She's gonna be in another relationship. Probably with a man that's not even black. Showing her true self. Okay? Okay, let's talk about the real reason. We're gonna go ahead and jump into this video. Like, let's see the real reason why I want to hear this. Is this another light-skinned woman? Who is this? Oh, that's spiritual whistleblower on that side. Why is it not playing the sound? What's going on? Oh, getting started in 10 minutes. She did say that. Okay.
Oh, he always took care of me. And not really. Bear me a
Tower.
empowerment space. I had a little blog talk for a while. I got an opportunity to meet some notable individuals like Dr. Umar and David Banner. You know, when it was really hot in the internet streets to be a hotep. But honestly, I didn't start it because it was hot, because I was getting all types of flack, like with black folks saying, why you posting that black stuff, okay? And this was between 2014 and 2016.
Mm-hmm.
Is that better? Is that better? Let me know if that's better. I done turned it all the way up to 100. Y'all let me know in the chat if that's better. Being male identified and male centered, there is not going to be a general consensus of how you do this. Okay, some people are still going to be operating from the old paradigm. Some people are going to incorporate the old paradigm into some new stuff. Some people are going to. All right, sis, why don't you go out and come back in, okay? They weren't fucking with her, okay? Hold on. So I felt like she was saying some good stuff. Now, this is what I want to show you guys. This is the surprise I have for you. So, check it out. I have an ebook for you, Beyond the Comfort Zone. You guys definitely want to check that out. It is a great ebook. It is an easy read, and it comes directly from my soul.
Fucking ebook.
I think nothing is wrong with destroying a woman's career, because they feel like ain't no career better for a woman than her investing and pouring.
Here we go, girl. Get to
them. I look through the comments, okay, and there are people who are saying, well, Shra is not a Christian. The spiritual whistleblower is a Christian. Shra leads with logic over emotions and how to get a provider man and deal.
If that's the case, that seals the whole deal right there. Because if spiritual whistleblower is a Christian woman, that explains her jealousy and envy towards the spiritual woman, and that makes sense why she looks so dumb at the rooftop party. Because her name is spiritual whistleblower. So is she trolling? Why is her name spiritual whistleblower?
With men, and we know how men could be. We know how they can be. How not to lead with your emotions.
About the outward appearance, but when
I definitely have an opinion. I definitely have an opinion about some of the things I heard, and I'm going to share it with you, but I'm going to be quiet. Let's look at what she said at first, a little bit about Shra during this video clip. I'm also going to share with you the response video that the spiritual whistleblower made to Shra's supporters, okay? So listen to this.
off a lot of women that follow Miss Shra and Miss Ashley, and I really don't give a, but I know how to get underneath her skin. Talk about my looks. Because see, a woman of God is not shallow. Narcissistic women are not self-aware. They only are about the outward appearance. But when you're
your outward appearance, I'm going to cut her off real bit. Your outward appearance does matter. And that's where you have it fucked up. Okay? You can have your own style. I have a very bohemian gothic look. And that is my style. And I'm going to keep it that way. And I continue to dress the way that I do because that's my frequency. And that's to let people know that everybody can't come and fucking talk to me. That I'm not approachable for everybody. And that's why I like my look. So your look does matter. Fashion style matters. That's why fashion magazines are here. That's why the fucking Met Gala's here. That's why all these people that put in the work and that have passion for this stuff, that's why it's here. That's why you bitches go hard to have low name brand pocketbooks and matching shoes. That's why it's here. And that's why it does matter, because that's why you get mad at the women that can afford those things. It does matter because spiritual whistleblower, you missed the program. You didn't even know how to appropriately dress up at a rooftop event. Nobody in there looked like you. You had on springtime look. Anyway, you had on a springtime look in that environment. You didn't even have on motherfucking clothes that was fitting. Even if you wore clothes that had color, it still was an environment that was more toned down. This is New York City. Everybody, we all know everybody in New York City, especially in fucking Manhattan, where it's all black, where toned down colors, deep browns, deep blues, deep greens. We even taught that when you go to an interview, what colors to wear to your interview up there. This is why I said you're not from New York. You're not. So let's not call the woman who cares about how she looks, because you're supposed to care how you look. This is a patriarchy. The male species are very shallow and cares about looks. Don't they always tell you that males are visuals? They're visual creatures. Is that not about looks? I have sons. They got to wear some fly shit. They got to wear some name brand shit for their friends. Are you fucking kidding me? You're from New York City. You should not be saying that. Oh, my bad. You're not from New York City. That's why you're saying that. And this is my example of out of town people. Let's go.
True woman of God, you know the outward appearance means nothing.
That's not what it means. Your outward appearance does mean something. It does mean something, because you know you religious bitches are full of shit. Because when you see the spiritual woman with our natural long dreads and our waist beads and our jewelry, and we look pretty and we got our Erykah Badu look on, and y'all see what kind of males that we attract and how we're treated, Y'all try to go and lock your hair and do your nails and all that stuff. Y'all try to do it the opposite way, make y'all look stupid, but y'all still try to capture who we are. You're full of shit. And you're a pick-me-sha. You just told on yourself, bitch. That was pure pick-me-sha shit I can't get over that. Are you still here, Daughter's Revenge? I can't get over that motherfucking look that you did at that motherfucking rooftop party. Let me go to my background. Let me go in the temple. Hold on. Backstage. Hold on. Pissing me off.
And she preys on women with low self-esteem. I will outdress Miss Shra, Miss Ashley, and any other
one of y'all
sociopathic black woman.
Both you bitches can't dress. Hang it the fuck up.
On this app, I wish it would come for me, honey. I would never take fashion advice from Shra. Her wigs are cheap. Her makeup is, the eyeliner be sloppy at times. Who is she? Who made her the authority to give a bitch
don't lie, bitch.
fashion advice?
Bitch, don't lie. Don't lie. Don't lie. Her eyeliner be on point. She been doing that eyeliner since a teenager, just like me. When I put my eyeliner on, my shit be popping.
And see, I dress like this on purpose.
Okay, so as you can see, this is her. This is her when she's out having a drink, going to a restaurant, meeting with friends.
You make sure that you look good, though. See, you bitches are full of lies. This is what pisses me about y'all. Looks do matter. Looks do matter. Because if they didn't, you bitches wouldn't be so jealous when a bitch look good. You wouldn't be so jealous, right, Daughter's Revenge? You wouldn't be so jealous when a bitch look good. You wouldn't be so jealous when a bitch put on makeup and wear eyeliner at a factory job. You bitches wouldn't be so jealous if a bitch do her nails a certain type of way. If a bitch walked a certain type of way and talk a certain type of way. Looks do matter.
Not dressed down in her videos. A lot of people tend to make assumptions when she dresses like that, and they think they know her like that, how she carries herself, and they don't know that this is how she looks. Then she knows what to do, which she also said in the video. And she does this.
Oh, shout out to
and to not be so obsessed about how she looks. What am I saying that's going to reach your soul? Don't worry about how.
Let me tell you something. I start getting on camera, I am going to have a certain signature look. My clothes will be ironed. My hair will be done a certain way. My nails will be done a certain way. My background is going to look a certain way. My microphone and everything is going to be well put together. Thank you. Thank you. Because looks do matter. Because how I carry myself, how I speak, what I talk about, how I speak, all of that shit matters. Y'all bitches need to stop. I don't fuck with bitches who say looks don't matter. Yes, it is about internally. Internally, this is why you're not spiritual. Yes, even a spiritually intelligent woman still look good. Look at most women who are spiritually intelligent. Most of us like to look good. Most of us like to dress up. Most of us like to look fly. Most of us are into fashion, clothes, and art. We are women with substance. That's why we're called spiritually intelligent women. I'm just saying.
How I look, I got it like that. I know what to do, and I know, how to go out. So
hold up. Is it me, or do her and Shra7 look a lot alike when they're done up? Is it just me? Look at the facial and the bone structure. Now Shra's nose is a little bit longer and slender.
We don't care. Keep going.
Let me give you my opinion just a little bit before I show you the video of what
I'm just talking. Y'all see that tattoo on the stomach? That's what I was saying. Let me pull it back.
Looks don't matter, but this is what the fuck you walking outside in. And see, this is where I say these bitches are dense. And this is why I don't fuck with a lot of these social media bitches, because they're dense. Because I gotta tell a little story. That bumpkin really defending the whole internet for real. Right. Who accent is ratchet? Excuse you? That accent is not New York. She's not from New York. We don't claim her. Whistleblower is not from New York City. She needs to cut it. She needs to hang it the fuck up. She wants to be from New York City, but bitch, you are not. Stop it. And here's the thing too. I want to be seen with any man as a flex. How is that a flex? Not being with these crazy men is okay. No, it's fine. I'm just saying because that's the content they talk about. I don't give a damn about nothing, okay, but myself and my cat. Okay. Look at how she's so out of touch though.
In the department being able to switch up and
boop.
I want y'all to understand something. I need y'all to understand something. I see where she's at. And she's in Manhattan. And I can tell that she is. I was trying to see if she was in Brooklyn. There's just a way I can tell. Don't worry about it. She's in Manhattan. No, it's not a personal stylist. She needs a sense of environment. There's nothing wrong with her clothes. She's not wearing it in a proper environment. Shorty, you need to take this to the hood. Yeah, I said it. I wish I had sound effects. You need to take this to the hood, shorty. You need to go take that to the Rooster in Harlem, bitch. Manhattan is very fucking sophisticated. There are wealthy people out there. There are wealthy people out there. A creep outside is going to look at that and be like, I'm about to bust her head. Excuse me, YouTube, that's another way of saying getting his slong sucked. That's what it means when he say he gonna bust her head, okay? That's what she gonna get. Ain't nobody taking this serious, y'all. Ain't nobody in that environment talking to her will ever take her serious. She better hope what comes out her mouth is super intelligent, and it doesn't even matter because they're going to look at that outfit and they're going to be like, please, you must got a man that told you that and you just repeating that shit back to me. She doesn't have, it ain't a stylist. She don't have a sense of environment. When I would go to Manhattan and I dressed a certain way, let's say I had on jeans, a nice heel. I always wear a fancy shoe. I love a good shoe. Jeans, a nice shoe, whatever top, hoodie. Most time I always had a hoodie on or something, a jacket, a long jacket, the peacoat look. If I had that look going on, I would take myself to a nice, sophisticated sports bar. Or I would actually take myself to an Irish bar. And I would blend in with everybody with my own style, chill, have a good time, maybe talk and laugh if I felt like it, eat my calamari. But most of the time, like Manhattan was not a place I stayed very much. Brooklyn was always my stomping ground. And my local neighborhood too. Because I was by the beach. So these type of environments that she's in, she's not matching. It's not even about dating at this point. It's about the fact that she doesn't have a sense of environment. I'm trying to tell you something. When you live in the city like this, in the inner city, you're not going to be comfortable being dressed out of content when you go into places. It's like I feel like there's some places that will shut you down at the door. Like you can't come in here, right? And there's some places where it's a little bit more open. So they just probably like, they can't have those rules like they can. But it's an unspoken rule that we go through in the inner city. She's out of touch.
Y'all see that tattoo on the stomach? I got some commentary on that. And it ain't what you think, but I'ma hold on.
Somebody said it's
to
sad as
show
hell.
you what I can do. You know, you don't know who you're talking to, basically. So now let me give you my opinion just a little bit before I show you the video of what she said. Okay, so I'm going to play the video clip, but really quick, what I have to say is that both of these women have helped women. Shra has helped women level up in many areas of their life besides the fact of just getting a man, but knowing their self-worth, to stop dealing with dusties, to stop being so emotional about certain things, how to deal with men on a psychological.
A lot of you women are dusty. Your mindset is dusty. The way y'all dress is dusty. The way y'all talk is dusty. The way y'all carry yourself is dusty. Y'all attract exactly what y'all are. A lot of y'all are dusty. Y'all be talking about dust free, but everything about y'all is fucking dusty. Shra7 is dusty for sitting up here and telling these women, talking to them about street shit, putting these women in absolute danger. That's dusty behavior. That's not dust free. That's dusty.
Level. And also the spiritual whistleblower. She has given many women life advice, not necessarily always dating all the time. She does do that though. You know, she has the book, My Family Can Kiss My You Know What, about narcissists in the family, not taking abuse from your family members, knowing your worth as a woman, but also having integrity and morals. So
I know a lot of us can feel her on that My Family Can Kiss My. My behind. I know a lot of us feel her on that one. Many of us have come to know how exploited our labor and our energy is within our own family unit. As hard and gut-wrenching as that is, women before us had to endure the same level of foolishness. And this is the reason why some of us look at our mother and we can't understand why she's such a laborer for seemingly the most ungrateful fucking people you would ever meet. Okay? Especially when it comes to a man.
We don't
like,
have time
why?
for your opinion. Just let me get to my video. Thank you. Please shut the fuck up.
Kind of man to target, and what that man of women before her.
Men don't want y'all. Men don't want y'all. The stars barely even want y'all. You women are fucking ridiculous out here. I've come across too much ridiculousness with all of you in the social world. I have met the best people in my life when I met them in person. When I went to events, when I went to social settings, I have met the best people in my motherfucking life. But when it comes to social media, let me tell y'all something. I gotta say something, okay? Kerry Washington is light skin. Stop it. I think she bleached her skin though. Because when she first came out, she was brown. She bleached her skin. A lot of West Indian women do that. So, let me just say this. I have noticed you have been weirdos. You out of town people have been the biggest weirdos I have ever met in my entire life. All of you. I saw a woman, she went to a red carpet event. And she was talking to me about it. She met all these writers and screenwriters and actors and everything. And she was like, she showed me a picture of herself. Sometimes I wish I had these pictures so I could just cover these people's faces and just show you these pictures. I really do. She showed me a picture of herself. And Shorty had no bra on with them triple K titties on her chest. And it didn't even look good. It was crooked. The titties was crooked, and they were hanging damn near down to her stomach. And she went to a red carpet event like this, and she was talking about I almost cried because of the heels was too high. She had on these little kitten heels. And I'm like, these goofy, retarded bitches, this is what y'all are. Let's not. Y'all are ridiculous. And these men were not wrong for coming at y'all the way that they did, because the men who were doing it, most of them were men who were from out of town. They were not up north men. They were not talking like that. They were not doing that. They were not talking about y'all like that. All these men, Sergeant Willie Pete, Tommy Sotomayor, Minister Jack, the one with the heavy lip, all these niggas are not from the inner city. Not none of them. All of them are out of town niggas. And they were talking about the women around them, which are y'all. Because when Tommy Sotomayor ended up being with a black woman, he ended up being with a black woman that was up north. And I think she was from New York. He ended up being with an inner city woman, and he was in love with her. He got a whole different experience. Because you out of town women, you Midwest, Southern women, and all y'all got something deep with y'all that y'all not really ready to face. Y'all men hate y'all. Literally hate y'all. Okay? So y'all get the worst of the abuse. Y'all get thrown off of balconies and your head pop like a watermelon. Y'all get set on fire. Y'all get stabbed up. Y'all get the worst of the hate of the black male. So y'all got to start looking at what y'all doing. Y'all got to start looking at who y'all are and why y'all attracting this. Y'all get pumped and dumped and disrespected. Men don't do shit for y'all. It be that deep. Women in inner city, we don't go through that with these dudes. If they don't do what they got to do, we do what we got to do. We ain't begging them to be a daddy to nothing. We do what we got to do. Sometimes we just take our baby, go to the park, and have a good time. We don't even think about them. Especially for the girl, it don't even matter what it is. We be having a good ass time. What? Let's not. Y'all all dusty.
Her gold diggers have laid this blueprint out, and it's quite simple. This is not new information. But every time somebody talks about Shra7, they fail to talk about that she is telling you to target a specific kind of man. She's not telling you to take look.
You can't target a specific kind of man if you ain't the frequency of kind of woman. She don't even know what these broads look like. At least Shorty's got on camera and talked to Kevin Samuel. That's what he was smart. Not once have I seen Shra7 get on camera with a bitch on camera to talk to her and tell her the truth about herself. Girl. Are you kidding me?
Timmy's Best Buy check and use it to pay your rent, honey. She's not telling you to do that. She's not telling you that you're going to build with a man and none of that. She's telling you to come prepared to be a compliment to a man. Because that man has a different set of agenda and criteria. No, he can't be with your bonnet head ass at no gala.
My relationship coach taught me it's about leverage. My relationship coach taught me that men are not romantic, they are economic. showing once again looks do matter. This is what I learned in my dating. That's what my dating coach taught me. Man, this all your fault, Daughter's Revenge. You got me watching this shit.
At no black tie event. He can't. It doesn't work like that.
What she say?
They be like, what you doing bringing a homeless woman up in here? Part of getting these big money deals is presenting the optics in a way that makes people.
You women sound dumb.
Yield to you. Are people stupidly nicer to more attractive people? Abso-fucking-lutely. That's the world we live in.
That's not stupid.
And that is what
bitch, that's called currency. You must be ugly. You sound ugly. That's called currency. You want more respect, you gotta look better. The only people who gonna give you a hard time is light-skinned broads like this. Because you look good. Because you present yourself. Because you're respectable. That's the only people who give you a hard time. But you ain't dating them, so you don't give a fuck, right? Yeah, that's currency. Respectability.
Well, resonated with me. No, she's not talking about natural hair is ugly. She's talking about that natural hair has in society.
First of all, because Shra7 is in the South, Shra7 is not black. And that's why she's saying what she's saying about natural hair. Though I do see that when it comes to money, when it comes to having money, that the women do not wear their natural hair. You may see a certain significant type of woman who wears her hair natural in a certain type of way. She might be West Indian, African, or something like that. And she's with this very foreign, non-white man, right? Or woman. But there is some truth to that. I won't deny it.
Society, it's been deemed as a lower level financial position. There are certain things, certain hairstyles, certain weight classes that tend to overall align you to a certain financial class. There's no escaping this. And many of us who are millennials, who are older millennials and Gen Xers, we're starting to wake up to this shit and be like, damn, the whole time while I was eating Popeye's fried chicken with Juju them, I had the body of a goddess. I ain't know no damn better. And I'm sitting up here getting all kinds of extra meat on my thighs for no reason, so that I can be in a relationship struggling. Make that shit make sense. When you at the body of a goddess and you could have leveled up your life. No, your relationships are not always going to work out. That's why you are not emotionally attached. But you utilize those relationships as financial leverage points. Yes, people don't like hearing this, but what sense does it make to be a dutiful wife many times over and not have shit to show for it? You know damn well that shit hurt. I know damn well that shit hurt. It makes absolutely no sense. I personally, I want to, if I were to get married and divorced, I want to leave every divorce with at least $50,000 or better. And that comes with targeting the appropriate man. But how do you capture the interest of these men? Because these are not men that...
I need y'all to shut the fuck up. Y'all a joke. And Shra7 know you bitches are. Bitch, let me shut the fuck up.
Are consistently accessible to you. They're not your mechanics. They're not your store clerks. Nothing wrong with them. But we have to be realistic about strategy. Okay? And so spiritual whistleblower is looking for love. Shra7 is looking for funds. Period.
I believe that when you look good, you do feel better. Yes, the inside matters, but when you looking good and you're dressed nice, it does lift you up as a woman. Getting into your femininity. Femininity is not just how you dress, it's also other things.
All right, let's
Spiritual whistleblower had to say to women who are narcissists to her within especially the Black women's space.
I've been accused of being a narcissist by someone I was starting to band with. And nobody was more narcissistic than her. Nobody was more narcissistic than her. But I got accused of being narcissistic. And the reason a woman like me gets accused of being narcissistic is because I'm selfish, I'm me first, and I'm very much in my masculine energy, as I should be. I get accused of being narcissistic by women because I see women's behavior, I see how they move, and I move accordingly. It's all a dig, but it's not going to stop me from being who I am. I'm not a narcissist.
Shra and
narcissists don't have a sense of self. I have a very strong sense of myself. Not a narcissist.
Ashley Dalton names were mentioned. So sit back and listen to this. I'm going to play the response, and then I'm going to show you responses that a few women made on TikTok as well. Let's see more of what was being said.
What's one of the ways that you can spot a female narcissist who happens to be a content creator on TikTok? She may even be a sociopath. I'm going to give you one tidbit. There's several ways that you can tell, and I'll put those in other videos, but I really want to help y'all raise y'all discernment going into 2025, okay? There are so many female narcissists, sociopaths on this app that are toxic, mean-spirited.
Now, this is what I want y'all to pay very, very, very close attention to, because I'm finna show you, after she's done with her speech, exactly what her issue is. A lot of people think that it's just flagrant jealousy, and on the surface it might be that, but I'm going to show you what it really is. So make sure you pay attention to what she's saying right now.
To that the first 5 minutes of the show. God,
spirited,
don't get to the
jealous of single women. A lot of them are married, some of them are side chicks, and they're just jealous of single women. But I'm going to give you another sign that you can spot a female narcissist content creator here on TikTok. Rock with me. Female narcissists, female sociopaths, when it comes to them being content creators, they have a weird fascination, a weird obsession with how other women look. They're always trying to give you a motherfucking beauty tip, trying to tell you what looks good and what doesn't look good, what men think you should look like.
Tell you why.
They go on to say,
I'm going to tell you why. Because it's about leverage. And if you're going to be with a certain type of person of a certain type of caliber, how they walk into that room with you in their arms matters. Who you are, how you present yourself, how you socialize, how you smile, how you know when to talk and not to talk in that environment with that person who's high value. We talk about a man here. You are leverage. Okay? So when you go into these different social settings, just how I explained to you being in Manhattan, if I look a certain way, there's certain restaurants I just would not, places I would not walk into by the way that I look. Then you begin to develop social skills. A lot of you people live your life on social media. And so you don't know what's out there. Yes, I've been my life once. I have my time on social media, but I've also been the fuck outside. So you don't know what's out there. And so therefore you don't know how important it is and how you carry yourself. You don't have to be all partial at the time, because even the most fashion forward person knows how to still be fashion forward and still dressed accordingly to the occasion. And so when you're dealing with a high value person, depending on their status, their reputation, and what reputation that they have built, you're coming into their world as well as them coming into yours, and you got to know how to carry yourself. I am a woman who attracts high value men. That's why I can tell you that. I attract high value women as well. I need to, matter of fact, I need to attract more high value women because there's been more high value men. And I've been around high value men. And I see who they hold in their arms. And I see who they have with them. And I see her personality. And I see how she carries herself in the room. And so therefore, these things are very important. But let's go. Just want to throw that out there. Let's go. Fuck it. I don't got to say that. Hold on.
What a man feels a woman should look like and what a man defines as beautiful. That's because she's misogynistic.
No, that's not true. Spiritual whistleblower is not
a pick-me. And I'll go a step further to my black women. If you're not black, you can still watch this and just take notes as if this content creator is in your own community. But I'm going to speak directly to my black sisters. There are a lot of black female content creators who talk down on black women's looks. They're trying to tell you your wig don't look good, lashes are ugly, you need to dress this way, you need to dress that way, stop wearing bonnets and scarves. But when you really check her out, there's nothing special about her. She might have on a makeup and a wig herself, and she thinks she's the bomb. The bitch is delusional. The female narcissist is extremely controlling. When it comes to content creating, she wants to control women. She wants to not only control women, she wants to control y'all money, y'all pocketbook. She feels entitled to your money. So she's going to find a way to grift and scam you. And one of those ways is by giving women beauty tips, what you should and shouldn't look like, or what a man feels beautiful is, and how you should be dressing when it comes to a man. If you want a man, if you want to... Who made her the expert? Seriously, who appointed her to be the motherfucking fashion police? Now, in the past, I've pissed off a lot of toxic in this app, especially the women that follow behind Shra, women that follow behind Miss Ashley. And I'll tell you why. I would never take fashion advice from Shra. Her wigs are cheap. Her makeup is, the eyeliner be sloppy at times. Who is she? Who made her the authority to give a bit fashion advice? And see, I dress like this on purpose. I know exactly what I'm doing. When I put on a hoodie, a bonnet, a scarf, and I dress down, I be waiting for a bit to call me ugly. Call me ugly. I dare you. Because when I clean up, oh, the wig is top of the line. The face is beat to perfection. Okay? The clothes, the body is tea. See, these sit on their platforms and talk down to women about their looks, but let a real like me, let them come for me. I will eat every time. I know this is going to piss off a lot of women that follow Miss Shra and Miss Ashley, and I really don't give a but I know how to get underneath a bit's skin. Talk about my looks. Because see, a woman of God is not shallow. Narcissistic women are not self-aware. They only are about the outward appearance, they're obsessed with perception, what people think of them. The visual. They're not concerned with the depths of your heart. They don't care about morals, integrity, principles, character. They are only consumed with the visual, the outside appearance, and what people...
And there is nothing wrong with caring about your outside appearance. I was going to buy myself some Gucci shoes, some Jimmy shoes. I was going to buy myself a nice, expensive shoe. I'm still thinking about it. Why did I want to get a shoe like that? So even if I wear a nice casual $50 dress, $80 dress, that shoe is going to step up my look along with my simple accessories. As a grown woman, we all told you got to have that little black dress in the closet. You always got to have your little black dress. As a woman, there's essential pieces that you should just have. The only thing I don't have right now is rings. Okay? And that's because I have to go get my ring size. That's the only reason why. Otherwise, I would have been did that and I would have been had my rings. But you know this as a grown woman. This is why I say you are all childish. We should not be at this level of conversation. A grown woman should not be looking at another grown woman and saying, oh, you think you all that because of how you do. This is that out of town shit. This is that out of town shit because y'all around these boring, whack, white tea Americans that subconsciously you don't have the heart to be amongst them. I feel the energy all the time. I get my reaction all the time from them. I don't give a fuck. Yes, bitch, get out my way. Don't talk to me. Yes, I love it that way. That's the energy that I be given. And the thing is, because of your environment, going back to the beginning of this show, that is why you sit around and you despise the woman who has a beautiful look, because your mama is a white tea woman. You don't have it in you to be creative. You don't have it in you to dress up. You don't have it in you to be beautiful. Shra7 looks regular. She looks basic to me. She looks very toned down. Like, I don't think nothing special, but that's me. I'm a fashionista, so you can't go by me. But she's so pressed by that because there's something deeper going on inside of her. No, you should not. Listen, I am grown now. I'm on my 40s now. No, you should not get on a camera looking like this. This is what out of town people do. No, you should not be with a bonnet and a hoodie. No, you should not be looking like this. When you're presenting yourself to talk to people and speak about information, it does not make you look more humble. This is that religious ideology shit. It's you trying to look more humble, look like you're not of the world and all this shit. But you're very much of the world because you care about a bitch that look good. Never have I ever.
Are obsessed with what people think of them.
What the fuck?
But when you're a true woman of God, you know the outward appearance means nothing. It is what is in here. You understand me? That's why I dress like this. I be sitting and waiting.
Let me tell you, you bitches got nothing on the inside. You bitches have no spiritual intelligence. Spiritual whistleblower, I guarantee you, you see how, listen to me. The way you dress says about your intelligence. The way you carry yourself tells you about your intelligence. When I started to dress up and wear makeup, all the Spanish people at the job talked to me. They were always in my face. And I didn't mind it because it was sincere. That made a lot of the Negroes at the job very mad. The niggas at the job was very mad about that. Y'all are full of shit. Y'all are full of shit. A lot of you women are full of shit and you're lying. Y'all don't have nothing on the inside. Y'all don't have no depth. Y'all don't have no spiritual intelligence. That braid bun needed to be nitpicked off her head. I hate braid buns. I hate any woman. Like, there are certain hairstyles that I see that if I see a woman do it, it tells me instantly where her mindset is. I wish y'all could see my neighbor, bro. She dressed like she's still like in 5th grade, bro. Her hairstyles, her makeup, it all is like, it screams 5th grade. It's disturbing. It's like, a dude like you? It'd be like, a dude really like you. Like, that's how I be saying to myself. Like, you be talking about like, you got a boyfriend, bitch? Like, nigga, you like this? Like, I want to tap him on the shoulder. Like, nigga, you really like a bitch that look like this? You attracted to that shit? Do you see her? Do you see how her weave look? Do you see her makeup? Do you see this bitch can't even wear makeup properly, bro? Like, you really like that? I be wanting to do that. Bitches is full of shit. Y'all jealous and envious.
Call me ugly. I'd rather be a woman built with good morals, integrity, principles.
You're not. You're not. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. You don't even know how to dress. Please leave New York City. Can you do me a favor? Can you please leave New York City? You're making New York City look bad. You're making New York City look bad. Them big ass, shiny ass door knocker earrings from 2005, bitch. Dressed like you walking down the street in Brooklyn to a festival somewhere or some block party somewhere where they selling fucking carrot juice. Please leave New York City. You back in New York City. I can't wait to show my homie what the fuck you look like. Please leave.
Character, depth, a woman of substance, a woman who is self-aware, something that the female narcissist will never be. All she cares about is the outward appearance. So she'll find a way to grift and scam and get a woman's money by sitting up and she preys on women with low self-esteem. That's another thing. Her cult following is nothing more than women with low self-esteem that don't know their self-worth. And these women will put her on a pedestal, and everything that comes out her mouth, they're taking notes like, oh, she's gonna. Who gave this the authority to give any advice about fashion and hair? She is not tea. Her body is not tea. Her hair is not tea. The makeup is not tea. If you want to take real fashion advice, go get you a magazine, Vogue magazine. Go Google YouTube videos of real fashion experts and high fashion stylists. That's what you do. But in terms of the female narcissist giving advice, hell no. I will outdress Miss Shra, Miss Ashley, and any other.
Why does she keep talking about that? If clothes, this is why women are hypocritical and contradicting. If this doesn't matter, why are you so in light skin shit? Why are you so in constant? It ain't spiritual. There's nothing spiritual about Christianity. I don't give a fuck. Debate me. Any Christian woman, I'll debate you. There's nothing spiritual about you. You want to be. You want pieces of what the spiritual woman is. You want to be us, but ain't nothing spiritual about you. And that's what you're jealous of. That's what you're mad about.
Sociopathic black woman on this app. I wish you would come for me, honey. You got the right one. And I got a history of being a runway model here in New York City. You don't think I don't know how to dress and style? But I'm not going to get.
What's this bitch real name so I could look her up?
Get on here and project and throw that on women and make other women feel bad because they're not good dressers. I want to talk to the woman's heart. I want to make a woman feel beautiful about herself emotionally. We can always get dolled up, put on some makeup and a wig. Let
me tell you something about the modeling world is the most shallow. People will tell you that you look a mess. People will tell you that you are fat. You got to have tough skin to be a model. They'll tell you your skin don't look good. You got to have tough skin to be a motherfucking model. That's all I got to say. She must have had an experience over there. Let me see if this person going to pick up that.
Easy. That's too easy. Teach a woman how to have good character, good morals, high values. That's something that Shra and these other sociopathic just on this app will never be able to do.
All right. So I'm going to stop right there. Woo! Woo! She was heated, Lord.
One of you women have good character and good fucking morals. None of you women are good people. That's why y'all lives are so fucked up. I put that together. Y'all not good. A lot of y'all mothers died. So y'all walking around here when other people's mothers have died. Y'all trauma bonding. Y'all mad at the world for what happened to you, which you don't take responsibility of. You're out here comparing yourself to other people's lives that ain't even thinking about you, in competition with women who ain't even thinking about you. You out here wishing bad on people for what they worked hard for. None of y'all are fucking good. None of you women are good. Are you fucking kidding me? And good morals? Y'all don't have that. Look at the type of men that y'all be with. Y'all be with men in prison, in jail for heinous, horrible crimes. Y'all be out here with men that don't create. Okay, y'all be out here with the men who have harmed little girls and boys. Y'all don't have no good morals and good behavior. Y'all don't. Y'all the biggest whores, the biggest pick-me-shas, but claim that you're not. Y'all jealous and envious and hateful and snicker about your master manipulation. And y'all get played every time by men. Y'all always getting played because they see through y'all shit. No, y'all not.
Lord have mercy. She was mad as hell, wasn't she?
I'm not laughing.
I ain't never been that mad at a bitch in my life. Woo, Lord, okay. Oh, Lord. Oh, I felt all that. Oh, that girl angry. Okay. Yeah, and she did level up. And now she's showing her true colors. I'm going to tell you what she's doing. Because I've been in this mindset before.
Well, we know. It took this bitch an hour and 4 minutes to get to the... This is why I don't watch y'all.
She's protecting the ugly duckling. Now, I'm not gonna call no woman ugly.
I am.
I'm just simply gonna tell you, and make sure you comment, make sure you share this. I'm gonna tell you how society operates and what society says, which is exactly what Shra does. So society has their beauty standards. And what Whistleblower was, you could just tell from her energy, from she was never made to feel beautiful when she was a young girl. Clearly, she had an abusive family, a controlling family, and she had to go through life thinking that she wasn't valuable. She understands that pain. She understands that level of depression. She understands not being able to pull yourself up by the bootstraps and get fine as a motherfucker. And
I don't give a fuck. It's not okay for her to decide to turn on her computer, her phone, or whatever the fuck device that she got, Obama phone, whatever the fuck she got, to look at another woman's page, turn on her fucking camera, feel some type of way about that woman, turn on her camera and go off on her the way that she does after she hate watched her. I don't give a fuck what she been through. I've been abandoned. I can go on about my motherfucking life. You won't ever catch me looking at any of you broads getting up here and raging on about what the fuck going on with your life. You got me fucked up. Stop making excuses. This is why your relationship with men is so horrible. You make excuses. Women, y'all fill in the quiet spaces and tell fairy tales and stories. That's not there. The person didn't even talk, but you got all these fairy tales and stories to tell. Don't make no excuse for her. Let's call it what it is. This woman can't dress. I can't dance, but guess what? I get up and I dance. I can go watch videos and teach myself how to dance. That's a regret that I have in my life. But am I going to look at bitches that's twerking and can dance and be like, oh, these bitches need to stop all because I can't dance? Stop making excuses for these broads. Cut it out. If you're a grown woman and you feel ugly, you dumb, you stupid. Let me tell you, you're a stupid bitch. Because ain't no reason for you to feel ugly and not know what to do about it as a grown woman. You stupid. You dense and you tired and you delayed. The moment you feel ugly is the moment you go out there and you make yourself look pretty. It's 2026. Ain't no excuse. We got bitches out there with half arms and limbs and wheelchairs and they baddies. And we know people in wheelchairs and disabled never look like that. Face all crooked and drooling out the mouth. They would never put on makeup and eyelashes and look good. They got baddies out here. Are you kidding me? Ain't nobody ugly. We're not making no excuses for these grown-ass women. Because what happens is when you make excuses for grown-ass women, you are looking past their fucked up ways. She's fucked up. Her family's fucked up, so she wants to be fucked up to everybody. Her mother don't love her, and so she want to lash that out on everybody. Somebody violated her sexually, so now she want to violate. That's a dumb motherfucker to me. You're not sitting down. You're not doing the spiritual work. You're not doing what you're supposed to do to get through that, to have the life that you want for yourself. I don't make excuses for broads like this.
And pull into that main character energy. She is identifying with a part of herself. That's what she's doing. And she was the girl who I am willing to bet. I swear.
We don't give a fuck. If she was modeling, then she really should have known. Let me tell you something. That's why I say she's not from New York City. She's not from the inner city. She's an out of town motherfucker. Only y'all do this shit. First of all, when you live in New York City, you see all type of levels of beauty and people all type of levels of anything. Bitches with big ass foreheads, funny looking faces, and all that shit. And that bitch is a bad motherfucking bitch, and you can't tell her she not fine. So when you live in these inner cities, there's no reason for you to ever feel ugly, because you know that beauty is everywhere in everybody. I'm from Southside Jamaica, Queens. We all motherfucking fine. We all motherfucking fine. We up, we 8 and 10s. People who don't look good don't come outside. Even the bitch that don't look good, she got something on her that look good. This Southside. And if you don't look good at all, you ain't from Southside Jamaica, Queens. That's where I come from, in New York City. So I don't want to hear that shit.
Know how to get in her bag, and she know how to do her thing, and she know how to make them sweat, make them holler, make them lose their breath, make them water. You feel me?
Shut the fuck up.
And now that she knows that, she like, I have a responsibility to uplift the women who are plain Janes, who are not necessarily got that spice. Shra always had it. You could tell she always been a baddie. She always had it. She ain't never had to worry about that. However, so-called grift, the girl barely take any interviews. I know a grifter who thinks your money is their money, but I'm gonna keep that to myself, okay? She done got a whole office off of her creation. She's teaching you how to be in your creative womb energy as a woman, something that we as Black women are never actually able to do because our men are so goddamn needy.
Nah, the men you attract are so goddamn needy, bitch.
Was what? She had this worship. She was an idol worshiper who worshiped this god called Baal. I'm not a big Bible thumper, so don't quote me on this one, okay? Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, okay? But this was a god who was a god of nature. It's the totality of femininity, but when you get into the patriarchy, they act like there's only one side.
I want you to focus on the message. You feel me? A female narcissist is more concerned with the appearance, the outside opinions of how people perceive her because she's insecure. But she'll project that onto her female audience and she'll try to scam and grift off of that. And that's nothing more than women having low self-esteem and not knowing their worth and putting this woman on a pedestal when you should be putting God on a pedestal. God has already told you you're beautiful. Work on your insides and stop worried about the outsides and what motherfuckers think about you. And that's how I can tell. One of the ways I can tell a female narcissist, a female sociopath, is when she's overconsumed with her looks and how others look. And then she tries to tell women how to look, like somebody appointed her to be the fashion police. And her dresses and clothes ain't even up to par, honey. We really want to go there. If you want some real fashion advice, look up the celebrity stylists that dress the celebrities, okay? And makeup tips from celebrity makeup artists. But these toxic that are amateurs, they just want your money, they grifting. Wake up, ladies, 2025, let's keep our foots on the necks of these pick-me's, these female narcissists / sociopaths. And I dare them to come for me. I stay ready, locked and loaded.
Yours truly, I totally agree. Shra is channeling the spirit of God's wife. Yes, God's wife. That's how much she identifies with her level of divine.
We don't need to get into that.
Don't seem like a 304, and you don't seem like you are a threat to the male ego. Therefore, you're good enough for them to marry you. Well, let's sit and do the calculation. Shra is married for 20 years. Spiritual whistleblower who wants to get married and is waiting on God to send her husband is not.
First of all, spiritual whistleblower, if she's looking for that, first of all, let me say something. Okay. This is why I say this is the inner city people versus, and now this is out of town niggas versus out of town niggas, because she ain't inner city. She's somebody from out of town that live in the inner city. But let me tell you something about the inner city life. If you are looking for a certain type of lifestyle or a certain type of person, number one, this gonna sound fucked up, but you need to hear it. If you want marriage, Go to the Midwest and the South for that. Man, I wish I had a sound effect for that. I would have shots fired. Like, go to the Midwest and South for that. Don't come to NYC, Chicago, and LA, or the West, California for that. Don't come there for that. We don't love is where we from, love is for suckers. I need you to understand. New York City, I'm gonna speak for New York City. Where we from, love is for suckers. Okay? Love is for suckers. Where we from, we don't really do relationships like that. We don't do, like, it takes a lot for us to be like, let's get married. You understand? It takes a lot for us to make that happen. It's a business negotiation before we get there. Okay. She's in the wrong place for that. You're not going to get husband like that in a place like that. You're not going to get wife in a place like that. It's a hustle and bustle place. It's about making money. It's about grinding. It's about what I can get. It's about what I'm climbing to get. You're not thinking about none of that when you're from the city. You get what I'm saying? So her in New York City, Manhattan, out of all places, she's not even living a life that can put her in the realm of a husband, because she's not even in the college life. When you're in a college life, that really helps you really start connecting, meeting people, getting acquainted with people, especially at the age that she's at. She's going to have more of a harder time. Listen, I'm just telling you the truth as someone from the city. She says she loved me, whatever that is. Do me a favor, save that shit. Okay? Husband, bitch, I'm not your husband. Bitch, I be hustling. That's how it is in the city. And that's a Chicago nigga that said that. So you gotta understand, like, what she asking for, she gonna have to go probably to the DMV, North Carolina, South Carolina. She gonna have to hit them places up. And I'm just saying that's the facts. That's why she having a hard time. You're not gonna find love in this place. Why you think people be like, was what was her name? Issa Rae. She had something she wanted to write, and it was called "I Hate LA Men." It literally called "I Hate LA Men," and that show called "I Love LA." I think it really was supposed to be "I Hate LA," and people trying to find love in these big city places. It's not going to happen like that. No. You're not going to find love in those places, baby. I'm sorry to tell you, you're not. I remember a woman who came from Philly and went to Atlanta, and she was struggling with love. You know what I'm saying? But she ain't really good looking, but she's struggling with love. But, you ain't going to find love in those places, man. Sorry.
Interesting. Wait. Spiritual whistleblower who wants a husband. If she didn't want a husband, it wouldn't matter. She wants a husband.
She autistic, so she's slow.
For sure.
Shots fired.
She's just smarter about how she moves now. With that potty mouth of hers. But Shra got a husband. Albeit she got it through getting somebody else's man and probably spell work too. But she got a man, don't she? And
it don't work like that. Spell work don't work like that. You can't spell work somebody to marry you, bitches. Sorry to tell you that. Spell work don't work like that. Especially not on the men. It don't work like that.
You don't. So why is her God working for her and yours? I got questions. I just want to know. I mean,
and that's what she's jealous about. That's what her Christianity is jealous about. They get jealous of the fact that your deities, your spirituality, and everything you got works for you.
The good girls better wake up. You damn right about that. You accept that good girl programming when you accept Christianity, and you also accept patriarchy. You have no
Men don't want good girls. And the fact you calling yourself a girl says enough. And that's why Christian women be upset. That's why my neighbor was going to church and all that shit. Because she was so jealous. She was jealous of my blessings. She was just jealous. Still jealous.
no choice but to be male-centered, because the religion will not allow you to not be male-centered. There is no Christian choice of not being male-centered. There's only women who are practicing a spiritual system that has vehemently told them that they have no power other than the power that they put into other people and the service to the community. That power, garnering praise from doing that, is how you get your power. So a lot of women are lying to themselves, really, in my personal opinion. They're lying to themselves, right? They've aligned themselves with a philosophy. Make sure you comment, make sure you share this. They've aligned themselves with a philosophy that doesn't align to their true nature. But it is hard to get away from that, especially when it has become a part of you. But we're constantly seeing the truth bashing us over the head. You talking about Donald Trump getting into office? Shit. What politician ain't a sociopath? Name one. I'll wait. Oh, but by it being so blatant and in your face, you hate it. Right. Probably just like how you hate seeing Meg Thee Stallion them shaking their ass and still winning. People are crashing out and glitching because reality is beating them over the head. The men want to holler about how they don't like 304s, but look at your president. Look at your president. The men want to holler about how they want modest women, but they are disrupting their entire family. Check this out. Let me show y'all this clip.
Y'all boring, bro.
Now there's Hard on Myself.
Mm-hmm.
Now, doesn't that reference the Ruby Rose situation?
I ain't listened to that song in a minute. What I say in it?
Told her we should just split up, get the shit off the net. They're trying to crucify me for an innocent text. Like we actually linked up on Internet Cap.
Oh,
They sent the message while in front of her, a tit for a tat. Does that sound like it's about the Ruby Rose situation?
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah. A lot of people don't listen to read lyrics and listen, man. I appreciate that.
Hey, man, I'm a music guy.
Yeah,
That's what I do.
Yeah.
So, you guys were dating. You guys broke up. And then you guys start taking shots at each other. And I think she said something about you, like, my next guy is going to be taller or something. And then you said, my next girl is not going to have 60 bodies.
Mm-hmm.
Were you serious about the 60 bodies thing, or were you just talking shit?
No, it was just a little back and forth shit,
Okay.
Regular shit.
But what was that about? It was like she was trying to expose D.
So what's funny about that is he lying, but it's cool.
We got to get into that. Basically, this is it. Because I talked about this in my Patreon too. I got into this very deeply in my Patreon about the spiritual woman versus the religion.
Girl, then God's gonna bless me with a good man, Savannah.
At the end of the day, no need to go into it. Light skin shit. This is what's going on here. All right. Out of town people care about insignificant, mundane shit because they are jealous and envious. That's just the facts. Okay. And those of us that are inner city people, we know this. We don't care. The same way you can try to roast us, we really roast you harder because at the end of the day, we win. We always win. And I'm going to tell you why we win. We win because we are never wrong about, all right, these niggas want to act up and say what they saying, divest. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go this way. Because at the end of the day, it was a black woman from Brooklyn who was the first one to tell black women to divest. Before all these out-of-towners, these Southerners and stuff was like, oh, yeah, divest, monkey ape nigga, doing the stuff that they was doing. But it was the black woman from Brooklyn who was called Brooklyn Blue, who was the one who said that. And look what's happening now. We had 90-something% that black women are dating outside of their race. And they're dating non-black. They're dating non-black foreign men. They're not even American. So they still top the men that was flying across seas. Brazil did a whole documentary saying they don't want to deal with them. At the end of the day, the inner city woman wins because more success, more money, better relationships, and all that happens for her. At the end of the day, the inner city woman wins every time. And y'all look raggedy. Y'all have no sense of style. Y'all way of partying is going to bootleggers. Y'all are a joke. And you still can't sit with us at the end of the day. Now, technically, Shra7 is winning. That's why she said, don't talk to me. That's why she shunned her. See, that's why she pushed her out the way. She was like, stop coming on the live talking to me like that. Please stop with your bonnet and your glasses and your hair, just yelling and cursing and stuff. Could you just please stop talking to me like that? She told her, can't sit with us. Because she's in she still lives a high value life to also know that as a spiritually intelligent woman, as a divine spiritual woman, you don't engage. When a bitch is raggedy and fucked up, she gets ignored. She gets put to the side. She gets the silent treatment. She can gossip and say what the fuck she want to say, but she gets the silent treatment. You can't sit with me. Because a spiritually intelligent woman, we know that you're simply jealous and envious. And you're simply jealous and envious of any woman that's like me. I'm not the only one you're doing it to. You're going to do it to any woman who's anything that's pretty and spiritual and do what I do, got talent like I do. Every woman like me is going to be in the line of who you're going to be mad about. Because what it's all about for these broads is about a man. It's about a man. It's about your currency. That's what it's about. You bother the spirit of I have a woman that once she showed me she was a Christian woman, and she's a lesbian woman. She ain't getting no more text messages from me. I completely eliminated her. And the most we talk, social media. She can't get nothing else. And the person she don't like, my African friend, my African homie, that's who I fucks with on a daily basis, who I'm going to call after this show. That's who I fucks with. I don't fuck with her like that. And last time she was talking to her girl, she was like, telling her I was in a relationship. I was like, no, I ain't in no relationship. That's my homie. I'm just hanging out with such and such. That ain't my relationship. I ain't in no relationship. What you talking about? Because people will watch you. That's what comes with being a spiritual. Like they that's what comes with it. You're gonna get that type of energy. Hashtags. It don't matter. You don't care. And see, the thing is, they know you don't care. It's gonna get to a point I'm gonna be out here walking, doing my thing. I ain't gonna speak to that neighbor. I ain't gonna even recognize her. I ain't, you know what I'm saying? I know me. I'm just not gonna care. Not gonna matter to me. Out of sight of I had a family member started acting up. I cut her ass too. She can communicate to me through a text message. I don't got time. That's what you do as a divine feminine. That's your lifestyle as a divine feminine. These men that are talking, these are not high value men. I don't give a damn what they have to say. My love coach is a high value man. That's a high value man. I listen to what he has to say. See, that's a standard that I have built for myself. A lot of you women don't even have standards. A lot of you don't even know. I saw the type of men that neighbor likes. I listened to her. I watched the men that were around her. I'm like, these are little boys. This ain't no, you around little boys. You think niggas that go to jail. Girl, please. We are not the same. It don't matter what slick shit you say. It don't matter what, bitch. We are not the same. And you will never be in the spaces that I'm in. You will never be there. None of you broads will never be in the spaces that I be in. And when you are divine feminine, you don't give a shit. You irrelevant, bitch. You don't matter. Nobody would talk to you. You can't wear your makeup. You look a mess. You bitches look a mess. Y'all make sure y'all put your makeup on and turn your head to the side to give it a good angle so y'all can look younger and sexy. Y'all a mess. Y'all life is a mess. Y'all got time to go on dates, but you got slick shit to say to me to myself. Oh, I wish I had time to go to school. But you got time to go on a date. You got time to go on a date with somebody who don't give a damn about you. Who probably see you as a fucking silly ass bitch. Throwing on weaves and curly wigs and shit like that. Oh yeah, you know, I'm dressed up for my date. Every time you bitches got on makeup because y'all going on a date and y'all mad because the bitch is getting dressed up every day for her goddamn self. Oh yeah, I know you don't gotta explain. You don't gotta explain shit to nobody over here. I know what you meant. And this is what you broads are out here doing. This is your life and this is your lifestyle. Y'all sound like fucking clowns. Well, this is what you got to do with the men. And the women who actually have something to say that is fucking meaningful, they look good, they get on the camera, they say what they got to say. That's it. That's all. That's it. That's all. And the reason we're here with this topic, right? Because now we done discovered that spiritual whistleblower is a whole out of towner nigga. That's an out of town. She ain't even an inner city woman. Okay. What we have learned here, class, in this moment, is that number one, there's a lot of inner work you have to do as well. The physical starts first. You're going to get that physical together before it gets to the inner work. When you are divine feminine, there's a certain way that you move out here. There's a certain way that you talk and a certain way you deal with things. And you may get that funny, weird energy from people, but you just keep it moving. You don't give a shit. You shake it off. You go home and you chill. And sometimes it's stressful. Sometimes you want to knock a bitch. Sometimes you want to curse somebody out. Sometimes you want to tell them about themselves. But these bitches don't be worth it. They're irrelevant. Some of these broads, you can sit here, you can see how they move, how they talk, how they act. You be like, bitch, you ain't never going to be in no good relationship. Ain't nobody ever going. You just know for a fact that this bitch don't got nothing coming good for her life. She's just a piece of shit. She's a bum. She's a dusty. You got to understand that. Some of these bitches, you got to ignore them. Like you have to ignore them. Because they're just not at your level whatsoever because you have leverage. These women, I hear them and what they have to say and all these different things, but all at the same time, this is what I have to say. Y'all full of shit. Y'all lying to yourselves. Women like spiritual whistleblower who rage on about men is because she's upset at the fact of the men that she don't want her. She's short-sighted. She's shallow. She thinks that her beauty is enough for a man to want her. She has no leverage. What high-value man is going to want to be with a woman like this that puts on a bonnet and a hoodie and talks about the things she talks about. No high value man is going to want to be with a woman like that. No man of substance is going to want to be with a woman like that. That's just the reality. Right. Oh yeah, that's fine. I'm catching on. And so, therefore, what is happening with this situation, right? Why is my clothes looking like this? I got on sweatpants and a fucking tank top right now, okay? Waist beads, and my hair is tied up. I'm trying to wrap it up high, but for some reason I just can't. Okay, here we go. Now I can do it. I could not wrap it. Like I couldn't put it in the pineapple. Yeah. I was trying to pineapple it, but now I can. Okay. Let me also add another thing here. See, one thing that is absolutely important to note in this whole shebang is that I want you all, whoever listens to me out there in the clouds, go to high quality people for your information, for your coaching, for your insight, experienced people. Really get to know who you say is your coach, your mentor, whatever it is that you do out here and whoever you listen to. I need y'all to be very, very, very mindful of this. I want y'all to be mindful for this, and I'm going to tell you the most important reason why I'm saying this. If you don't do your research, okay, research me, goddamn. I don't give a fuck. Go to my old shows to now, whatever. It don't matter. I grew up. I grew the fuck up. That's what you're going to see. Okay? And I'm going to tell you something. Really study the people. Really look at how they move. Really look at their life. You don't have to see their life on camera. No, you don't have to. Really look at who they are. And if their word is bond, or if they're worthy of you listening to them to that capacity. Okay? I need you to also keep in mind, right, that when you also listen to these people, okay, I want you to, are you pulled to open a notebook, pen, pencil, highlighter, right? Are you pulled energetically to want to that capacity while you listen to this person? Okay? While you listen to this person. Why am I saying all this? Because I have had too many people, out of town people, that I was cool with, that I talked to and stuff, right? And okay, wow, you way. Your time is like, oh yeah, 20 minutes behind. And so I have found people who I have talked to, been cool with, this, that, and the third. And sometimes that person to say or do some weird shit. I was young, and I bypass it because life goes on. I got shit to do. I ain't got time to be worried about that type shit, right? And so time went on, and I started paying attention to people, okay? And what happened is there's always some weird shit that I see. Damn, I gotta get my charger. Let me go get my charger. There's always some weird shit that I see. There's always some weird shit that they do. There's always something, very odd about something in their personality that goes on that brings me to a point of like, I don't want to fuck with this person. Okay. And the way my life has been, I have learned to be more vigilant. And I want you to teach yourself how to be a huntress. You know, I need you to teach yourself how to analyze to this capacity, how to watch to this capacity, how to recognize things at this capacity, right? What am I saying? I'm saying that when you have a social world, when you have a social life, and see, I had cried about this because my personal life experience and these fucking out of town weirdos and shit like that. I really had to cry about this because I had to like wake up and realize like how I carried myself outside socially and things that I did that I didn't realize that were not proper ways to be in a social public environment. I didn't realize how closed off I was. I didn't realize how I sit down in a corner. I didn't realize how I talk to people here and there and I go back in a corner. Like I didn't realize how much I did that. Like how closed up as a person I was. Like I was just so shelled. And that was because of what I had going on in my life. And so a lot of these social media people, they live their lives like this. And when you pay attention in their videos and you pay attention in their environments that they're in, such as with the spiritual whistleblower lady, when you pay attention to what's going on there, you're going to see some odd shit is going on, right? Just like we spotted that she went to this very rooftop party and I was like, well, she's out of place. Like nobody is looking like this in this place. Why is she still here? She needs to go somewhere else that is fitting for her, like an Irish bar or something. There's so many of them in the city, right? So this is why I do encourage people, and I stand on this, to write things down, to get a notebook, title the notebook, people watching, huntress, okay? You know, whatever you want to title it, carry it with you, okay? And the thing is, yeah, I am. I am stepping on some toes. And the thing is, you get a notebook. I'm gonna mark out this whole entire live, okay? You get a notebook, okay? And you write down things and you analyze, and this is how you develop learning people and social skills and the do's and don'ts. And I tell you this because if you really want a high value life, you have to learn how to live it. Can you go in a video and they can teach you some things about how high value people carry themselves, things they do and things that they don't, and you can put it into practice in your everyday life? Absolutely. Absolutely. You can do that, okay? But also, I want to also say that I want you to still study for yourself and learn for yourself. And I'm going to give you some examples, and I'm going to go back to some things that I said already. Yes, we're at the top of the third hour. Yes, I'm talking. This is a show, okay? So I most recently saw in a situation, and this is where it all started for me, okay? It didn't just start here, but it started here. Do you get what I'm saying? What happened was I saw this woman take her partner out. And again, y'all know I'm from, I don't gotta keep saying it. And they went to a spot that I've never been to. I've been to so many places in Manhattan. Don't ask me to remember any of them, but Brooklyn, I can remember. And so it was a spot that I knew was a pretty active spot. And I watched the girlfriend be live and talk to the people, and the other girlfriend was outside of the camera, and she was just sitting in the background at the bar. They both were at the bar. And I remember I knew the playlist. Like when I said, "Oh, the sun going down, they're about to play Elephant Man." I started naming this playlist, right? And the next thing you know, I was like, "Is she going to talk to the bartender? Is she going to talk to anybody? Is she going to even talk to her girlfriend?" Like, and I know some people, they may behave a certain way when they're on camera to put a certain energy out there. But for me, when I saw this, something in it was a little concerning for me. Okay. It was just a tad bit concerning for me. Okay. And what was concerning for me a little bit was the fact that I'm like, she's not dancing, she's not interaction. I see her online, she's always talking. I see her online, she's always expressing herself and being problematic and all kind of shit online. And you mean to tell me she's outside and she's not talking? That bothered me. It just bothered me. Like, why is she not talking? It bothered me. I won't deny it. That shit bothered me. Okay? Woo! Didn't mean to spray my face. That was a big mistake. And so, in that very moment, I was like, nah, that's a fucking weirdo right there. I said that. I said, that's a fucking weirdo right there. And I don't talk about people like that. Now I do. I said, nah, that's a fucking weirdo right there. Okay? And I started watching more. I started watching the behavior, right? Guess what started happening, y'all? This person ended up getting into these arguments with people, fighting with people about coming into her room and why you always in their room but you don't come to mine. This person was also excuse me, that was loud. This person also was like, they was getting into a lot of little shit, right? And I would watch how they would get into shit with people and beef and stuff like that. And so when that happened, right, I was talking shit to you. So when that happened, right, I realized in that moment, this bitch is a weirdo. And I pay attention to what kind of videos people send me too. The power of writing and journaling is, yeah, you could journal and get some stuff off your chest and you feel like, I want to let all this go, whatever. But there's other aspects of why you should journal. And I call it the burn book, right? For all my dark psychology series people from last year. You should also journal to write and do it as a psychological thing of analyzing people in your life as well as yourself. Okay? Because that's the beauty of people. They make you check yourself. And so with that, right, what happened is with this person in this situation here, what happened is I started watching people a lot more, especially in these type of settings. Now, follow me, okay? I'm carrying the one. You learn about how to behave in society and how to move in this patriarchy because it's not about being a pick-me because we're not doing that. There's a lot of things underneath these people who are on social media, especially these out-of-towners. A lot of these people on social media have very fucked up lives. Okay? These are people that if you knew what their life was, you would never talk to them, and they know that. These are people who found the platform to be something to everybody that they can't be in their real life. And the number one way that you can spot these type of weird, odd behaviors is they don't know how to fit into a room of people. There's a reason for RSVP events. There's a reason for places that require you to dress up. There's a reason for places be themed a certain type of way. There's a reason for dress codes, as we, of course, that's what it is. There's a reason for places being located in certain type of places and your access to them. There's a reason for many things when it comes to how you're dealing in society. When you work in a certain genre, or when you do a certain, or you're in a certain field of work, there's a reason it all goes a certain type of way. Okay? There's a reason for that. And people who can't respect and understand that reason, that is a red flag of who they are. Do you follow me? Okay? Do you follow me? I think you do. A lot of times, what I find, right, is these people who are the biggest weirdos online, they're the most needy, monitoring people, and they always brag about how they brag about the little sneaky little games that they play with people. Okay? They do things like come in people's inbox pretending to be people that they're not, trying to gather information and shit like that. They do this a lot. And these people, their relationships are atrocious because the people who deal with them realize how fucking weird and off that they are. And so they don't want to deal with them. And this is why you have so many people from online that are dealing with other people from online. And that's just how they have their relationships. And see, me and my own stuff and dealing with out of state people and stuff like that, I had to learn this stuff the hard way. This is why I talk about it. These type of people, they are extremely unhappy. They're very off, and they're very off-putting. Okay? They have a life where nobody in their family likes them. Literally, nobody in the family likes them. They are the ones who are fucking their own cousins and family members, wives and husbands and stuff. They're horrible fucking people. I kid you not. They're horrible fucking people. These are the people who basically, the people at your job that's super gossipy and their life is work and they watch Love and Hip Hop and you listen to them and they talk about all the things that's going on online. Those are your online people. The weird bitch that got a problem with the fact that you're wearing makeup, those are your online people. Yeah, those are your online people. You see what I'm saying? The people, because if you ever snuck, because I had a page, I actually snuck on the people who I work with. I have actually snuck on their social medias. I think maybe 2 people. I didn't go no further than 2 people, right? And these people don't have nothing going on in their lives. When I tell you they don't have nothing going on, they have nothing in life. My neighbor could have got my social, but she never hit me up on my social because she don't want me on her page because I know she ain't got shit going on in her life. She ain't got shit going on in her life. Now, what else is very key? There are certain behaviors that are not okay. Okay? There are certain behaviors that are absolutely not okay. I'm gonna keep that a buck with you. And what that means is There are certain things people do, certain things people say in a very public setting, and it's not okay. These people cannot be in high society. When you're dealing with people who are who do weird shit, like they say shit out their mouth reckless, and they do a lot of reckless talking and behavior. These are fucking people who really are not in society for real. They're not in society for real like that. They're not in a space where anyone will talk to them for real like that. And nobody would take them serious if they got to know these people. I'm being for real. Okay? Okay, I know what part of the show you on. Let me go into more examples. It was once a woman who I would do readings for. And she was talking to this guy. I never forget this reading. I was like, y'all could work out. Y'all could really work out. He likes you. He's coming from out of town. She was located in Atlanta. He's coming from out of town. You know, he's getting to know Atlanta. Just be his friend. You know what I'm saying? He ain't trying to, in Atlanta. He ain't trying to like settle down. He just had a baby. He ain't trying to settle down with nobody right now. Just be his friend. Right? Last decade. Just be his friend. And next thing you know, I read for her again. I was like, girl, what happened? It's something you did. You did something that made him that turned him off. Like he ain't even interested in you no more. What the fuck did you do? And Shorty was trying to press this man for I'm about to all these people, I don't want them coming off of my page no more. Shorty was trying to press this man for a relationship. And I'm like, yo, don't do that. Right? So another woman, because she was talking reckless, it moved her position in her marriage. I was like, damn, what the fuck did you say to him? You don't say some shit that no fuck them, like, you don't want to fuck with you. Okay? Right? And the reason why this type of shit happens, I'm guilty of it, because social media, or people in social media spaces, don't realize that type of behavior is very retarded. Yeah, I'm gonna say that. It's very Riri. That type of behavior of saying anything out your mouth is not socially acceptable. That type of behavior of yelling and screaming and carrying on in public is not socially acceptable. Social media has made people think it's okay to talk and be reckless. Made them comfortable with their reckless behavior and inconsideration. But what I've noticed with it is it tells me immediately you are someone who doesn't have a life and you live your life on social media instantly. Just journal on this stuff. I can't make it up. And that is the problem. You got a woman in a bonnet and a hoodie who's yelling on the microphone, on bare face, live on camera, yelling, saying all kind of stuff about men, all kind of stuff, just yelling, yelling about another woman and Shra7, all this stuff. And that same woman who modeled and did all this stuff, the same woman can't even read the environment of what kind of social setting that she's in. That is a red flag. if you can't even read the social setting that she's in? People who get outside, they understand how life works. They understand how life goes. They understand socially and how to navigate socially amongst people. They know how to roll their eyes and ignore a motherfucker and go on with their lives. They know how to talk shit under their breath and go on, and they know when it's proper to speak up. And what you're having and what's going on out here, this is why you have people acting reckless in even the dating world. Yes, we're going to take it there. I'm going to tell you something, and damn it, this might be another show. All right, let's go ahead and rock it the fuck out. When you're dating somebody, and there are things that you see that they're doing that's a sign of someone who's not socially equipped for the world. People who are high value are socially equipped people. They know how to socialize. They know how to conduct themselves. Okay, I'm somebody speaking from experience here. So, you're dating somebody. Shout out to you. You know who you are out there. And they got a bestie. They're bringing this bestie on a date. They got this bestie on the phone on your first date. They always with this bestie. You confront them about this bestie, and it causes all kind of problems in your life. And then it's not even the fact that it's the bestie. You see that they're an scapegoat. You see that they get used and abused, and they got these leechy ass family members. And if you're a normal human being, you're going to step up. You care about them. You're dating them, right? Hey, wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. That's what my mother husband did. He was like, your family's using you. You need to stop letting them use your car. Your family's using you. You need to stop letting your family use you. That's what you do when you care about somebody. That's why he's her husband now. Right? And so what you have there is a socially inept person that doesn't understand how society works. You get involved with somebody, you date them as an adult, and you only date them as an adult. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter where you go today. You can go to the Cheesecake Factory. I think that's fine. It's just about who you are. Okay? You socially go out with them, and you know, a best friend should not be on the phone. A best friend should not be on a date with you. It's little simple things like that. You go out with them, they should know how to socialize in the social settings that you're in. If they don't know how to do that, that's telling you something about that person. I've made these mistakes when I was around a lot of out-of-town people. A lot of this behavior caused a lot of problems in my personal life. I can admit that. I have a lot of anger behind that. I had a lot of anger behind it. The anger is subsiding. I understand what happened. I understand what's going on. I have my wisdom now, and I can move on in life, and I can be better. You can always be better. You can always do better. But journal, analyze, and watch these things. I have people that I sit back and I study them while they speak publicly. I sit back and I study how do they carry themselves? What are they doing? Doesn't matter if they have a mask on or they're covering their face or whatever. How do they speak? I have people who I study how they interview, what questions they answer, what questions they avoid, and how they do it. I even study people with how they interview people. Oops. That's what I do. That was a total mistake there. I even study how they interview people. Because I'm teaching myself something on the side. I watch people, what do they concern themselves with? You got to journal these things. You got to write these things down. You have to do these self-assessments. And as you do it, what you're going to find is the people you work with are those weird social media motherfuckers. They probably got a channel somewhere that's probably talking about you. What you're going to find is that these people get disrespected and walked all over in their relationships, silently suffering while putting on a face. What you're going to find, if people dated these people, they're going to tell you the truth about who these people are, and they would never want, they would, you know what I'm saying? They'll tell you the truth. That's what you're going to find. These out-of-town people will make you the biggest weirdo in the room. They will do that to you. You have to be very careful. They will try to ruin your reputation. They will try to ruin everything that you are. They'll try to pull you in complete foolishness and stupidness. You have to be very careful. These people, they really don't have social skills amongst other people. And that's where they can be very jealous of you, because the fact, and I've learned this, they can be very jealous of you because you do know how to get on the camera, and you do know how to have social skills, and you do have boundaries with how you deal with people. You have to stay away from people who carry on these type of characteristics, and looks do matter. You need to look at them. You need to see how they keep up their weight, their body. And the person that's dating them, don't you excuse them. Whoever they are is telling on who that person is. That person they with got a low self-esteem and loud and weird. That's telling you that deep inside that person, they're loud and weird too. No matter how quiet they may be. Don't trust them. So you have to learn how to look at everything and teach yourself how to look at everything. I have a book here called The 7 Powers of Questions. I really would love, if it's not an audio book, I would really love to read that book to y'all. It's really a good book. The 7 Powers of Questions. I would really love for y'all to sit down and listen to me read that book to y'all. Don't be scared. If you got questions, go ahead and ask them. Don't be scared. Let me go ahead and drop the link just in case y'all want to come in the back. Hold on, what's this? Presentation, video, image. No. Let me go ahead and give you the link if you want to pull up back here and, hide your identity or whatever, and you want to ask a question. Don't be weird, bro. Please, don't be weird. Yeah. Some of y'all bounced when I said that. Okay, let me continue on from what I'm talking about. My younger years, I've come across some characters that I could crack up about. But I want y'all to know something about being in this position of a public speaker, of a content creator, right? If you may. Being in a position as a spiritual alchemist or anything of that sort, you need to understand how important it is for you to guard your reputation, and how important it is for you to really watch your associations. Now, I never really get into men that I have met, because women have dominated the weirdness. But I have had a guy that I have met, and I'm going to be very honest and direct about how I tell this story and what was going on in my life at the time and why it happened the way that it did. So I had a guy I met, and he introduced me to all kind of music and all of these different things. And we had a lot of fun together. And he was more of an escapism. I was going through so much in my life. So he was just a place of just escape, just to get away, just to chill. You know what I'm saying? I mean, literally, that's how far I traveled, like just to get away. It was in New York City. I just, and I had a lot of fun. I went to a lot of fun places in Harlem and shit like that. And I learned a lot about Harlem and all kind of shit. But when you're not dealing and healing and properly facing life, this is where you yourself can be a weirdo and not realize that you're being a weirdo. See what I'm saying? And you have to be able to be honest with yourself. Like, this is what I said journaling is about. Or you'll be attracting other weirdos and shit like that, right? Because clearly we know that this what's her name? This spiritual whistleblower, she attracts weirdos. She attracts dusties. That's just the facts. I know she does. My home was not the best. I was over that apartment. I got tired of that apartment. Shit was falling apart. That apartment was not clean. And I let that person come to my home. Okay. I also, me and that person, it was a lot of stuff with this person. They had a lot of trauma, a lot of guilt, a lot of regrets, a lot of pain, a serious mother wound. They were in their 40s. I was still in my mid 30s at the time, early to mid 30s. And what was happening in this experience, there was a moment where I didn't realize how much I was isolating myself, right? And there was a moment where he called me. He was like, hey, there's an African Day parade. It's beautiful. People are dressed nice. You should come. And I wasn't dressing up I wasn't myself all the way. So I wasn't dressing up as I usually dress. I wasn't being as I usually be. I wasn't being myself at the time. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. But I didn't go, right? End up just leaving and whatever and shit like that. And so I'm saying all that to say that when you desocialize, right, from society, when you isolate yourself so much and you're not healing and you're not doing the proper healing, or you're using other people as your way of getting away in life, you're going to mentally really fall down. I'm serious. You're going to mentally fall down, because what was happening to me in my life was, when I look back at it, the real core issue of my life was I was not myself. I was not me. I was not the true me that walked outside and talked to everybody and was cool. And we talked about all type of stuff. The people I met, the artists I've met, all these different models, all this stuff. I was not me. And because of that, I lost a way of knowing how to socialize in a normal setting. And I don't have to get into it. I talk about a lot. When I looked at my experience of the twin flame journey, I looked at why I was so angry. I got angry and I got sad at the same time. And I was like, I wasn't me. I wasn't myself. I wasn't that part of me that likes to get up and talk to everybody. Should invite somebody to come with me to the event. Shit, know half the people in the room type shit. Just vibing, that social butterfly thing. Because what happened was, I myself was associating with other social media weirdos, right? Out of town motherfuckers, right? Socializing too much with that I didn't realize that it took me away from much of who I am and all the things that I was. I was also running from myself. But as I grew in society, as I grew from my mid-30s to now, and people, and I start watching, and I start writing, and I start journaling, and get into dark psychology, start understanding myself, start coming into myself. When I had got COVID last year, I know I didn't talk about it, and I was on my ass sick, and I felt like I was going to be off this planet. I'm not going to hold you. COVID is no joke. When that happened to me, there was an awakening that happened to me in that moment, because it was a lot. It was the time both of my grandmothers passed away, one a week before, one a week after, like right around this time in this particular month. And so it was like, it's a lot going on in that time emotionally for me, right? And so while all this was going on, and I had at least, it's been like a year before that, I just recently lost my dad's mom, right? And so when all of this stuff began to happen in my life, right, what I begin to start to see is I realize in the moment that, yeah, that's loud, right? I know. In the moment that I need to get my health together. Okay, I need to go back to wearing makeup. I miss wearing makeup. I miss dressing up. I miss doing my nails. I miss being pretty. Okay, I miss I miss looking pretty and going out and feeling good, right? I missed it. So I gave that back to myself. And the reaction I got for wearing makeup was just so very weird to me. It did something to my spirit. It was weird for me. And then when I got on that app with the person who y'all all know, I don't have to tell you, that music artist I was dating, yeah, her, when I got back on the app with her and she betrayed me the way that she did, because she set that up, I know she did, and she betrayed me the way that she did, in the way that she seethingly did that, I was like, oh no, this bitch is a weirdo. This is a weirdo right here. And this woman was brutally violated in a trap house. And you know what I'm talking about. And so these type of experiences begin to teach me something about myself, but it taught me more about outer society and outer things and how things work and how things look and all of these different things and these different people, and how I learned to identify them. Okay. And so what happened is, this is how I'm here now with you all, to talk to you all the way that I do, even with situations like this. You know where I'm about to go. Yes, Shra7 is a woman that goes out. Yes, she does. Yes, she was a married woman. Y'all know how I feel about married women. Okay. Yes, she was online talking to us. And she may have gone to very great places. She's in New Orleans, right? I'm sure she's been to very beautiful places. We all can have the opportunity for that wherever we live. But this woman was not fully in society. She was not fully in the life that she spoke to with these women. And this is where it's like, okay, women's empowerment, this and that. That's awesome. That's awesome. Like all that stuff is awesome. Women, a lot of women need that because no one's giving them that, right? And some men need to listen to that to learn about women, right? It's a space that it's good. But this woman was not in society, not enough to know that what she was doing was so dangerous. T.S. Madison wouldn't even talk about those things in public like that. Maddie would have been like, "Oh, girl, if you want to talk about that, girl, go. We gonna have to go behind. We're gonna have to go to my Patreon for that, girl. Just go to my Q and go to my Patreon for that." Maddie would have did that because Maddie lived that life, and Maddie's the person I can pull right now because that's who I can think about that was openly a sex worker. You see what I'm saying? And this is the problem, and this is the disconnect, and this is all this beef and this type of shit. I've actually sat here and was beefing with people online. I've actually sat here online saying shit about men, and I had a man right there in the bed with me. I've actually did all this shit that was weird. That's not okay. That's not how you communicate. That's not how you act. In a society of people, in a society of high value people. But the beauty is you can always change your life around. You can always change. You can always make the transformations needed, especially if you haven't done something so very that you it's not redeemable. Some people unfortunately have things that's not redeemable that they have done. And so this is why you have these type of behaviors and going on, and you have to be careful because if you be pulled into this too much, it will distract you from what it is that you need to do. There's a music artist, and it was another artist, another jazz musician artist, and he was like trying to get him to get a Discord. And he said, "Man, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that because I don't need nothing distracting me anymore, and I don't want to deal with it." Right. And I feel him on that. You know what I'm saying? This is what he said because he's one of them artists. He's gonna get bombarded. He's gonna get bombarded. I know he is. Okay. And so he was just like, I don't need that distraction. Okay. And so therefore, excuse me, I'm here. I'm talking in the back rows. That link is for y'all to pop up. That's the link for y'all to if y'all want to talk to me. Now I like this. I like this comment though. The link is in there. I don't know. Can I pin? Can my shooter, can you pin that to the room for me? All right. So anyway, this is why you have online beef, people going back and forth and yelling at each other. This is why you have beef that ends up turning to people getting unalived. This is why you have people who are taking things so serious. Why don't you come to my live? And these people have no life. They have no life. I learned something the hard way. And it was somebody I had cut off. I end up talking about why I cut them off instead of just cutting the other person off and blocking them and end up talking to them in the background. And I was like, and I still end up cutting them off again. You got to go with your first mind with people. You got to go with your very first motherfucking mind with that motherfucker. You have to understand that in this white tea supremacy hierarchy, wherever you find yourself to be placed in it, if you want to raise your frequency and vibration, there's a lot of things and a lot of changes that have to be made if you want to be there. There's a lot of things that you're going to have to understand and how to navigate in if you want to be there. I know this non-binary, let me just tell you, is about to get uncomfortable. I know the non-binary in the trans world has made people feel as if the world works like that. And it in meaning in the sense of I'm in I'm in an artsy world, so that is called androgyny. We don't deal with none. It's just androgyny, okay? That world has made you feel like, sex workers and advocacy of all these type of things. When you are a sugar baby, you are a sex worker. When you are out here selling your ass in the street, you are a sex worker. Okay, you understand? Your sex worker is just prostitute. You're a prostitute. You on OnlyFans, you're a prostitute. Okay, you are these things, and you got to understand where you sit at in the hierarchy of being a sex worker, and what position you are in this patriarchy. Cardi B was with a man, married a man who had multiple children, multiple baby mothers, and he married her when she got her deal. He got something out of that. It was a leverage there. He got something out of that. That's why when she was with him, she said it was like being with the kid. He had a bunch of cereal everywhere. She complained about his cheating. Where was this woman going to get respected by any man in any relationship that she was in when she was introduced as a pole dancer for money? And you can find her on the hub. So this type of stuff has a lot of people fucked up. You can't go into a public setting where there's someone like a Spike Lee speaking and you get on that microphone and do some troll shit. You're going to be embarrassed in that space and you're going to get dragged out. That's why you see people who come on microphones yelling and hollering and saying shit, and you see they just get folded up, and most of the time they ass get flipped over. Every time you see their legs just flip over like a cartwheel, and you see them just get you can tell that they're hurt the way that the people just handle them and drag them out literally. You fucking weirdo. Get out of here. We don't fuck with you. That's how it's going to go down. You're going to embarrass yourself. People who have extreme traumatic experiences do not talk about it. People who have extreme traumatic experiences do not talk about it. People who've had serious traumatic experiences will mention it in a certain type of way, or they don't, or they'll put it in a proper space, which will be their therapist, their psychiatrist. That is what they will do. People who are in society know how to talk to people. They know how to talk to people. They do not do negative, nasty shadiness in those spaces. You see, no problem with her, but I want to make this point again. When Sukiyana said, oh, I'm, what happened to all these celebrity spaces and you don't go? She go, God don't want me there. God just don't want me there. No, you can't be there because you do not represent high society. You represent low society. You represent prostitution society. And therefore, you're going to be treated and placed in the corner. You're not going to be put out there publicly. She just did an interview with Shay today, and the interview got sexual. And I'm like, wow, she's on an interview with Shay. And the level of conversations that they're having, again, out of town people shit. You are not of high, you may be a high level prostitute Absolutely, you're a high level prostitute, but social media has messed up the trans, I'm going to say the trans and non-binary, has messed up the mind for everybody to think that this is normal societal stuff. It's not. And that is the wake-up call that everybody needs. You have to karmically, like, you have to look at the things you be saying and the things that you be doing. I was young. In my defense, I was very young and I was still learning life. And I was around a bunch of out of town motherfuckers that was annoying as fuck. And I had a twin, I ignored them. And I'm trying to tell you, I was childish. I was pulled into regressing into a more childish place because of the trauma that I was experiencing that I didn't know how to cope through. I'm actually thankful for my twin flame journey because that opened my eyes to something. Screaming and carrying on, and that's not normal behavior. That's not how we communicate as adults. And I see the same trait for people who just don't go outside, period. I go through it with a family member and I just be like, I don't want to deal. I just can't deal with it because it's not okay what they be doing. It's not okay to do that. It was once an artist that he was on one of the shows from back in the day. And meaning back in the day for me is like 2004, 2005. Okay, that's back in the day for me. Okay. And so he was all interviewed and stuff, and his own mom called into the show and was like, why are you on live with your hair looking like that, this and that? And so he got upset, like, come on, like, this ain't the time for all that. I'm enjoying myself, I'm having a good time, I'm an artist. Like, what? Come on. You understand what I'm saying? This ain't the time for that. And this is what it is with these people, these weirdos, because that's what it is, who are not in high society. When I think about the type of males that I was attracting, and I was not out here just with men. That was not the case. It was me paying attention type of males I was attracting. And right, I was like, these niggas was weird. They weren't respected. Nobody respected them in their real personal life. Okay? Niggas is weird. Nobody took them serious. And so we're going to go back to high value. Okay? And when we go back to high value, we understand that you're not going to just be mistreated to that capacity if you are behaving normally in the space in which you are at. You're not gonna get that. People at your job talking to you crazy, saying things they're not supposed to when you work with them, and you be like, damn, do I gotta take this to HR and you gotta do all this childish shit and go through all this childish shit with this fucking person? You begin to realize, okay, this is a weirdo from social media. The answer to why everybody's like, well, people are getting more weird. People are getting more strange. People behavior is just getting, because social media has given the platform, and I'm going to still say it, the non-binary trans stuff has given a platform for people to be completely reckless. People, we're going to tell the truth. People have become much more reckless when the trans and non-binary thing came out. Tell me I'm lying. People have become way more reckless. People have become way more reckless when people didn't have to take responsibility the moment they said I'm autistic and all this and that. I listened to a woman, I think the husband was asking her to clean up or something. And he was like, why haven't you cooked today? Because he came home from work. And she's like, because I'm mentally ill, I'm severely mentally ill, and this, that, and the third, and I'm autistic. They're like, she literally said this shit to her spouse. Literally said this shit to her spouse. And why does that happen? This shit happens because social media, trans, non-binary, made it okay to do word vomit. Okay? To do word vomit. And no one can check you on that. That's what we're like, who gonna check me? Who gonna check me? No one can check you on that. I got one for you that's really good. And I had to start paying attention to this. So one time I was out at the school campus, and I was outside, and I was talking to this person. I don't even remember what we were talking about, but I was loud and I was cussing, right? I had to think about this experience. Just hear me out. I was loud and I was cursing. And the lady came out. She said she was in a meeting and she had me cussing, and she's trying to have her meeting, and I was like, I apologize. I was like, oh, you're in a meeting? I apologize. And she was like on the phone with me. She was like, oh, what you apologizing for? No, this, that. I'm like, whoa. And I subconsciously felt like I was a punk ass bitch. And I subconsciously felt like, like I was weak because I said that. But no, this is society. This is outside people. This is the real world. And so therefore, if I'm on their campus and I'm not a full student and I'm causing ruckus like that, because even as a student, I definitely can't do that. I have rules that I must follow and abide by, even as somebody who's definitely not a student. Even if they tell me you're not a student, you can't walk around this campus no more unless you're a student. I have to follow the rules and I can't come on that campus no more because I'm not a student. I have to find somewhere else to walk. The rules and regulations are there for a reason, right? And so when you have people who are not in society, this is the type of foolishness they try to pull you into, so much that you will be out here looking very dumb and really slow and autistic. Yeah, I said that part. Because you don't know how to deal inside high society. You don't know how to deal in a world of people. Can't be doing that. Boundaries get crossed. Respect is not even there anymore. these high value males are trying to tell you about women and what they're doing wrong and hoes and this and OnlyFans and all this kind of stuff. This is not society. This is not what society does. This is not how society acts out here. This is not what, this is not it. And so if you're not careful, I'm going to tell you how deep it got. I was in my mom's office. Yeah, this part right here, let me just go ahead and put a trigger warning. Some of you might try to jump through the screen when I tell you this part. I was in my mom's office. I want to tell you something else. These type of things do need to be talked about. I was in my mom's office. If anybody you know what my mom do. And she was doing my eyebrows. And she said she had to do it a certain way. I won't say. And she was like, she's certified. She went to school for what she worked hard for what she got. I credit my mother and my dad for how hard I work, how dedicated, how much I like to accomplish myself. But I have to definitely give it to my mom because she is the certification queen. Okay. And so she takes her certification and the work that she did very serious. She worked hard for that. And so she was like, you can't put me on camera. You have to get off this phone. I have to concentrate. And I don't want people seeing me do this because this is not really legal to do. And she's like, I don't know what was happening energetically, what was happening there, because sometimes other people's energy can cause problems for you. You have to be able to be aware of it. So I didn't know what was happening, but what was happening was the next thing you know, my mom was saying something like, I don't care. You got to get off the phone. I don't care. And so after I finished with her and she did what she did, I didn't care. I wanted to get my eyebrows done, right? We ain't got time. Mommy, do my eyebrows. It's for free. I'm not complaining. All right. I get back on the phone with this chick. She goes, why was your mother talking to you like that? Why was your mother talking to you like that? And she goes, I teach people how to talk to me. And I had to get off the phone with her. I felt so uncomfortable when she said, and I was like, yes, she was trying to get me to fight my own mother. You know why she was doing that? Because she fought her own mother. I need you to understand how weird it gets with these people. These people that have these spaces that talk about the things that they talk about. I understand people not having access to you, but when you get personal with people like this, eventually they're going to have some kind of way of getting and speaking to you, communicating with you, getting something out of it. This is why people do meet and greets and stuff like that. This is something that I plan in my future to do. Okay. I'm so serious. I plan to do this type of stuff in my future. And so what happened is these people don't want you to get too close because you're going to realize how very unstable they are. You're going to realize how very unstable they are. I mean, severely unstable. I'm serious. Mentally unstable. Spiritually unstable too. And so what happens is when you interact with these type of weirdos and these type of people and you get to life and stuff like that, Shra7 is not going to have people get close to her and because she has a platform where she can do one-on-one coaching. She can sit down on a panel and behind in a place where people have to pay her shit as much as $200 because people will pay her to just do a bottom tier work before you get to the top tier and really sit down and discuss and talk to her. She's not going to do that because she has an attitude problem. I've seen that with her. She has an attitude problem. She has control issues because a lot of them do. And she's going to be a tyrant. And a lot of people are not going to really like her. They know that. See that? Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Because they're not really in society. What they're telling you is not societal. It's not. This is not the behavior of people who are in high society. But let me go and talk about that person who tried to get me to fight my mom. That person would go live and curse people out that would come into their room and speak and saying stuff in their room. They would come in there cursing people out, beefing with people, calling people, rolling up on people. Hey, I used to do that. I used to roll up like a motherfucker on somebody's show. Somebody come causing problems. I come cause problems on your shit because you causing problems with me. That's that hood shit. That's that hood shit. Be all the way in your fucking ego about nothing. But what happens is, for those of you who made this message maybe reaching, what you have to understand what that's going to do to you. It's going to lower your value in society. It's going to lower your respect in society. You're going to be labeled as a weirdo in society. And so you have to be mindful of that. If someone thinks you're weird, you can't really do nothing about that. You see what I'm saying? Someone can think you're weird and still know how to have some respect for you. You get what I'm saying? But that doesn't shun you. Because it's all about how you carry yourself, how you speak, this, that, and the third. And some people, they probably are the weirdo anyway. So it don't matter. That person's not for you. But in society, you got to understand how it all works. And that is a lot of the problems that's going on out here. A lot of the situations I have gone through, I have sat down, journaled it, and realized like, oh, I was around a lot of fucking weirdos. I even experienced being called weird by the person I was with. And I used to just be like, well, why are you calling me weird so much? Why do you keep calling me that? It hurts my, like and I had to start sitting back with myself to understand why. Because these people are not in society. They don't blend in society. That's why they go out. That's why Stephen King wrote Mr. Mercedes. Read that book. Go listen to the audiobook. Great book. I didn't listen to part 2. Great book. That he was before his time in that book. He was in tune, not before, he was in tune with the times. Mr. Mercedes is the poster child of the social media weirdo. Okay? And we have to also note that a lot of times those weird people were also people who nobody in the neighborhood respects them. Nobody in the neighborhood fucks with them. I had to, when I start understanding laws of attraction, as I'm starting to understand frequency more in my life, right? As I'm coming to understand those things more in my life, what I have come to see more and more and more is, and I'm going to journal about this, what frequency of life was I on that caused what it caused? What kind of people were I around that caused what it caused? What shows, what panels, what was I doing? What kind of, like, sit down with that, because trust me, it's one of the hardest things that I'm going to have to do, but I'm going to have to do it because that's the only way that I'm going to find the answer that I need. Because the only way that you yourself, if don't fall into what these people and these social platforms is trying to tell you that it is, that's not what it is. Even I had to see, okay, it's time for me to tighten up. Okay. I love this. I love to get on the microphone and talk. I know I was bitching yesterday. I was bitching hard. I know. I was bitching hard. But it's time for me to tighten up on this microphone. It's time for me to tighten up in my home, in my environment. It's time for me to tighten up. It's time for me to tighten up my brand. It's time for me to tighten up. It's time. It's time for me to put myself out there. It's time for me to do it. It's time to build this shit the way it needs to be built. It's time because I have something more meaningful to say out here. It's time. It's time for me to focus on myself. These are the little things that I have been saying to myself that I had to learn. Because what happened is, I know I'm name dropping like a motherfucker out here. What happens is you have people like Princella who grifted a lot of people's information. If you know, you know. I'm one of them. And you have to sit here and you have to watch this. Like, is this, am I bugging? This person copying me? Because I see this in my real life too. And so when you have this type of experience with people, what's going on is they get they ass handed to them, and you find out that they're not feeding their own child. They're the out of town people again. They get their ass handed to them, and you find out that they're out here disrespecting and mistreating women worse than a man and dogging them out. That's what you find out. That's what you find out. And why do you find that out? Why does that happen? Because it's a lesson for you as a person that's not paying attention to the weirdo behavior. First of all, women should not have nothing to say to men with the way that women are acting out here. Women should only be talking to other women. And I myself had to learn that. I stand on my shit. I know my mistakes. I know what I've said. I know when I take down. I know the shit I've said. I know where I was at in my life when I was saying those things. I could write a book literally about my life. Literally. I got a whole lot of tears that I've shed and still shed sometimes. They're not even tears no more. It's just tears of revelations that I just shed. 40 has been very beautiful age for me. Very fucking beautiful. And the biggest revelation, I was like, these motherfuckers were weirdos. These motherfuckers were weirdos. I have to start looking at the true frequency of what was going on in my life. So these people who you find online, right? Who you find online, and their behavior, and you get to see them in public. You go on social sites and you see that They're drinking and smoking all damn day. Drinking and smoking like a goddamn fish all damn day. You see that these people, right, are always beefing with random people online and calling people their friends that they don't even know in person, right? Where you going? You see that, right? And you have to sit back and ask yourself, who the fuck raised all these people? And here you have this grown ass woman, right? And another grown ass woman just agreeing with a book that said my family can kiss my ass. Confirming once again everything I said earlier. Excuse me, headphone users. Confirming once again what I said earlier about their lives and their family and the respect that they don't get out here. There's something else that I must mention as well. I'm in the kitchen, all right? Something else that I must mention that must be absolutely mentioned and said. How am I going to say this part? A lot of these people are not as innocent as they're making themselves out to be with their families, and they're not as innocent as they're making themselves out to be in their stories. And these sad stories that they're telling, they're not that innocent. Yeah, that's another dark part. Yeah, I didn't want to say it, but I had to. Okay. So, here's something else I wanted to mention. A lot of people, your argument will probably be like, these people are evil. And you might be justified in feeling that way. I'll give it to you. I won't debate that. I won't debate the evilness, bro. Because they are indeed evil. But see, what you have to take responsibility about is yourself. And what am I saying? I'm saying that you have to start looking at why have your life attracted these type of people with this type of behavior. And then when you tap into that part, that's where it's really going to hurt. See, I was made by two Aquariuses. And Aquarius is they can be odd, they can be different, they can be weird. Yes, they can. That is very Aquarius. That is their traits. I was made by two Aquariuses. I want to tell you, my experience with all these people was my experience with my mother womb. Boom. My experience with all these people was my experience with my mother womb. Okay? Okay, let's get into that. To be more transparent here, what happened was I had to learn how to grow the fuck up. Yeah. I had to learn how to grow the fuck up. And I mean that shit. I had to grow the fuck up. Okay? I went through a lot. Okay, in my life. A lot. And I appreciate my grandmama so much in my life because I always say it, tell you all the time, she's like a mother to me. She was like my mom. Why wouldn't she be? And I was so upset that I allowed a certain parent to be the reason that I hindered my life from hanging out with family members, from being with my actual family. I have a big family, y'all. I have family in the industry, for goodness sake. I let this person hinder how I could have had a better relationship with my grandmother and the people around me. It wasn't just her, it was they all were childish. Man, I feel bad. I feel so sad for my grandma. So all of them were childish. That it pushed my life into a social media world. And even though I was still wise enough to do radio shows, to do blogs, to still dream, to meet great people, it pushed my life in a social media world where I was having these relations with people who were not even in my state. And I was in New York fucking city. I didn't need to do that. Right? It pushed my life in the frequency of attracting other people who carried on this social media like behaviors and all these things. All because I was dealing with jealousy and envy from somebody who never wanted me to ever shine, show my brightness, my beauty, and be everything that I am today. It's raining outside. Oh no. I gotta throw that food out. I don't like food in my house. I can't even go outside. Damn it. And that rain falling hard too. God damn it. Let me get my spray ready. Okay. And so this is how it happened in my life. So I was always angry and distant, want to fuck with this person. It happened in my Saturn return. I had a lot of anger in my Saturn return. Oh, I had a lot of anger. And I just didn't want to fuck with this person. And I just didn't want to deal. And I even had a point I did cut that person off. And when somebody was trying to ask me about them, I lashed out on them about some crazy shit instead of just talking about it, because they was really trying to help me. Like, what's going on? I saw that you're mad. What's going on? Why are you acting like that? And I didn't do that. What happened is, when you have a womb that you are not touching, number one, you will regress. You will regress horribly. You will begin to look immature and like a weirdo if you got somebody in your life, and then they're eventually going to just not want to fuck with you. I'm speaking from this on the inside and the outside. You're going to be cutting people off because of stupid shit that doesn't make sense. People you shouldn't be cutting off. And you're going to keep the wrong people. You're going to cut off the people you shouldn't cut off. And you're going to keep the people that you shouldn't keep. You're going to miss people's behavior that's not normal behavior when you have a wound that you have not healed from. And things that's going on in your life that's not normal, you're not going to be able to recognize when it's not okay. Somebody going on live video, if that setting is not a nice background, if they're not in a dance studio, if they're not in some type of inside enclosed setting and they're dancing, especially if they're dancing in the street or something and they're dancing like that, something ain't right with that. You'll be like, you know what? I only like dance videos if it's like a dance person and they're like, maybe they dance in the street, maybe they dance with their friends sometime and there's some kind of unity going on. They're dancing with their friends, or maybe that they're dancing in a studio, actual dancing studio. I'm looking at you, Leary, if you live in a hotel and you're dancing. So you start developing that in your mind. You start protecting yourself because you start going higher. It's not so much of judging it. You're going higher. No, you're in a hotel dancing. I like the way you dance and you're doing dope dances, but you're in a hotel dancing. Nah, I'm good on that. Until you dance in a studio, until I see you dance somewhere that to me makes a little bit more sense, that's more of a dance space that makes sense, then I'll watch you a little bit more. Then I'll care about what you got going on. Just dancing in the street, the video in a random place in the street. Nope, not really feeling that. Not doing it. So you begin to develop these little high value things like that. You always talking about colonizers and saying hi colonizers and walking around here like this, and you saying that you're from this tribe and stuff, but you're not outside like the rest of the people on TikTok showing us your tribe, showing us the horses dancing, showing us nature being beautiful, things that we'll be in awe about, seeing the people in your culture with the paint on their face and talking in your language. Nah, something ain't right with you. That's what happens when you grow the fuck up and you heal that parental wound. You begin to go up. You begin to be high value in how you deal with people. Can't nobody come up to you and just say they're a director, a photographer. You be like, let me see your portfolio. Let me see the work you've done. Let me see who you work with. All right, let me see that. Oh, okay, cool. That's what's up. When you're talking to somebody and you can't get a word in while you're talking to them, and you be like, ain't you the same person I saw outside that wasn't even talking to the bartender, but you're over talking me right now? Yeah, weirdo. Click, red flag. You have to be careful and make sure these weirdos don't pull you into their shit. I've had it happen to me. Don't let them pull you into their shit. Calling people and trying to tell them what they're doing, this, that, and the third, and you don't even know them. Yeah, weirdo. Cut the fuck off. What are you talking about, lady? Have you listened? Have you read my blogs? Have you been? What are you talking about? Weirdo. Cut off. Cut off, bitch. Cursing me out and then saying you having a bad day, but you cursing me out in the inbox because of what I said and said that, no, weirdo, you gotta go. That's how you begin to protect yourself and begin to heal that parental womb, or whatever that womb may be, because it don't have to be parental, just whatever womb that is, that hole. That's how you begin to heal it. Because I'm here to tell you from the bottom of my motherfucking heart. Okay? Okay? From the bottom of my heart. These people will lower your value in yourself, your respect in this world. You have to be mindful of the frequency of people you listen to, the frequency of people that you follow. You have to be mindful of the frequency of what your energy is doing, even if you're a spiritual practitioner. You have to be mindful of the frequency in your life that you're emitting on a day-to-day basis. You have to be mindful of this. You have to be honest with yourself and who you are. You probably didn't argue back with that lady at the grocery store because something in you knew she was weird, and she probably had a knife and probably would cut you. These things happen for a reason. You was talking to this person and you just kept getting this feeling over your body that you could not explain, and you had to cut them off. So many things in my life I'll be like, why did I do that? Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Why didn't I speak up? Why did I do that? Why didn't I know how to just act accordingly in this space? Why did I say some shit like that? That's crazy. Why? I have done that to myself. This is self-assessment. And when I've done that, I was like, oh shit. I started looking around myself. Let's get back into that parental womb I had. I had a parent in my life that did everything in her power to go against her own mother. See how the karma, see how the frequency I attracted what I attracted? Everything in her power to go against her own mother. And I would say to myself, what did your mother do to you? What did your mother do so bad? What are you so really angry about? What are you really mad about? Is it her? What are you really pissed off about? Angry at my cousin. Always got something to say about my cousin. And that's the person my grandma raised and loved the most, because that was her daughter for real. She took her in when she was born with crack in her system, crack cocaine in this girl's system. It was a blessing that grandma took this child in. When she first started to become a nurse, my girl became a nurse at 50 years old, everybody. At 50 years old, she became a nurse. Took in this child. She had to care for this child as a nurse. That was her grandbaby by her daughter. Do you understand that child should have praise and love for still being alive and for being accomplished the way that she is. And you want to speak against every family member this person can think about. I go out with a family member, they calling me, bothering me about what I'm doing with this family member, calling me and bothering me about that's weird behavior. I don't give a damn if that's a parent. That's weird behavior. That's weird shit. I do an announcement on the day of my grandmama's birthday, and I got to get a text message saying when was this and when was that. It's not about you. And this is what I'm talking about with this type of weird behavior. And it's like I had to that's a lot to say out loud. Like, nah, y'all fucked up. Y'all fucked up. And this is the same person I know has caused problems in my life, has gossip about me, has done shit to me. It took me, it sucks that it took for me to come where I'm at to find this healing, because the universe gonna bring you where it's gonna bring you in order for you to get what you need to get. But it grew me the fuck up. And I started realizing, oh no, you them weird bitches. The frequency was you and him. Y'all the weird motherfuckers that caused this in my life. It's not about blaming, it's the truth. And so because of that, this is how I speak about the things that I speak about. So when people are on these social platforms, we're going to circle it, we're going to spin the block. When they talking about high value and average at best, and they tell you this is how you get you a man, and this is how you get you a bread, and this is what you got to do, you got to look at them sideways like, bitches, you crazy? Some of these bitches don't have passports. What are you talking about? And this is why you have people, Kendra G show. Oh yeah, I want somebody to make 106K a year. First of all, let's get into who they are. I ain't even gonna exaggerate because I can't make it up. 4 kids, 4 different baby fathers. The last 2 children are 7 and 2 years old. They can't tell you why. Some people it'd be 7, 4 and 2 years old. The last 3, right, out of the 4. Different parents to these children. Well, why didn't it work out with the 2-year-old? Why did it work out with the 4? Then why did it work out with the 7-year-old? Oh, they're alcoholics. It's just not going to work out. Well, why didn't you marry them? I didn't really want to marry them. And this, that, and third. They got all this criticism of what this person is that they didn't see before they laid down and brought another life into this world. Some of them don't even be working. Some of them don't even be honest about their employment. Oh yeah, I work. Some of them, they actually do have jobs. They have decent jobs and they make a fancy name for their jobs, right? They make a fancy ass name for their jobs, right? And then they go, yeah, I want somebody that's 106K a year. And her face is like, okay, let me get the paper and let me get the pen and let me draw. Let me just, what you want him to look like? Oh, he wants to be tall. He got to dreads. Oh, you got to have muscles, this and that. He got to make sure he take care of his health. I want to be 106K a year. And you be like, bitch, this delusional, weird ass bitch, is she serious? And we need to know that, yes, she's serious. And then they have a nerve to come back on the show and say, people got something to say about people with kids. Why they got something to say about people with kids? Most of them don't even, this is how they talk. Out of town people again. People got so much to say about people with kids, this, that, and the third. Y'all need to stop talking about people with kids. No, we don't. No, we don't. Not when you're recklessly, your womb and your reproductive system, you're being reckless. We have a lot to say, ma'am. We have a lot to say. We pay taxes. We have a lot to say. They don't understand that because they're not in society. The little cubicle world that they're in, this little whatever they're in, this other, because the men do it too. I know. You ain't gotta tell me that, asshole. I know. This little pocket of things that they're in, right? They don't realize that they devalue themselves when they do that. They don't realize how unintelligent they look when they do that. The smartest thing I did was never have children in my 30s. That's the smartest thing I ever did in my life, is to never have children in my 30s. And not in my 40s either. That's the smartest thing I did. The smartest thing I did was to go celibate, and I would have done it sooner. And just completely not engage with nobody sexually. I would have done it sooner. I would have done it as young as 33. So I would have had more years that I have not been intimate with somebody for a very long time, especially a male. I would have had a longer time. And so you have these people who, we're going to keep going into it. We go to the person that got the 6 figures. We go into the person who they say they would like to have somebody who makes 6 figures like them, right? So let's get into that person. No children, maybe one child, maybe none, right? And they go, some of them still had children and multiple parents as well. I think maybe I came across one, but most of them usually have between 1 or no children. And so she is like, I want somebody to make 6 figure like me. But you're looking at her, she's eating slop. She's just finished. She's just stuffing her face. Her stomach is hanging off the couch. She doesn't look like she does anything with health. She like she doesn't do anything but work and go home. She doesn't look like she has a social life at all. She doesn't look like she knows even how to have a social life at all. But she has a nice car, nice house, nice backyard, front yard, probably washing machine and dryer in her house, and she has all these things, but she misses the mark with life and what it takes to go out there and really meet people. She has the material things in order, but she doesn't have the social thing in order in her life. It's not balanced. It's unbalanced in her social world, right? So all of these things happen and happen and happen and happen and happen. Because they are not in society. They're not in society. They're not in a high value society. They're not in a socializing society. People who get outside are very sociable people. They're very sociable. They talk to everybody in the room. Everybody in the room, very sociable. Laugh and joke, probably even bother people in the room. They socialize. And social media is the most ironic place because it's like the social skills are down. There's no real social skills. There are people who really do socialize, but there are people who really don't have no social skills. And you have these people where there's this thing that cracks in their brain when they get questioned about their choices, right? Because your choices do matter, right? Because I'm very hard on myself. I was so hard on myself about the choices I made. I was so hard on myself about the people I've been dating for the past 4 to 5 years, right? I was just so stabbed. I can't say that, but I was just brutalizing myself until I had the rude awakening. Okay? Until I woke up. As a spiritual practitioner, when I do any divination system, that's for myself. That's to find answers for myself. That's to make the changes and transformations for myself. That's for me to heal the things that I see that I do. Anything I see that I do, I'll be like, well, why did I do that? Why? Because I dig that deep into myself. And that's how I get here to come here and talk to you. No matter how much I try to get away from this microphone just pull me back in to talk to somebody out there about what I'm talking about. And so they get questioned and it's like, well, why didn't it work out with that person? Well, then why didn't you just marry, hey guy, why didn't you just marry the third baby mama or the second? Why didn't you just marry her? Why didn't you just get it settled down? Oh, she played herself, she this and that. And it's like, we are not passing around a Lego box. We're not passing around dolls. That's it. We're not passing around dolls. We're not passing around the Barbie doll and the Ken doll. We're not just borrowing these dolls and getting mad at each other and snatching our dolls back or throwing our dolls or what. We have real life human beings that are coming in this world. One woman openly said, I don't let the child see their father. The father not doing right. The father can't see their child. It's like, whoa, why not? What did you have a child with him for? Why would you do that to the child? She better off. No, she's not. She needs to know who her daddy is. What's wrong with you, lady? He needs to know who his daddy is. What's wrong with you, lady? I saw a video the other day, and a young man, he was like, why he was 16, okay? And he was like, why did you take my daddies for me? Okay. Why can't I go see my dad? Why did you block me from seeing my dad, mom? Oh, your daddy wasn't doing right, and he wasn't treating. Right around the corner, hold on, y'all. He wasn't treating me right, and this and that. And he said, so because of your relationship with him, I can't see my dad. She goes, well, you're 16 now. Go call him. But if things turn out wrong, then I can't help you with it. And then the comment section, one woman was going off in all caps, and she was like, I don't like the way that he talking, right? I don't like his tone and how he's talking to her and this, that, and the third. And so I would have belt to ask this, that, and the third. And I'm like, well, what's wrong with this boy expressing himself? What's wrong with this boy saying something that probably the conversation shouldn't even have been online? You see what I'm saying? That's another thing, but it's out there for a reason, right? Because this goes back again to the weirdos, right? The weirdo behavior, the weirdo shit, the things that people are doing that they don't realize devalues them. Okay? Let me tell you something. If nobody ever told you in this world, let V314 Bad Bitchcraft Radio tell you this. When you go out in this world, how you carry yourself tells your intelligence. It doesn't matter if you are an eclectic Met Gala style fashionista. The way you put it together, someone's going to know this person really loves clothes and really loves fashion, okay? Whether they like your outfit or not, that's up for opinions, right? How you carry yourself, how you speak, how you do your vocabulary, the information that you have and know, how you educate yourself, what you take the time to go educate yourself about, what industry of work that you do and you're passionate about, what internal spiritual foundation you have for yourself matters in this world. If nobody ever told you that, let me be the one to tell you. So when you go out in this world and you have children between your 20s to your 30s by multiple parents and people, and you have not solidified a foundation, people look at you as you're low-brained and unintelligent, and society needs to shun you. In New York City, and maybe subconsciously I knew this, the projects is for the country bumpkins of New York City. That's why there's always a church out there. That's why the bodegas out there. That's why everything is right there for them. In the project, people live a very country bumpkin life. They all fuck each other. They live a very small town life. Each other. They be women with multiple kids and multiple baby fathers that all live in different buildings and stuff like that. The men be having multiple kids, multiple baby fathers, and most of the time they do be out of town motherfuckers. Most of the time the parents of these kids are out of town motherfuckers. They're not true New Yorkers. Right? Can't make this up. I can't make it up if I tried. And this is how I ended up in that space, because I was still stuck in a womb. Okay. And so this is what these people do. And they purposely on the project, because you pay attention what projects are at, it isolates the people. You will walk around blocks and places and you wouldn't even know the projects is there. That's how much the project is just isolated from where you at. Feel me? And so let's continue. This is the same thing spiritually that people do to these type of people. I've noticed people in the projects get mistreated when they go to work because people know they come from the projects. I never wanted nobody to know where I lived or where I was at. The people at the corner store didn't even know my family lived in the projects because of the way we were and how we conducted ourselves. Okay? They were like, we did not know y'all. We thought y'all were across the street in the balcony apartments. That tells you a lot. Tells you a lot. And so what happened is these people get devalued on so many levels in this world. On so many levels. And so this is why all this weirdo shit and weird behavior begins to happen. I have seen people who they don't know how to conduct themselves in how do I say this? They don't know how to conduct themselves in a certain type of environment or space or at work and stuff like that. They just don't know how to. And I've seen people that they will respond to people who like would be a social butterfly and go out and talk to people and actually socialize and shit like that. They actually will make slick comments and shit like that to the person who actually lives like that, right? And the reason, you know, I remember a woman had once said to me, yo, 1 second, y'all. Let me we put y'all on a quick little music break. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Oh, come on. Play already. Give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. God damn it. This motherfucking music don't want to play. I actually like this music. Let's try this one. Let's see if that one play. God damn it, y'all. My bad. It don't want to play. I'm trying. Go away, Bella. I told you to eat and you didn't eat. I'm gonna have to throw that stuff out tomorrow now. It is not trying to play. Oh, I'm not trying to share no multiple screens. Anybody sharing no multiple screens? In fact, let me just go ahead and stop it. Okay, boom. It says something about multiple screens, girl. Who said something about multiple screens? So she was like, what did she ask me? She said something along the lines of, so when you go out, you can just go and talk to people? That was the question she asked me. It was a woman that had asked me this. Right? And I'm like, hell yeah. I just go out. I do my reviews on the calamari, this, that, and the third. And I'll talk to everybody that's there. All right. No, I can't just talk to people like that. Like, what the fuck are you going out for? Right? But then I didn't pay attention to the signs. Because somebody came in my inbox that knew this person for a long time and was telling me about their behavior and how this person was being Utterly foolish. Utterly foolish. Luckily, I don't know, but I feel like that person should have cut her off when it had happened, but they were like living together and shit at the time. Okay. So what happened was, I've told this story before. I'm going to tell it again. What happened was, the same one that asked me about socializing, it was something that this other woman told me. She said, hey, I went out and I was with Jamie Foxx and Corey Holcomb. That's what she said. I was like, oh shit, this is around the time when they was like real big. Like they were hilarious. The Jamie Foxx show was good. I was listening to the Jamie Foxx show at the time. They were doing good. What happened is, it was like, listen, they told me what she had did while they was out at the table together. Jamie Foxx and Corey Holcomb. Imagine this, sitting at the table with them. One second, y'all. Give me like a minute. And so she at the table with them. And she said that the one who asked me about socializing, right? She said she sat down at the table in a corner with her face frowned up. She didn't talk. She didn't interact. She didn't do nothing. She sat there in a corner with her face frowned up. And I said, what? You was at the table with Jamie Foxx and Corey Holcomb. Mind you, going back to the topic, the Psyche. See, she's from the South, New Orleans. The other woman is straight up from Philly. Did she live in Philly? But she is from New Orleans. She's still from the South. She's not from the city like that. See? And so she said, yeah, she just frowned up in the corner. She said, Corey told me she hated her. He hated her. Told me to never bring her around again. He hated her. And what happened? You start telling me more stories about Shorty, how she was calling her, walking in the rain with no shoes, because a dude threw her out, and she didn't understand why she didn't just, what is going on? And so she had to stop what she was doing and go get her car to go help her in that. It was a lot of shit going on with this person. I'm thankful for having these experiences. I am. I swear. I wouldn't know the world if I didn't. I wouldn't be here if I didn't. Man. And so, Shorty going on had so much shit going on. They lost a car. She had to get rid of. She had to go. Shorty had to go take that ass to Atlanta. As you see the South, because they was in Cali, they was in LA. She had to take that ass to Atlanta. Back to the South she go. Out of town shit, right? Sent her off there. But it gets more crazy because to this day, I think this bitch did something on somebody which was so fucked up. I'll make the story very short. There was a woman who was a screenwriter like her, that told me and spoke very highly of her. Sometimes I wish I didn't tell her. But she spoke real nasty about this woman. And I said, yo, this woman was on the show. She spoke very highly of you. She spoke about your contribution to the story and all this. You reached back out to the lady. The lady was like, hey, come back to LA. Let's work together. I'm so glad to hear from you, right? Next thing you know, her and the lady fall out. The lady said, oh boy, here we go with this stuff again with you. I really enjoy working with you. You know, I wish you the best. Literally, that's what the text message said, y'all. And so then, this is why I said this woman, she did something to her. Because she told me, she was like, oh, she was in her car and her car caught on fire. And I was like, what the fuck? Again, it took me later to put it together like, oh shit. You know what I'm saying? And so, again, these weird bitches. And so, it goes back to what I told you about these people from these out of town places. They're jealous of us from the inner city because we do know how to manifest. We do put the work in. And we know how to go out here and meet these celebrities and all these kind of people. You know what I'm saying? Okay. And so, all of these dumb things began to happen, and shit was even dumber when she got to Atlanta. And what was the icing on the cake for me? Besides the fact she lied about getting robbed. Besides the fact she lied about that shit. That was fucking ridiculous. And she did it again. That's what's so crazy. She lied again to get money and all kind of shit out of people. Saying she got robbed. But what did it was that red carpet event. Was that red carpet event. And these are the type of people I was around. What does that have to do with the parental womb in my life? I had a parent in my life who gossiped about everybody. She was jealous of a lot of people. I didn't notice that. That's what it was. She was jealous. She was jealous of her own child. Jealous of people who were themselves and living their lives. Always trying to tell people how to live their life and what to do. Very bossy, like a child, like a teenager. Always wanting to keep secrets. Don't want nobody to know something, and don't say that. And I couldn't talk about my father. To this day, she tries to do that to me. I couldn't talk about my father around my siblings and shit like that. I'm grown. Angry at their mother. For what? I do not know. Causing problems. Shooting family members. Excuse me. Bang, bang family members. Pow, pow. Not bang, bang. Pow, pow. Don't fuck with me. Not bang, bang. We ain't talking about that. We're talking about pow, pow. Family members. And all this type of ridiculous behavior. Right? And I didn't realize I am an adult that has an immature parents. I'm an adult with immature parents. I'm an adult that has parents that not so much of him, but her. Nobody wants to deal with them. Nobody wants to see this person coming. They don't know how to treat people. They don't know how to talk to people. They don't know how to be. And their behavior has been so coddled, it's just out of line. That's what I learned. And what did I just tell you? All the weirdos, what did I say? Their behavior is out of line. Their mouths is out of line. Things that they shit they do is out of line. Just weird, unnecessary shit. Out of line, out of pocket. Didn't I say that? And see where it came from? Where it started in the frequency of my life? Told you. Cut off the wrong people and keep the wrong people. That's what this should do. Cut off the wrong people and keep the wrong people. Then I had to start looking at other intricate things in my life. How I keep my home. Things like that. How I handle my money. Right? How I act towards people. How I dismiss people. How everything about my life. Start thinking about this shit. And start realizing that the main thing in my life is that it's time for me to grow the fuck up. Not that I'm not grown, but it's time for me to grow the fuck up. You understand? And so the moment I realized, hey, this person never wanted me to be anything special. This person never wanted me to have a great life or anything. This person never wants me to shine and show myself. This person don't want nobody to have nothing. That's the reality I had to face. And it's my own parent. See how much that hurts? Yeah, that's a wound. That's a hole in your heart. That's a big hole in your heart. And I'm not the only one. There's probably a lot of people on Kendra G show that got the same shit. We all can see it. Clearly, there's some kind of parental wound there. You got multiple children and multiple parents, multiple baby mamas, multiple parents. You didn't marry nobody. There's some kind of wound there. Clearly, something going on if you are married to the person you had your children with, but then you're acting and conducting yourself the way you are that this person don't have no respect for you anymore. Clearly, there's a wound there, right? What happens is, damn, I'm so mad about this rain. I can't even open this door. Did it rain? Oh, I heard my thing go off. Clearly, there's some kind of wound, right? I was like, well, what do you do? You can go to therapy. Maybe therapy can help, but I don't think the greatest therapy is yourself. Let me motherfucking do a disclaimer. I believe the greatest therapy is yourself. Nobody can sit down with that pain and cry in that pain and heal that pain like you can. That's the greatest therapy. This world, I'm telling you, these weirdos tried the meds and all this type of shit because they want to slow me down for being who I am. The same wound I got from that parent, that same fucking wound. Don't want to see me shine. Don't want to see me on nothing. Don't want to see me have nothing. Nothing. Because of whatever's going on inside of them. Weirdos. You're weird. You gotta call it what it is. You're weird. The fuck you mean you don't want to see nobody have nothing and be happy? What are you talking about? If that was the case, you wouldn't have your entertainment. You wouldn't have your TV shows. You wouldn't have your architecture, your churches. You wouldn't have the jobs that you have. What are you saying here? If that's what you feel about everybody, then you don't know the world. And boom, that's what it is with these weirdos. They don't know the world. The divestors don't know this world either. Anything with art, creativity, somebody who's Black, anything with spirituality, those zealot divested women, the divested zealot crew, they got so much to say. And it's like, oh, girl, y'all need to touch grass. Oh, this weird fashion shit and this and that. It's not your world, so get out of it. There's nothing wrong with it. It's not your world. It's art expressing itself through architecture and interior design, through paints and colors, through themes. It's not your world, weirdo. Get out of it. You're walking around here calling people monkeys, apes, and niggas and shit like that, and bullet bags and shit like that, because you don't know the world. You can never just be walking around here just calling somebody that with the hard R and a bullet bag and a monkey and an ape. Like, what? Like, huh? That's not normal behavior. We see what happened to people that say shit like that. Y'all are the most terrified, scaredest people that don't talk to nobody. And it's more disturbing because these people work in the medical field. And what we already know about people in the medical field, they're just confirming that. And I say all that to say, okay, I say all that to say this right here, that this is why I say get that notebook and analyze and listen. Pay attention, watch, learn, teach yourself how to listen. The book, The 7 Powers of Questions, is about listening. It's literally about listening. I'm going to pick that book back up again, and I'm going to actually participate in the notes and activities in that book, honestly. All of the things I mentioned about what makes you valuable, useful. A lot of people that be online that you talk to on the social media connections, they be sounding like they don't be knowing what they talking about in this world. One time, I think somebody was telling me they had got into it with somebody, and the woman was saying, she was like, we're in a capitalist society or something like that. And she was going back and forth. Oh, we're not. And then, of course, it turned out we are in a capitalist society. And this particular person that she used to talk about, because she had all this shit going on in her life with the other weirdos that was in her life that were not her family at all, before she finally stepped away from it. You know, she confronted her and was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? What the fuck is wrong with you? Because their behavior can get so wild that you have to look at them sideways. Like, do you need to be in a room with white ball walls and tied up? Shit, white balls too and tied up. Because this ain't it right here. Because this ain't it right here. And so, again, I see this same behavior with my own family member that I was just talking about. And I'm like, and somebody argue, oh, it's your mother, it's your father. No. No. There are behaviors and ways that people are that I can tell you, and I watch other people have families. I watch other people, and that shit ain't normal. And that's what the person in my life at the time was trying to tell me. Like, that shit ain't normal. It's not normal that you are getting up to go see this person that's your parent. They're supposed to come see you. Why are you getting up to go see them? Why are you going so hard to go out your way to go see them? They have a vehicle too. Like, why can't they come see you? They're your parents. And even they would try to help me see these things, and I did not see it. Then the fact that I hindered myself from so many things. Oh, I hindered myself. And I watched how I would get on camera and look beautiful and talk about things. I would write things. And even the person who mentored me, they had weird behavior too. They had weird behavior too. I had to see that as well. They had social media weird behavior. These people are not in society. That's why they can drink so much and smoke so much weed. It's like, how are you functioning in this world if you're just this high all the time and you're just this drunk? How are you functioning? What are you doing? You can't be in school. You can't be studying. You can't, like, what are you doing? How are you doing this? So I'm not asking how, but like, you're doing this, but there's no way that you function in the world properly. Yelling at people online on apps and going back and forth and beefing. It's like, well, what do you do in your real world when you have problems with people? Is this what you do? I saw a video, I don't know where it was, and it was in a very nice bar. You can tell it was grown. It was very grown. You could tell people probably age 35 and plus go to this bar. And you could tell it was laid back, and you could just see the ambiance of this place. It didn't have to be too super fancy, but you get what I'm saying. And it was these young ladies. I don't know what was going on. They were on camera, and a fight broke out in like 2 seconds, and somebody threw a chair, and they screamed, "What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing?" And they asses got bended up and literally thrown out. Literally, the strength of a man just threw their asses out. And they were looking like, "Oh my gosh, he puts his hands on me," like, girls. Because those are people who are not in society. Anybody who's trying to pick a fight with you in a public space is not in society. That's an online weirdo. Nobody just tries to fight somebody in public like that. That's not normal behavior. Nobody does that. No high society individual that's in this world communicating and talking, vibing, we have common courtesy. We have common courtesy. Oh, you can go. Oh, I'm still looking. Y'all got it. Somebody bump into you? Oh, you're tall. You know, that's my thing. Every time I get bumped into, it's always a tall person. I look up and be like, you're tall. And I have a personality. I'll be like, wow, you almost stepped on me. You know, and I just have a personality. I know how to talk to people, you see? And so that's common courtesy. That's people who got sense. That's common sense. That's common courtesy in this world. I'm teaching you what you're looking at. I'm teaching you how to see what you're looking at. Those are not high value men talking. I'm going to say it again. Those are not high value men telling you that you're average at best. Those are not high value men telling you, even though I do believe Kevin Samuel was in high value places. I do. Okay. But these other ones, these are not high value men trying to tell you here how to hooligan and this, that, and the third, and look at you and you a BC and this and that. These are not high value men. They're not in society like that. A lot of them, they look at how they look what's happening to them. Look how Corey Holcomb got disrespected by one of them fucking social media dudes. So much that he about to knock that in his face. Like, whoa, wait a minute, we ain't online. This ain't no chat room. Fuck you mean? What you say about what? My bitch? Fuck you say about my bitch? Oh no, we about to get this popping. And homie face, he couldn't be a punk, but you could see it in his face. They niggas ain't built like that. They not like yo. DJ Academics done got ran the fuck down. All these fucking weirdos. These weird bitches that they were with cutting off their characters and shit like that. All these fucking weirdos. All this shit. And you got to call it what it is. You got to call it what it is. Somebody out here as a music artist making albums, even if they're in their privacy making their albums and they're going out in this world, they're going to collab with other artists and people. That's just how it is, especially nowadays. Even before then, they're going to collab and vibe with other people. That's just what it is. You're going to collab. You're going to go outside. You're going to go to studios. You're going to actually work with people who are out there in your local town or in your state. You're going to go out there. You're going to put yourself out there for people. You're not just going to be on a social platform like, oh, about my album and I do this and I do that. You're just showing off for people in the hood. You ain't really out there. I had a dream about that person that I was talking to at the time. And I'm going to get into my stories of my past relationships and what I have come to learn. I'm ready to talk about it now. I'm ready to open up that bag, okay? So what happened is this person that I'm speaking of that had I had a dream, that's it. And I was in this space. I was in this very sophisticated space. And whatever it was a team of people that I worked with. It was two white women. It was one was a main one. She was tall. She had like blonde hair. She was one of the main black women. White women that I was connecting with, and then the other woman. So these was my main right hand people that was on my team. And lady said to me, I told her who I was bringing. Gotta pay attention. Gotta pay attention, because when you dream, you travel. That's you traveling to get messages in the realms while you sleep. That's how you can find your hidden enemies. Pay attention to them dreams. All right. Dreams are not junk. Whoever told you that, that's a weirdo. No, pay attention to your dreams. Dreams is the realm in which you find your answers while you sleep. It's not junk. That's a weirdo. All right. And so in the dream, I mentioned the two people that I was talking to at the time, the one who tried to get me to fight my mom and the one who I was dating at the time. And so she said to me, she didn't even ask me. She just said to me directly, you know, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that because they're going to hurt your image. They're going to embarrass you. You don't want to do that. You don't want to bring those people with you. They're going to hurt you. They're going to embarrass you. They're no good for your image, basically. And lo and behold, that dream could have never been right. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to work it a little backwards here. But I'm going to show you how I did not pay attention to the red flags, because I really like my show today. I really like my show today. I'm not going to do anything to fuck it up, okay? I'm not going to do any copyright shit, because let's get into it. One second. Good old online dating. One of the worst places to date, by the way. Good old online dating, y'all. What happened is, good old online dating comes with a price. Oh, yes, I said that. It comes with a price. And it can come with a price that you probably could never come back from. Okay? Hear me out. Don't worry, I don't have a tragic story. I'm just going to teach you what I've learned. This person, I chose them, I swiped them because, like, hey, okay, mind you, let me tell you, mind you, the quote unquote friend I had at the time sat down, wrote down what kind of person I wanted, what I wanted them to be, and all this type shit. Because if you're not healed, these things can happen to you, okay? And all this type of shit, and how I want her to be, and all this type, blah, 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 blah. Got the oils and stuff for it and everything, all right? So what happened is, I see this artist, I'm drawn to her, I see the locked hair, she reminds me, I should have known then, she reminds me of the Haitian dude. I'm like, damn, he was the only one I know he had long dreads like that looked like that, he wore them like that. I always thought that was a dope look, you know what I'm saying, and all this type of shit, though. I choose her, we talk on video from the site, and we vibe real cool. And before we get to that, she go, why did you choose me? And I was like, oh, and she said it just like that. Why did you choose me? And I was like, I thought you were cool. Da, 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 da. But if I was who I am today, the weirdo radar would have went up. But I'm gonna tell you where it would have went up from the moment I looked at her page. But we get to that in a minute. Let's keep going. Time goes on. I'm still going. She showed me her TikTok. Her TikTok got her ex-girlfriend, who she recently broke up with. And I know their whole life story together. why they broke up, what's happening, how she lost her house because she didn't keep it clean, all type of shit. There's all type of weirdo shit behavior, right? Right? I go to the TikTok. That's the most dusty, dirtiest TikTok I ever seen in my life. And see, this is why you gotta be. This is why you have to change the quality of people you hang around with. I showed a friend at the time. I'm like, you see this shit right here, like, girl, and laughing about it and shit like that. Just laughing about it. And of course, it all blew up in my face. Nothing was funny anymore. But let's take it back. Let's take it back before it even got to the swipe. Number one, excuse me. It was already in my face how she was living. That floor was not looking that clean. That environment didn't look that clean. And the picture she took was all hiked up in the fucking corner. Okay? Take note. She also mentioned she don't understand people who erase things off their social. Why everybody be erasing stuff. She keeps stuff on her social from when, goddamn, she was in high school. Major red flag. Okay. Her best friend did cocaine. She was a drug dealer. I can go on. I don't need to go on. But before we go on, before we got there, we got to talk about before we get there, how we have to start looking before our wombs allow us to be in the frequency of something that we should not be around. Right? It was already in my face. See, what happens is so when you go online and you see high quality pictures and people climbing mountains and people looking happy and people taking pictures with friends and stuff, and they're telling you about their life, that can look like a catfish, right? That can look like the ultimate catfish. But I learned something. Anybody could be a catfish. Let me just put it like that. I think everybody online is a catfish. Here's something I learned. That's the life of living high value. You shouldn't even think that way. You go online and you're dating and the site is worth it, you're going to pay, right? That's number one. You're going to pay because you get more perks when you pay. You go online and you're dating, you're going to choose the best quality pictures in full bios and profiles. Not people who keep it simple with emojis like this is who I am and describing themselves and shit like that. You're not going to do that. So I already was not in a high value frequency of how I was even choosing people, though I thought I was. I was stuck on small shit, like being into rock like me and shit like that. Okay. Hold on. Let me watch.
You better leave me alone.
Let me hear this.
I'm miserable because you're angry. Hey, I saw Molly what the motherfucking bullshit on you. You better leave me alone. You better leave me alone. You better leave me alone, lady. You better leave me alone. Yo, you better have the poison because what I got is not.
Okay, not funny. So this able lady was screaming, "You better leave me alone!" Trying to fight somebody in her damn coat. So what happened is, excuse me, Let me get some water. What happened is you have to first to identify value in order to even be in the frequency of knowing high value. You have to be able to identify what they call is dusty behavior and dusty way of living and dusty energy. That's what it is that you have to first be able to identify. Okay? That was pure trash. And the person reminded me how deep it was. Let me tell you how deep it was. The person reminded me of the person who was my friend, and they actually got along very well. And remember that dream I had? Let me tell you something. Anybody, let's say you give them a chance, but I'm trying to teach you how to spot it before you got them, before you get got. Spot them before they get you. You got to look at everything when you are choosing to deal with somebody at that level before you decide to say you want to be involved. Women listen, it's time to learn from high value men, high value male energy. Repeat after me. It's time to learn from high value male energy and how the male species are hunters, observers. Okay, excuse me. I got something in my background. Okay. Observers. How the male species, when he likes somebody, he analyzes them, he watches them more, and he watches them closer when he likes you. Women need to start doing that more. Women, this is the hindrance of us. And I have to say this when you're not ascended. Likes and dislikes is the number one distraction of women. Likes and dislikes is the number one distraction for women. If you like them, study them, watch them, and don't miss a beat, and take your time as you do it. If you like them, we shouldn't be liking people. Liking should not be enough as a divine feminine woman. That's number one. Then there is the other aspect of it all of understanding how to look at people at a business level, not romantic, at an economic level, not romantic. Economic is not so much always about money, it's about value. In the tarot card, the coins or the pentacles are about value, about worth, about leverage. And that's how you should look at people. So let's get into it. You decide to give this person a chance and talk to them. So now you're watching them, right? So now you're observing them. You don't always have to ask questions when you're watching and observing. You don't really have to. You can just have a conversation, and if you have the gift of gab, you know how to talk without having to ask so many questions. And so you get involved with that person, and then what happens? You start noticing things a lot closer. That's a good thing. So you notice how the family life is, but you see how they respond to their family life. You see how the relationship is with their exes is, or in current ex. You see what kind of problems they had in their past relationship. You look at their traumas. What kind of trauma do they have? Is this a trauma that they can work through, or this is a trauma that's being carried, and am I seeing this trauma being played out, right? You look at, well, what is this person pattern of behavior? What kind of attitude do they have? Things like that. These are all the things you have to start looking at. And then you have to be okay with, this is why I say with women, get over this like shit. No matter how much you feel energy with them, how much you feel chemistry with them, you got to push that down, and you have to go into the logical of what you're going to do moving forward. That chemistry feeling shit ain't enough. You got to still have the practical things that you see and the practical things that can work. It ain't about like and dislike. It ain't about how you love somebody, what you feel, the chemistry you feel. It ain't about none of that. When it comes to high value living, that's not what it is. That's not high value living when you have a woman telling women, oh, just get them. I've heard Shra7 say this. Just get the money from him for the abortion and just spend it and keep the baby and move on. What? This is what people like this are telling people to do. Oh no, just take the money from him, girl, and just do this and that. What? That's not high value living. No high value man or person is going to willy-nilly give you their money. Something's up with that if they do. They're not going to willy-nilly just give you their money. They value their money. And if somebody's willing, like, come on now. So this is how you raise the standards and frequency in your life. This is how you raise the standards and frequency of what you plan for your life to be, or what you plan for your life to move to. This is where it goes. Because let me get back into my example. So, man, oh man, this one right here is a story. I'm trying so hard not to say names. I'll give a nickname, Quiche. Let's talk about Quiche. This is why I say the things that I tell y'all. I swear I need to write a book. Or do a whole fucking you know how they do lessons and everybody just listen to your lessons and videos and shit. I need to do one of those. So what happened is it was Quiche. And the jokes tell itself. Because while I was on the phone with Quiche, I caught a headache before I was even talking. And she was my type. and I liked her. See the words I'm using here, right? This was about 4 years ago, right? Maybe 3. And I'm like talking to her, and I jokingly said, "Are you a homosexual?" And I laughed it off. Jokes are not really jokes. Are you a homosexual? Okay. And so as the time went on, things just kept getting incredibly ridiculous and worse with Keish. So much when I broke up with her, she lied to me about having COVID. Okay. She lied to me about having COVID. So much when I broke up with her, I fucking was on the phone with the friend, her husband, and his other wife. And I went to joke around with my friend at the time, all this type of shit, being a plum fool, looking like a damn mentally ill retard, right? Weirdo, right? That's what I look like, going back and forth. And then she ended up eventually called me and was like, that call could have went 10 times worse, and this, that, and the third. Don't do that again. This, that, and the third. And she wasn't rude about it or whatever. I don't know what words were said. This, that, and the third, and or whatever, right? And so it was dumb. Needless to say, Keisha came around. I end up sitting down, and Keisha came around, and she was calling literally calling me. I didn't even know she still had this number. It was the old number I had. I didn't know she still had it. She was calling me. Ring, ring, ring. Oh, you were right. My ex, you told you were right about my ex. She threw me out. She said I'm too needy, this, that, and the third. Because I kept hearing about this ex from the moment we were talking. I know what she looked like, her pictures. This is why this shit is so dangerous. This shit is dangerous. Like, I'm not showing pictures of you're strange. I don't know who you are. Like, and people be doing this, and I'm okay because I'm not gonna do nothing weird. But people do this a lot. Oh, yeah, this is my ex, and we having this problem. It's like you're wondering why you having all these problems. Subconsciously, how you can feel that you're doing this shit. And this girl brag. She was older than me, mind you. She was already in her 40s. I'm just getting there. She was already bragging about how she have women in rotation and all these different things, this and the third, blah, 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 blah. And this is somebody who I'm sitting here in my home, my brand new home, sitting down in my living room, and this is what she's telling me. Time goes on. And now she's telling me about her ex and how it was right and how she kicked her out, how she said she too needy. And that's why they broke up. That's why she kicked her out, and she needed hotel money and all kind of crazy shit. Girl, I can't make this up if I try. I can't make it up if I try. And so the friend at the time was like, "Oh, you need to cut her off. If you don't block her, I'm gonna block you," and this, that, and the third. I was saying to myself, I remember that day. I was sitting there saying to myself, "Don't threaten me with a good fucking time." But again, there's that weirdo behavior. That's weirdo behavior. You just be yelling and saying you're gonna block people because they're not doing what you said. But again, what does that come from? What did I tell you that womb comes from, and why I was attracting women doing, and people in general behaving and doing this type of weird shit? And then Keish has the nerve to text me back on another social and say, because I didn't block her. She says, "Why you don't have nowhere for me to stay?" And that's when her ass got blocked. Now, I'm just being transparent with this story because it's a long story and there's no need to get into it because it was 3 months long and it was too long. And no, we don't need to get into it. Y'all got a gist of the story. Now, let's get into valuable people and valuable behavior. Okay. Number one, first and foremost, you start with the physical. I'm going to call this out because it needs to be said. For my lesbian baddies out there, okay? Nobody's in the chat. I could do this. For my lesbian baddies out there that like to date studs, to my bi baddies out there that like to date studs and masculine presenting women, I'm going to throw them in there too. I got something to tell you that is going to be very uncomfortable, but it needs to be said. Studs and masculine presenting women are still very high school. They're not grown. Their mannerism, their behavior, the way they talk, the way they act is very high school. Very high school. I had one today. I had end up in her live because I saw the name and I was like, oh, let me see who, have I seen her live before? And she's live and she's like rubbing her hands together and licking her lips. And I'm like, huh? And then she's like, oh, right, where are you from? And she didn't even tell me where she was from. I told her where I was from and shit. And so I'm just like, am I talking to a boy? They are still high school. They still hold on to when they were in high school. They still hold on to, they always got a high school story. Every last, I don't care how grown they come up, they always got a high school story. The woman they always end up dating tells you a lot about who they are. They always got some type of high schoolish player behavior that they carry on, that they don't let go of. The lying and the not wanting to tell the truth and keep this false smell bravado thing that they do. They're highly, highly immature. Their mouths being very reckless, highly immature. Basically, they carry on a lot of weird behavior because we already know in the rainbow community that most people in the rainbow community were the ones that were online dating. Those were your top people that were online dating, those of us in the rainbow community. And because that was the only way that we could at the time. And times have changed, so we don't need to do all that. And so a lot of these studs and masks, they got a life behind with dating multiple women, online dating, women fighting over them, and they still hold on to that even while they're damn near, they're hitting 30s, they're in their mid 30s, almost 40, and in their 40s, and some of them in their damn 50s. They don't grow up. You're not going to grow up with them. I'm being for real. You're not going to grow up with them. And so because of that, you're going to have a lot of problems, and you're going to be devalued. Energetically, you will be devalued. I don't care how nice her car is. I don't care about none of the material things she got. You'll be devalued. Now, how somebody dresses matters. Now, I'm from New York City, and I tell you all the time, I love the hoes. I love the hoes. I love the honest hoes. I don't love them pick me hoes. Okay, I don't fuck with them pick me hoes, because the pick me hoe, she gotta make sure she's being all poised and put together and a good girl, but she's a hoe out here. And only in the man world, in they little circles, they know that bitch is a hoe. Okay? And so I don't have a problem with the hoes. As long as they dress and they got the whole attire going on, I don't got a problem with it. Because that's clearly showing what it's showing. And for women, if you don't understand the difference of what a sophisticated woman looks like when she dresses versus a hoe, then I don't know what to fucking tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I'm too grown to even get into that conversation. Even if a woman is stud masculine presenting, she can still look like a hoe. There are looks that males can have that can tell you that he is a hoe. If you pay attention close enough, you'll be able to identify that he is a hoe. Okay. And then there's other aspects, but let's keep it moving. So you like this person and you're trying to get to know them. And so you're watching them closer. And I mean, you watching them real close, right? So there are things you're going to have to teach yourself how to analyze. And make sure that you're getting the information from high value people. There's a lot of high value people out there that honestly, you want to know the real truth, and it's going to shock you. It's the people who are the most hidden who are the most high value people. That means that they may have a page that's more AI. Sometimes you might hear their real voice, or maybe they cover their voice with AI. Because some of them are, I have noticed that their voice, you can tell they're older. You know what I'm saying? They're older. Like I'm talking about 60, 70 years old. Like, damn, this person is really an old person, but they cover their voice off to sound a little more youthful. And they have these things they teach you and measure out, and all those people are your best people. Even if somebody get up on the camera and they have a mask on their face, I'm trying to tell you, those are the best people. Those are your true high value people. They're giving you the real from the underground. And you sit down and you learn from those people, and you take your notes and you apply it to your day-to-day life, and you read over those notes and you put it into practice. You put it into great practice. So, Bella, where are you? As you put it into great practice, right? You will also begin to see the shifts in your life. But we're going to just focus on this. You have to, as a person who's into film and photography, I don't feel comfortable getting on a camera or any type of film if the film is all grainy and stuff. Even if I use a filter. Like recently on my Instagram, I posted my artwork. I had posted myself. I got a lot of views. And I had posted myself, and I just disappeared. I just disappeared because of the quality of the camera. And I have a camcorder. I want to start using my camcorder and messing around with that and doing my editing and stuff like that and really get serious. I even prefer people who have good high quality videos that I watch online and stuff like that, because I'm about to clean out my whole follow list on Instagram, and I'm going to go back and follow people again. See what I'm saying? Because that's how much I want to clean it up. That's how much I want high value, high quality people on my page. And I'm not going to care. I got to clean up what I need to clean up. I need to come back and do what I need to do. That's the only way that I'm going to get that. Okay. And so, therefore, what is also important is you have to know who you are, what you're doing, what you're worth. Hands down. And you have to live with that, and you have to be okay in living in who you are, what you are, and what you're worth. Okay? And you have to keep in that, because people are going to always be the test of who you say that you are. Always. And that's what we're talking about here. Don't ever feel that you will never find who's for you. If you're having a hard time getting to the frequency of who's for you, or being into the spaces of people who's for you, number one, you might be at a time in your life where you may not need to date or be around. You might have things that you need to complete and get done and fix your money or fix your home. You might have some things in front of you need to fix. And then the other aspect of what you need to start doing as well, not what you need to start doing, what I would also say is you're going to have to be honest about the frequency of your life, about who you're around. Do you understand that it's frequency by the YouTube channels that you watch and follow? Do you understand that it's frequency by the people that you engage with on social media? Do you understand that that's frequency with the people you associate with when you get on the app, even if you're streaming? That's frequency. And so you have to go and clear that up in order to get all the way to somewhere. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm trying to tell you, you're going to have to do that. If the answer is, hey, I might have to move from where I'm from, you're going to have to make those plans. You're going to have to start packing up early in your crib, whatever. You're going to have to start making them plans to start moving from where you're from. And start making it happen. It's a lot of goofy shit going on out here. It's a lot of people who are claiming to be about lives that they're not. It's a lot of goofy shit going on. But you can't fall into it. The goofy shit is weird shit. Let's admit it. We have a lot of weird social media people that are big famous on TV right now. You would never see a woman who rapped and did any form of adult entertainment be on anybody's interviews but a Howard Stern show. Tell me I'm lying. You would not see nobody like that. A woman who was rapping, and do you know how many of these P-stars have actually been on scenes rapping and then they get down to business? Y'all get what I'm saying? Nobody took them bitches serious. She was like, yeah, I rap. And she rapped looking retarded as fuck and bent over, making it clap. And so this is what is going on out here with the weird shit, and this is why I'm trying to tell you as a whole, you have to be very careful. But see, these were the trans, non-binary males that created this because they had an agenda in the first place. They and the simps, they are the ones who hate women the most. So they had to pull the woman's image and energy down because that's the true, those are your true misogynistic men. Y'all didn't even realize that. Those are true misogynistic women hating men is your simps, is your trans. You see what I'm saying? They hate women. They hate us. And they got exactly what they wanted by making sex work for them. They got exactly what they wanted by making all this sex shit free and all this type of shit and OnlyFans and women's liberations and going to women's feminism. They clever. They did exactly what they wanted women to be. They wanted women to look like idiots, goofballs, not intelligent, none of that stuff, limiting what we could say and all that type of shit, and beating women ass in sports, literally and figuratively. Got you. Got them. And so now things have to get cleaned up. The true alpha males, the true high value males are stepping out and actually talking behind mask and behind a mask and telling you what it really is out here. Even though their intentions was to talk to men, they end up talking to women who need the truth and who needs understanding, who needs information, not validation. And so all of these things pile up. And so now you got to take it back to the drawing board, and you may have to realize, oh, because of this weird adult in my life, this weirdo behaving adult in my life, this is how all these weirdo behaving people became in my life. And this is how I end up becoming this weirdo in all this type of shit. You have to start digging and digging and digging. And then I'm telling you, this is right there. So you sit here and you have people who don't know how to talk at all. All they do is yell and carry on. And you're like, hello, you're loud. Hello, you're loud. I went through that. I was loud until somebody said, yo, you talk very loud. You got to stop talking so loud. Somebody had to tell me that. And I started checking my voice. You talk too much. I started checking how I talk too much. All of these different things. Because I don't mind being corrected. If I'm out of order, I don't mind being corrected. If I'm out of order. People who say weird shit out their mouth, disturbing, embarrassing, and you're just like, huh? Huh? Even the way people are out here presenting themselves and like, I don't even want to go there with it. I'm still here. I'm in the back room. 1 second. And all of this shit. So now we have to learn how to go back to high value living by journaling and realizing, okay, what did I do here? Why did I feel like I like this person here? What was going on in my world right here? What was going on with me? Why would I entertain someone like this? What was Why did my life get pulled down like that? I'm trying to tell you, if you don't check it, you got people to this day that are on the OF site, and they are not thinking about at all the consequences of their action. You got people to this day who are on these public reality social sites, Zeus and all this kind of stuff, and they're not all thinking about the consequences. Because, see, white supremacy, white tea supremacy has figured out something, and it's working. Okay? It's working. And what's working is, I'm going to tell you, hear me out. It's an illusion. And I want to tell you what the illusion is. Now, if a woman there was this show years ago about the P star, the P woman who, the sex worker who works the blade, right? That's the streets, the stripper, and what position they're in, and the escort and stuff. And his position was like president, vice president, secretary, assistant. It was very interesting. And so these women who worked in the Bunny Mansion said they were the president. Check this out. This was years ago, y'all. This was in this happened 2000s, 6, 7 mark, something like that. And they were like, the Playboy one is like, no, I am the president. And the P stars are like, wait a minute, we be around celebrities. What are you talking about? We be in videos, we be in the parties, we're around the celebrities. We're the president. And so the Bunny Mansion girls versus the P star girls. All right, I think you're gonna follow me on this. And so, of course, you know who was in the other positions. It was funny that it was an interesting debate. Not funny, but it was an interesting debate. And so what happens is, the illusion is all of these Zeus and all of these people, am I allowed to say that? All these people on these reality people who were social media people and all this stuff that are getting their fame, the Sukianas and all of that, right? Sexy Red is a tad bit different, and all these type of women. I'm gonna still throw her in there, right? It's the illusion that they are going to go in high class places, but it's high class ghetto. Let's just call it what it is. It's high class ghetto is not the word. It's high class ratchet, right? They're going into high class ratchet places. And if there are celebrities in these spaces, they're the Ray J's. They're the ratchet people we know who the ratchet celebrities are, the Ray J's, the Rick Rosses, just name them. Okay? We know who they are. And so it's given the illusion of high class society. Are you able to be around money? Are you able to be around celebrities and all of that? But it's high class ratchet. Because even what they're doing, this is not even societal standards of what is high value. You follow me? And so therefore, again, you can get fucked up in the game because there's a lot of people on these reality TV shows. They get dismissed if they try to go to a place that's truly high value. I've seen it happen to Shamar and his little crew of people. And they were sitting up in the corner with their eyes rolled up, and they were just sitting up in the corner, and nobody was trying to talk back to them. Nobody was smiling with them. You can see that they were trying to hide the insecurity and shame, right, and all this kind of shit, because nobody was. Are you in the window? Nobody was. I feel like I'm too loud. Nobody. Nobody was accepting them. Amy Winehouse new release, to know him is to love him. Very interesting. I feel like that was a confirmation from the universe. And so it's a lie. You're being sold a lie. There's no true high value people in these places with these Zeus celebrity people twerking on stage and money being thrown at them. There's no high value spaces with these people fighting on camera and carrying on this debauchery. Nah, this is not no high value. This is not high class. This is ratchet high class. And so you still devalued. No, you can't be a woman in high society wearing a skirt that when you bend over, we can see all your business back there, as they say, as the elders would say. We can see all your business back there, girl. That's your business. And we all can see that when you bend it over. Ain't no high value society going to accept a guy or a woman with pants sagging up in the front and t-shirt. Nobody in high value society is going to accept nobody walking into the room looking like that. You're not going to make it through the door. And so you have to teach yourself even what is true high value society status in the industry. I'm an artist. I'm into fashion and clothes. You know, I'm into being bohemian and eclectic and being who I am. And I'm fine with being bohemian, eclectic, and being who I am. And I can switch it up if I want to, because I can. But as long as you know your industry and who you are, I'm going to tell you something. And it's going to be a little uncomfortable. But you may have to let go of your guilty pleasures as you raise your vibration. You know what I'm talking about. Oh, you know what I'm talking about. You're going to have to let go of them guilty pleasures, you know, them artists that you listen to for your guilty pleasure. You're going to have to let that go. If you want to, you know, your Sexy Red, your Sukianas, your Cupcake, your old classic Acanelli, you're going to have to let that frequency go. Nobody is walking around looking like that. No woman is of high value status is walking around with their breasts just hanging out like that while they're walking. Their booty just hanging. Like nobody is in high society nobody in high society is looking like that. No grown woman who dresses masculine, nothing wrong with that. She's not still looking like a teenager in high school. That's not high value. That's not high society. That's not high society. Nobody's like, clock it. Body T, clock it. Oh, girl, you ate down. Girl, you thought you ate. Give me that plate. go on somebody's platform and lie about, oh, I'm 25. I'm 25. How old are you? Oh, girl, I know you're not talking, girl. You look 100 without makeup on, and da 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 da. Girl, you ha 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 laughing. That's not how society behavior. That's not high value behavior. And we're not even gonna get into the dances that these boys be doing out here. It's not high value behavior to even publicly act like that. Yes, I've been around all this weird shit. I thought this weird shit was funny. I thought this weird behavior was funny. And I was in my mid-30s doing this. I thought this shit was hilarious. Trying to get away from the death of my grandmother because somebody was sending me that stuff. Hilarious. People fighting and wigs getting snatched off and they playing the fucking Sanford and Son music because she got a bald head. Yeah, I thought shit like that was hysterical. That shit not funny. That shit is nothing but devalues you. That shit don't do nothing but lower your frequency. True high value frequency is focused, concentrated, and consistent. That's true high value frequency. Focused, concentrated, and consistent. And when you come up on a microphone like this, you keep your motherfucking word. That's what it's about. I sat here. I'm going to say it. I sat here and I watched this video with Sexy Red. Mm-hmm. And oh, she's a guilty pleasure of mine, I will admit. I watched Sexy Red and she did that song, Suck on My Toes, and she throw her feet in the air every time she say that. And I always think I thought it, it was funny. And so what happened is she'd be like, it's a part of the song where she said, I can't say his name, he cheating, and I'm the reason, right? And I thought that was hilarious, right? Because it's a funny line, it is. And next thing you know, some dude is in the background. I take that's her manager because he's in literally all her videos. That's her manager. He jumps behind her and he starts tossing money with her. And she was like, yeah, what the niggas that? Whatever she said at the line. I'm just like, who was this? What is going on? Because I was disturbed that this dude was just, and you could hear the money just sliding, just in the air, sliding. It was just so, it was just so. And I saw where they performed this song, and I said, wait. One of my favorite artists performed on this show. And I liked the and I caught on to why he performed that song. I said, why did he perform out of all the songs he could have performed? Why he performed that song? I said, oh, that's it. That's it. That's why he performed. He was saying these losers on this fucking show. It's fucking all these losers. And so, no, seriously, here's what I'm trying to get you to understand. You see, you think that something as fun. See, you got to be careful with fun. There's so many ways we can have fun. Okay? Nothing wrong with laughing and having a good time. But you must pay attention to energetically what is happening, and I'm telling you what's going on. And I know I'm not wrong about it. When you sit here and you engage with that frequency, you become a part of that frequency. And so when you have a page of people that you follow, that is the frequency that you follow. You see? Because your frequency is you, but your page is the frequency that you follow. Okay? And so when you do that, and now you know on Instagram you can share, you can do a lot of sharing, this and that. What happens is the music you listen to, the movies and things that you engage in, all plays a part of your frequency. And because of that, you might listen to that Sukiyana song while you're walking somewhere or going for that morning walk or whatever, and you don't understand why someone is giving you a hard time when you didn't do anything to them, or giving you some kind of energy when you didn't do anything. And that is because of the frequency of listening to that. I'm not crashing on Sukiyana. I'm just making a point. We know what kind of music she made. And the way you put yourself in high value frequency is by listening to people who are a lot more lyrical, or music that have something else going on in it besides that. These dances are I mean, I love dancing, but I don't like a lot of these dancing. I don't. I don't like a lot of these dancings. I don't like, it's so much twerking. I'm getting tired of twerking. I'm getting tired of bitches shaking their ass. I'm getting tired of that. And I'm going to tell you why. Because what I'm getting tired of is women's hypocrisy. I'm getting tired of women wearing whole shit. Let's not play these games. Doing whole shit. And saying shit like, just because I shake my ass don't make me easy to fuck. Then what are you for anyway? What are you for anyway? And so therefore, I'm still here. So therefore, there has to be a change and transformation. We want high value life. We got to live high value. And there's a lot of sacrifices in that high value life. We have to live high value. We have to do high value. We have to talk high value. You have to be high value. We have to manifest high value. Because other than that, we ain't going nowhere with this frequency. We ain't going nowhere with this energy. It ain't taking us nowhere. We're constantly being bombarded with people's beef and put into people's business that's not ours. We're constantly being bombarded with somebody fighting somebody, and then somebody dissecting and saying, well, this is the real reason why you did that. And now a grown-ass woman is talking about another grown-ass woman and saying, well, her life and it's, sad and this and that, having all this compassion for a grown-ass woman. No, this ain't it. This is weird social media behavior, and we got to get the fuck away from it. How do high value people live? Social media have been the reason to fuck up people's relationships online. what is high value fucking living and how do we do it? How do we manifest that high value fucking living? What is the discipline? What is the hypnotic rhythm of these people? Because this ain't it. This ain't it at all. And everybody is being literally dragged because everybody wants the better. Even a plant tries to grow as close to the star. Everything in life is about growth. Everything is about growth. The butterflies fly as high as they can. If you ever pay attention to butterflies, they be all the way in the sky. Butterflies in the sky. I can go twice as high. That's true. Everything in nature wants to go higher than where it is. The grasshopper is hopping as high as it can hop. Because that's what frequency is all about. And as long as you sit here and you watch a Shay, again, I'm not crashing on these women. I'm just making a point. And you get on there and it's Sukiana. Out of all people you don't expect to be on Shay show, I didn't see that one coming. It's Sukiana. And I feel like, I'm not going to hold you. I feel like Sukiana done channeled the energy because Erykah Badu gave us some love. She had on the hat and everything. Umar Johnson was even brought up. Okay? Umar Johnson was even brought up. Okay? I had to laugh at that because a lot of people say that Umar smashed. Ugh. Let me leave that one alone. And so this person is on Shay show. And of course, I resonated to go find to see that today because it was live today. Because guess what I've been doing? I listened to WTFO where she doing Michael Jackson hee on the damn song. I shouldn't be listening to that. But I was. I'm a writer. I should be listening to lyricists. I should be listening to people who are lyrical. I don't even like hip hop and R&B. Y'all already know. I should be listening to that. I shouldn't be listening to that. And she on there talk about booty eating and all kind of shit. Let me give y'all a sidebar example of what I talk about when I talk about the whole inner city the psyche of inner city minds versus out of town minds. Don Lemon was in New Orleans for this past New Year. This current New Year, excuse me. And so this current New Year, he was trying to have a conversation with Queen Diva Best Believer. Y'all know who that is. And while Don was trying to have a real serious conversation, Queen Diva go, put it in my booty hole. This the good nasty twerk it, babe. Just saying the most nastiest shit in the song and being shady towards Don, like I don't want to talk about nothing smart or intelligent. I want to rap about this nasty ass degenerate shit. I don't even use those words. That's what I want to rap about, my nigga. I want to rap about that. And so anyway, Don Lemon didn't get the intelligent conversation because I think Don Lemon is from New York. Is he from New York? I'm not sure, but he is in there. He's still in the inner city. So that was a little sidebar I want to put out there. Okay. It's all a lie. The Pygmisha is slow. Okay. Pygmisha's slow. The simp is slow. And they out of touch with life. They out of touch with this world. They out of touch. And what exposes their slowness is always when people are in relationships with them and you find out that they say some reckless shit online, and next thing you know, they getting beat the fuck up in the background. Or you find a camera with them getting beat the fuck up in the background. Never fails. Why? Because the simp, the Pygmisha, is slow. And I'm trying not to go to the other one because we got a lot of non-binary and trans. They are too. They're slow. And so it's time to wean out, to comb it out. I'm going to tell you too, those divestors, slow. They ain't touching grass. They get excited off of ski trips like a kid. They get excited off of shit like that. Ski trips. They get excited. They make sure they make it their business to degrade other people and cultures. All right? Other people and cultures. They make it their business to be all American and black white supremacists. That's weird. And they make sure they give you the worst news that they can find, just lowering down your frequency every time. That's not the way. That's not the way. Because if the divestment was real, if they really lived what they said that they did, they would teach how to be in high class society. They will teach it. They will give the ropes. They will give the lessons. But that's not what they do. And so therefore, we got to understand that I'm here, Miss V314 Bad Bitchcraft Radio. I'm here to put it in your ear loud that it's time to shift that frequency. You tired of the weird shit? So am I. Weird was actually a term for people who were unique and creative and artistic, not autistic, artistic. And even if somebody was autistic or had autism or what they would call the idiot savant, there was something beautiful and creative about who they were. They knew how to paint. They knew how to paint something in the future or something from the past that they captured. That's what a weirdo was. That's the original. Go read the Weirdo Manifesto. That's what it was about. But now the weirdo became somebody that's uncomfortable. That's uncomfortable in this world. It became a frequency that can cause all kind of problems in your life if you're not careful. I had one accusing me of calling her and screaming on me in a fucking camera like, Oh, go find something to do. You've been calling me all day, and I can't do this with the app and this and that. Like, what? I wasn't even calling you. Are you okay? Are you okay? And why are you screaming? They always screaming because they slow. Divestors be screaming because they slow. Oh, this faggot, this. Whoa, what world do you live in, man? What is this? I be saying to myself, ain't no motherfucking way. Ain't no mother fucking way. Ain't no motherfucking way. Okay? Now, no one is pushing the link to ask me no questions. That's fine. Y'all listening. All right, listen to this though. So you're going through something in your life, okay? And you are building a mentorship. You are figuring out the best option for what you got going on. Okay? Figuring it out. Damn, look like my cousin. And so while you figuring it out, you want to find the proper mentorship for what you're going through or what you got going on in your life. You want to find the proper mentorship. What is the proper mentorship? You're going to have to teach yourself how to vet. The white frequency school that I'm in, I talk to that woman face to face. That woman, meaning online face to face, meaning that woman lives next door, a town over from me. Okay? She looks like she lives next door to my brother. That's how much her backyard is so similar to my brother's. And she probably do. I can feel and I can see, and what she did actually worked in that conversation, and that everything was on point. And that's somebody that I know outside of this social media circle, and she chooses people. She chooses people that she want to work with and deal with, and she chose me, okay? And I believe her. See, that's another thing. People who are not so easily available. That's a key thing. People who are not so easily available. Went back there, talked to her. I can see this woman face to face. I trust her information. And the white frequency school, I trust the information. And her information has actually helped me. Just like my relationship coach, technically life coach. Relationship coach is my life coach. Has helped me in my life. See how it works? But see, these people, they don't got beef with nobody. At least not publicly. They don't, if somebody's making, if they even get negative comments, they ain't being like, I would like to address a comment that this person named such and such said about me and blah, 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 blah. They don't do none of that. So that's a plus for me. That's a plus for me. Okay? None of that. So you have to develop, when you cut weirdo people out of your life, you have to develop ways in which you instantly identify social media weirdo behavior. Okay? I got another one for you. I like that West Oakland song. I watched them do the vlog. I watched how it accidentally came together. And I watched them. And I'm like, ooh, we booty shorts up the ass, belly hanging out, girl. Alcohol induced. And these people are touring in their town. Hey, I don't knock nobody hustle. They're touring in their town. People know the words to the song. And people clowned the song and said it was ghetto. And they out here doing it. They out here making it. Looking a little mess. Look a mess. Except for one of them. She dresses really, really nice. The Leo one. She dresses very, very nice. But other than that, this is what they're out here doing. But a lot of the behavior that I see amongst them is weird behavior. One of them was like, oh, you heard my song when I said I liked them, you know, with the big, what's good, da da da. He like, you want to do OnlyFans? And she, oh, excuse me, you want to do OF? And she was like, huh, what? She was confused that he was talking to her like that. And I'm like, these women are just seen as a ratchet mess, a drunk ratchet mess, something to pop, something to bust their head, you know, and nobody's taking them serious. And see, here's the thing where it gets more weird for me. I don't get mad at the women. I look at the males that are like their managers, producers, and all kind of stuff, and they be like, oh yeah, these are not that. Like, I look at them too. Out of town people shit, you know, these people in LA and stuff like that, but still, just city people, we become victims of out of towners being in our town, misrepresenting who we are. And so all this hip hop and all the people want they're lying. Y'all don't want hip hop to come back. No, y'all don't, because y'all wouldn't be entertaining these people if y'all did. So y'all weird. Y'all social media weirdos. That's all of y'all. Nah, that ain't what y'all want. So I sit here, okay, And these people are making music. And I don't have to get into it. And so, with all that being said, these weirdos get into relationships and they get played every time. Every time they get fucking played. And it's like, what's the surprise? These motherfuckers are weirdos. Why would anybody take them serious? Okay. Another way. Ooh, another way. I'm going to be very careful with this next one. It's going to get a little bit uncomfortable again. How do they handle their home life? How do they handle their home life? It ain't so much about if they keep their house clean. It's not about that. Are they constantly house to house? Is there always some house situation with bills, money, some kind of situation? Are they in shelter situation? Like, you got to look at all of that. That's telling you a lot about who somebody is. You don't want a frequency of that kind of person around you. People, I had that person that, the one who tried that one, the friend weirdo that I was with. She was trying to criticize me, because she was like, "Oh, I always wonder why you talk the way that you do." And I'd be like, well, what do I talk like? I always wonder why you talk like that. I'm like, what am I talking like? These people are fixated on authenticity, talking with slang, trying to make you talk the same type of way, even in places where you supposed to speak professionally. These people are fixated on making sure that you don't even try to halfway be or act high value. Okay. These people are very much trash. All right. They're very much trash. And they want you to be trash right along with them. And see, here's the thing that is really deep about it, okay? And it sounds like, well, why? Why? I'm going to tell you what it is. Going back to the psyche topic. These people, they don't fit in. No matter how they try to make it look as They are high society, like not high society, but no matter how they try to make it seem like they're fitting into the world and people, a lot of them do not. A lot of them can't even cope, okay, amongst other people. Okay. Remember what I tell you, that these people have a false sense of high society by way of what I told you with these reality TV stars who were people who social media people who become stars. This is why a lot of YouTubers got demonetized. That's the real truth. Like, it was already in the plan, but that's the real truth to why they got demonetized. Okay. They try to make you feel like this way of being is okay, and it's not. I'm here to tell you right now, do not do. Let me go back to the beginning of this video. When I first was talking to you about spiritual whistleblower, we showed the video. I'm not showing no more videos. We showed the video of her going to a very high value space. We saw it. It was a rooftop area. It looks like the same spot. It's called the Electric Lemon. It looks like the same spot that they shot the show She's Gotta Have It. Not the original 80s one. I'm talking about the latest one that came out 8 years ago. It looks like that. And so, therefore, that means that's a very high value place to be. I would think that there would be a dress code if I was to go to a place like that. I would really, really dress myself up very much. I'm talking about, I wouldn't even have on a short skirt or a short dress. I would literally have something up to my knees, or probably a long, knowing me, I have a long dress with the fishnets and something comfortable on in a space like that. Real comfy. And she came in there dressed like it was springtime. Okay. And so, again, as I said to the comment section, I was like, no, she's environmentally out of touch. Environmentally out of touch. She don't know how to properly read a room. So much that she did not even know how to dress, that even when she had on black, she still was not appropriately dressed for the place that she was at, just to show off all this fancy food. What reason? We have to go into a very logical space in our mind. Like, this is why I'm trying to tell you, you have to go very practical, because it's not about judgment. It's just about going very practical in your mind. Because you see, what's so funny to me is you have people who, I saw this older woman. I just couldn't. No. She was sitting down and eating food that she just cooked. She turned on her camera. She turned it to her TV, and she went on about this woman who was in Colorado. And I don't remember her situation, but it didn't sound like she was housed or anything. It was not good. And she was sitting down and she was rewinding and playing and saying that she was lying, and she was pausing what she was talking and this and that. And I began to get a bit disturbed watching this. I really got disturbed, because I was just like, So you people be having enough time to dissect people over eating, to dissect people's lives, to tell them that they're lying, and to tell them what you see and blah 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 and what you're watching and all this type of stuff. But you don't have the common sense to see that what you're doing is weird. You don't at all think that your behavior in this is weird. Okay. And so when I begin to start to watch these kind of things, these are the type of people, like I said, I was around, that I was talking to and stuff. This is the type of behavior that they had. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people were very good at hiding it for a while before it actually came out that they were who they were. You get what I'm saying? And so these people who do these type of things, right? Let's get back. What reason does another grown ass woman who's in a whole nother state need to look at another grown ass woman? And you can say whatever you want. You can critique whatever, critique, goddamn. You can critique whatever you want. We grown. You can say whatever you want. We grown. But even saying whatever you want comes with a consequence, right? Because we grow. We should understand that, right? And so you go as far as, oh, your makeup and your hair, and you're not that pretty anyway. And then you go as far as to be in competition with her. Be in competition with her. This woman don't even know you from a rat's ass. And say, look, I could dress better than you, and you can't even dress properly in certain spaces. This, and then be a grown-ass woman saying, I'm autistic, so I study things and da all the way, and this, I'm autistic, and it's like, no, but you're just slow. Something's wrong with you. That type of behavior is carrying on. And it's like, okay, no. We see people in these social media fame settings. We watch them set people up very badly and hurt them. Set them up very badly and hurt them. Fights in the streets, laughing while these fights are going on, disrespect, all type of shit. This is what we see. And no one ever thinks that's weird. That's entertainment. That's entertainment. Why you think these people are on Zeus and all these other networks? They had to take them off of TV. They had to take that bullshit off TV. That was devaluing their brand. People were pushing people who were disabled in wheelchairs. Disabled people were getting hit and disrespected. You know, the weird shit that you see when you go on these apps like Bigo and shit like that, that type of weird shit. That's the type of weird shit that you see going on, that they will put that on TV. These social media people, these social media famous people was putting that on national TV. That when somebody pushed somebody in a wheel, they said, oh no, you got to go. They shut it all down and took that ass to Zeus in a corner where other people can subscribe and they can go make their money and entertain that shit over there. It's straight retarded shit. Can I say that? Going on over there. You can see it in their faces. Something ain't right. And are you surprised that a lot of them are doing OnlyFans? Are you surprised by that? To be honest, that her money was getting low 2020, and she needed to go make some more money. Okay. Now, to my beautiful black people out there, it's some things that I'm going to say that I had to learn myself, and I had to come to the reality myself that I may not like very much of, but I had to face it. Okay. There are things, certain ways and behaviors that are going to have to get hung the fuck up. Okay. They're going to have to get hung the fuck up. There's a lot of things energetically that will have to stop. This is why I tell y'all those divestors are full of shit. You know why they full of shit? Because they still come into spaces with black people, carry on the same type of jokes. What's tea? What's this and that as black people talk? And they still come into black people's spaces because they really miss being around black people. They're lying to you. I know people who don't deal with black people. I see how they move. They don't do that. These people also there is certain things you're going to have to give yourself knowledge of in this world, whatever it may be. You're going to have to fully educate yourself on some things in this world. You're going to have to fully understand things in so many ways in this world. And it may be so out of your comfort zone, but you're going to have to do it. See, the problem is you have your divestors that say the things that they say. You have your divestors that critique what they critique. But they're not doing anything any better than what they believe it is, because at the end of the day, they're still carrying on low vibrational behaviors. These people are still carrying on activities and ways and how they speak that is no better than the people in which they speak against. Get what I'm saying? They still work careers where they're going to see a lot of the same people they say that they don't fuck with. They're just course correcting. They're trying to build an image for black women that they want to give black women, but then that X's out the black women who are quality black women. They just happen to be queer, unique, educated, spiritual. You see what I'm saying? So now it makes it, I guess, a conservative black woman is classified as the divested black woman. You feel me? I also say this because y'all could tell I'm probably looking at something while I'm talking to you as well. I also say this. I personally, and I'm serious when I say this, I am very at my wits' end with a lot of things. I'm at my wits' end. I'm at my wits' end with childish behavior. I'm at my wits' end with weirdo behavior and weirdo movements. I'm at my wits' end with it. I'm at my wits' end. It's too much of it going on. I get a lot of downloads. I do. I get a lot of spiritual downloads. And so sometimes these downloads that I get can be shocking to me sometimes. Uh-huh. Can be shocking to me sometimes. I get downloads that begin to make sense for what's going on in my life. So my homies in the background, I talk to them about my downloads and we sit down, we build about these kind of spiritual downloads that I get. So I do speak from a place inside myself. I'm definitely a vessel. I'm definitely the vessel of the Most High, highest. And so the thing is, what is troubling to me is that people's behaviors is making it where true high society living is not going to be accessible like that unless you live in a certain area to be close to have proximity to high society living. As someone from the big city, we have accessibility to wealth. We have accessibility to things that are that we can learn in the world of wealth and such. And now it's just where it's happening that these men, these retards, these weirdo retards have made everything, it's just too many of them. Tell me I'm wrong, bro. Tell me you're gonna be having your algorithm tight and one of them just find a way twerking on your page. Tell me I'm wrong, bro. Tell me you don't be watching something that you like and it's good, and then here come the weirdo on your page. Tell me I'm wrong for that shit. Tell me I'm wrong for sitting here and you sit here and they said, and the social media is strategically a distractive place, right? That's like that's not a lie. That's not a lie. It's strategically a distractive place. It has been proven scientifically. It has been it has been shown. It has been it's out there. It's out there that social media is purposely set up to for everybody to fail, to distract people. But there's something deeper that I see than just social media. It's the social media weirdos that are dominating. Okay, no. That are dominating. Okay? And so therefore, because of that, it can feel like it's funny, it's innocent fun to entertain it, and it's not innocent fun. Okay, that's the point I'm making. It's not innocent fun. None of it is. We this story with Rihanna and what that girl did. Let me tell you something. This story, what Rihanna and what that girl did, is only the beginning of the more things that's going to come with that. See, it was it was it was all recognized because it was Rihanna, but it can be one of us in this type of setting if we're not careful. And this is why I be telling you the stories that I tell you about the weirdos that I have crossed paths with, for you to understand the severity of people doing stuff like that and saying things like that, and how very twisted these people are, that they could come to a celebrity's home and try to take her out because nobody is addressing the mental depletion of these people as they get older, the regression of these people. These women are in clubs and restaurants just twerking their ass and twerking. I'm like, where are they? How you just out here twerking your ass all day like this? Like, is this your brand? Is this what this is about? And so understand that this type of shit and this type of behavior is, if you're not careful and you put yourself up in this fucking frequency, you don't understand why life is happening the way that they do. I'm speaking this from experience. I'm speaking this from experience. You be sitting here like, why did I attract some shit like that? And you have to start looking around who's around you when you had that, when that problem happened in your life, when that situation happened in your life. You have to start sitting back and examining that. Also, we have these situations where people are unaliving people. Wasn't there an artist? I remember his name. He spelled it similar to my artist name with the A as a number 4. And this person actually turned around and took somebody's life. And I'm like, okay, how this does happen. Okay, this does happen. It does end up getting this far. Because he may not have been the weirdo. I'm talking about the artist David. He may have crossed paths with a weirdo and got put in a situation. I don't know the story. And we're having a lot of people at a certain caliber of life who are taking other people's lives and shit, because I'm telling you that more than likely they're encountering that fucking weirdo. And they're just snapping. The weirdo motherfucker will bring you that point. You want to, like, I had a woman, I felt like picking up the chair that I was sitting in and tossing it in her face. And in that motherfucking moment, I said, man, I don't fuck with this bitch. Literally. I said, man, I don't fuck with this bitch no more, man. You know why it happened like that? You know why it happened like that? Because that is when I started to grow up and I started to realize, like, ooh, no, 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 no. Social media got y'all motherfuckers all the way fucked up. Okay. Okay. Anything else y'all want to add to this? Any other stories? Any honorable mentions that you all want to talk about that I may have not talked about here? Because I can keep going. Okay. I'm going to tell you something that you're not going to like. If you have met somebody online, excuse me. If you have met somebody online, I need you to have your meter up, because more than likely you're dealing with a social media weirdo. Okay. But now I want to switch the conversation up to people who may realize that you have been in spaces. Okay. You have been in spaces where I don't even know who you are. We don't interact. Who are you? Who is this person? And you may be experiencing something, and you may been listening to me, and you may been questioning what is going on with my words today. You may be questioning and being honest with yourself about if you have been a weirdo in your life, or if you're acting like a weirdo, if you're being a weirdo. You may question and be honest enough to say you may have been around such weirdos that you didn't realize that you were being a fucking weirdo. Being a fucking weirdo. And so, what happened? I'm going to tell you what you can do to renew your life. Who's this? She's not following me. What is this? Oh, he's fine. Number one, recognizing it is absolutely, totally, absolutely fucking beautiful. Okay? That's the most beautiful. That's the first thing that's and you're not here to beat yourself up. You're here to be kind to yourself. You're here to recognize whatever it is that you need to recognize. And you're here to take action in its proper format. Okay? Moving forward. Okay? So, what does that mean? If you are talking to people and you have a terrible habit of word vomiting, what is word vomiting? That means that you express a lot of things. You may find yourself repeating talking points from divestors. You may find yourself repeating or expressing things in a very heavy way that you do on social media or an aggressive way. You may find yourself getting kicked out of rooms because you're speaking out how you speak, or maybe people don't really want to bring you around people because of how you speak. You may possibly be doing weirdo behavior. Okay, I'm going to tell you, and I'm going to tell you why you're possibly doing weirdo behavior. Number one, you shouldn't be so quick to dump your feelings like that. That's number one. Okay, you shouldn't be so quick to dump your feelings like that on anything or anyone. Number one. Number two, you, no particular order, you should have a boundary in how you speak to people and in what you speak about. Meaning, you need to learn how to get into people's mindsets before you start spewing your mindset. Social media have given the illusion that people can just come into spaces and just spew what they want to spew. And that's absolutely untrue. Okay. Then there is the other aspects of it all, of having a boundary. I'll explain to you what I mean. I'll get into what I mean, right? So, what was this? So I watched people who basically, that's fine. Who basically, did I follow him? I hope not. They sit around and they I think y'all know what I'm trying to say here, right? They sit around and they want to quickly have an opinion. Okay. They want to quickly have something of what they have to say, how they have to say it, who's going to listen to them say it, type of shit. Okay. Oh no. Oh shit. And so therefore, this is not how society works when it comes to talking to people. Okay? Not how society works when it comes to talking to people. This is also the point of how do I say this? Let me get focused here. Society don't work like that. You know, you have your opinions, you have your thoughts, you have your ideologies, you have what it is that you got to say to these things. But there's a way in which we all talk to one another. There's a way in which we all show some type of respect as human beings. Because, see, that's what the fuck is missing. That right there is like the biggest part of everything that I talk about is respect is lost. Okay? And so therefore, that is what's causing a lot of the hangups and problems where people are just like, do people hear how they talk to people? Do people hear their tone? Do people pay attention to how they're talking to people? Do people, and it goes on and on and on and on and on and on. And so people get weirded out by it. Like, what happened to just common courtesy and just, you know what I'm saying, just talking to people and just we show some respect to one another and we just move on. Well, what happened is that's gone. Unfortunately, it's gone. And unfortunately, it's lost. And only people who understand high value society will understand that that's not how you talk to people. That's not how you interact with people in this world. That's not how life goes. And why does it happen that way? Because the weirdos Okay? Because of the weirdos. And because of this is why it comes to this point where I have realized that people who have this level of behavior, right? People who have this type of energy, they're very unhappy people. Okay? They're very unhappy people. They're very miserable, and they're not living what they say that their life is. And this is why it turns into this thing where these people, and you have to say to yourself, right? Where these people, you're just like, why are they coming at this person so hard? Right? Why are they talking so nasty to this person? Right? Why are they coming at them like this online and they don't know them? Because the weirdo already had claws on them, had their eyes on them, has been stalking them. And so because of that, that's why you're looking at that and you're just like you're befuddled. It's shocking you. Because of the weirdo. And if you're not careful, going back to when I was talking to you out there, if you're not careful, you can find yourself interacting with this weirdo and you don't realize that this weirdo that you're interacting with is rubbing off on you, that you're not even realizing that you're carrying on this weirdo type behavior. You see what I'm getting at with this? I think you get where I'm getting at with this. And what is going on is you can be interacting with this weirdo or these weirdos, and you don't even realize what kind of energetic frequency you done caused upon your life. And now you don't understand why your relationships are not working out. Now you don't understand why why it's not working out when you are trying to have a conversation or carry on a certain type of connection. You don't understand why when you sit here and you try to what's the word? You're sitting here and you're trying to understand, you know, why are things happening to you in the way that is happening, to the point that is heartbreak and disappointment, is because you may not realize that you have weirdos around you, or you're carrying on weirdo behavior. And I'm going to tell you how you can end up in the weirdo frequency without knowing it. Number one, as a content creator, as a brand, you need to take that shit serious. Do you hear me? You have an image to uphold. You have an image to uphold. You have a brand to keep up with. You're building yourself up. Excuse me. Excuse me. You have people that you're associating with that are artists and creatives. Excuse me. You have people that are on your wall, artwork and autographs and picture books, and they're on TV right now. Excuse me. You need to be taking your brand serious. So therefore, that means you just don't hop on any platform. If you know, getting funny shit, you entertain the funny shit, you cackle, you keep it moving. But I say the funny shit can be dangerous. I'm going to give you an example of how funny shit can be dangerous, because the weirdo social media person, they don't be funny no more. They don't be funny no more. Okay. Okay. So I listened to this lady, sidebar. I listened to this lady, and she sounds crazy. And why she sounds crazy, she's carrying on about this woman. See what I'm talking to you about? I'm talking about this for a reason. She's carrying on about this woman. This woman's life, what's going on with this woman. She's carrying on about whatever she think this woman life is. She's really going in on this particular woman. She got pictures of this woman. She's on this woman's Facebook, and the chat room is going wild and entertaining all of this. And so eventually, the husband of that woman calls into her show. And he does it very smoothly and very calmly, because he has to watch his image. And so he goes, oh yeah, let me look, let me check. Asking her, like, you said that you work. He asked the one question. He said, you said you work for a pharmacy, you go to a pharmacy school. Okay. And she's like, yeah, I do, and this and that, and da 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 da. And she tried to back down. She was trying to be tough, but still backing down, but standing on herself and all this type of shit, right? This is what I'm saying. Weirdo social media motherfucker. And so she goes on right? She goes on, and what happens? The next day, she get an email from her school that says, she showed the email. We listened to what was going on. We got a complaint. And what you do is not okay. And it does not represent the image of what we do at our school. And so she tried to cry and play victim, and she had to email her school and cop and plea. Now, where am I going with this? If you cross paths with any type of page as such, if you cross paths with any type of page as stuff, you have to not engage in that shit. You eventually gonna have to unfollow. And I'm very much speaking for myself when I say this. I'm going to really help you understand why. That energy is such a weird frequency. Okay, it is. It's so weird. It's so fucking weird. And so when you're coming from being around this weird type of energy, you're going to attract something weird coming your way. Okay? Whether you realize how weird it is or whether you don't. Okay? Whether you realize it or whether you don't. You are also going to attract I need you to hear me out closely. You are also going to attract little intricate things that are odd in your life and in your path that you are not going to probably catch on to in or explain. I'm being serious. I'm being so fucking serious. You are also going to attract people who have slight weird behavior, like the person that you listen to or your place of frequent engagement. Sometimes you will even find people that you'll cross paths with that will even look like that person. You'll be like, what the fuck? We are in a true age of quantum leaping. So that means that things are moving pretty goddamn fast out here. Okay. Okay. It's moving pretty goddamn fast. And it's going to continue to move pretty goddamn fast like this if you are not paying attention. There is no, how do I say this? There is no accidents, mistakes. There is no, how do I say it? There is no there is no it randomly happened type shit in your life. When you're at a job like I was, and you got bitches that feel some type of way with you wearing makeup and shit, that's weird social media bitch behavior. That's a sign right there. That's a sign right there. You get what I'm saying? That's a sign, absolutely, that that basically, you know, there's some kind of weird social media frequency that's around you that you're attracting that. You have to look at life like that. I'm telling you, I know it's like, you know, but people are just weird and people do things, but it's not without a reason, because it's still your frequency that they're responding to, and you have to check that. And this is why I'm talking about the weird social media energy, because I'm telling you, like, you may not realize what you're entertaining, what you're laughing at is causing this weird social media energy. I can give you an outside looking in example. I watched a woman watch Love and Hip Hop. Any woman who watches Love and Hip Hop is a woman who's looking for love. And she's living vicariously through the relationships of the people on that damn show. Living vicariously through these people on that damn show. Okay. And so what happened is, this lady would talk about Love and Hip Hop. This lady will sit down and she would she had a good man. She had a good man. And this is the same woman who would always be like, I'm going on a date. She got a picture of herself looking younger than what she is. She was in her 60s. She got a picture of herself looking younger than she did. Weaves, wigs, makeup, all kind of shit, drawing her eyebrows on, shit like that. This is what this woman do, right? And so, no successful love, no successful relationship. And how funny, the last man she was talking to me about, she was like, man, he's still on some hip hop shit. We too old for this. He's still talking about hip hop. He's still trying to be hip hop. And I known this dude for a while. We've been doing for a while, like, but I ain't trying to be on no hip hop shit. I'm trying to grow up. And I said, ooh, the irony of that, right? She always watched Love and Hip Hop, and she got her love and hip hop right there in her life, right? The universe works like that. Oh, the universe works like that, dear. Oh, yeah, it works like that. And so here I am going on with my adult life, and I'm experiencing bitch feeling some type of way that I have makeup on my face and acting weird and shit. Just two-faced ass, retarded, jealousy, envious shit. And I had to sit down and be honest with myself when I journal and stuff, and be honest with myself and be like, yo, what was I watching? What was I engaging in that caused me to go through something as ridiculous as this? What energetically is around me? And I already have the answer. I already have the fucking answer. And so this is why I say you have to catch the weird behavior, the weird social media behavior that's in your life. And that's how you begin to start shifting your world into the way that you want your world to be. You feel me? Now let's get back to weirdo behavior. And I'm not here to attack somebody, I'm only here to help. You meet somebody, you're dating them. So you decide to turn on one of them divester fucking shows. And we gotta get into something with that too. I gotta talk about another thing that I saw. I know I'm name dropping like a motherfucker out here. I know. You drop into one of those divested shows. And so, and you play that shit. Gorillas, monkey apes, dusty hair, and this and that. The lowest man and the patriarch, the what is this? What are we in? The patriarchy and white man been kicking your ass for 40 years and all this type of shit. And this is the type of shit you got playing in front of somebody who's getting to know you. What do you think this person is going to think about you when you play some shit like that? What kind of impression are you getting when you're playing and engaging in shit like that, and you're showing people that this is the type of shit that you engage in? See, it don't seems weird and retarded until it seems weird and retarded, right? You're talking to them about social media drama shit, not real life shit, not people you really know, but social media drama shit. And what happens is this type of weird behavior will continue if you don't pay attention to it. Okay? If you don't pay attention to it. Okay? You also begin to also pick up that when you are openly expressing yourself in a relationship or expressing yourself and your feelings to somebody about their family and what they got going on with their family and what they should be doing and they shouldn't be doing, that's weird behavior, believe it or not. That's going to fall into weird behavior. Now. Many of y'all going to argue. Many of y'all going to argue. But it is. Okay? Now, here is another thing that is very, very, very interesting that I think stands out for me. Okay. What stands out for me is a lot of people are struggling in their relationships because you may not realize that you are looked upon as a weirdo because of whatever type of behavior that you've been conducting, and no one is necessarily taking you serious. Ouch. I hope that hurt, because that's how you want to make your changes. Okay. Okay. Also, I want to also add, that you may have a hang up that you are not dealing with, a wound that you're not dealing with, that is causing you to be the weirdo in your life and in your relationships. You are sitting around in your life and you're not realizing that you're carrying a weirdo frequency lingering on you because you're not paying attention. You want to hear something that's weirdo behavior that is going to sting because it's not politically correct to say? This is why on YouTube they have this new rule, and the new rule is like, yo, listen, if you gonna fucking sit here and talk about meds and all this type of stuff, you got to be certified to talk about this shit. You can't just be talking about that. That was the newest rule last year on over here on YouTube. But the moment you like, okay, I'm autistic, I'm severely mentally ill, I'm on this meds, I'm on that, and that becomes that becomes your excuse for how you behave. Weirdo. Weirdo. And so because of that, this is a part of what's lingering in your life that's causing you major, major, major problems. And I'm going to keep going. You are going, listen, you're going to have to realize something, right? You're going to have to realize that in order to heal, you have to tell yourself the truth. You have to tell yourself the honest truth. this is the beginning of your absolute journey, because the moment you can be like, you know what, I was on this panel at this time of my life with these weirdos, and I used to always come here over here with this weirdo, and I used to experience all of these type of weirdo experiences, right? And I used to have all this type of stuff happen to me, right? When you do that, that's the beginning of you starting to put it all together. You feel me? You start saying, oh, wait a minute. Let me tell you something. I had a panel that I would be on. And I'm going to tell you why I was on that panel. I'm going to tell you why I was on that panel. I thought the panel was meaningful. I thought the panel had information that I can use. I thought I can have fun on that panel. But that panel was full of fucking weirdos. And that's why the humiliation ritual happened to me the way that it did. Fucking weirdos. And so because of that, what happened is it turned into a situation where a lot of things started to happen and unfold in my life. A lot of things started to happen and unfold in my life. That's where I attracted the people doing magic on me and my children, all kind of fucking shit. And then there's other aspects of weirdos that I was around. Life went on. I still kept one around, you see, because that happens. And then I had another one that ended up being a weirdo. You understand that I was around. And then all of these different things and them and things. Okay. Okay. Then it went into more things. Then I came here. And when I came here, that's when the awakening started to happen, because I was closer to the true weirdo that started in my life. And those who've been here, you know what I'm talking about. I was closer to the true weirdo that was in my life. And that's still around. And so by doing that, what happened was I started to now unlock something inside myself. I wanted to blame my last relationship on the bestie. I want to blame so many people for any relationship that I had and who was the problem. Everybody else was the problem but me. Everybody else was at fault but me. But subconsciously, my spirit was picking up something there. And what was it? It was my associations. It was my frequency associations. It was the energy that I was around and was dealing with. It was my mouth and me expressing too much. It was that. And I can go on and I can go on and I can go on. Okay? But it was the weirdo motherfuckers that I was around. I can say that out loud. And the weirdo motherfuckers that I was around, right? Here's something that is like interesting about these type of people, right? To me. Very interesting to me about these people. Right? Is that these people, right? They always have something that they always want to shake the room with things that they say. They always want to find a way into saying something that makes everybody give them attention, that they don't realize that they are the weirdo in the room. One time a friend shouted out something in the middle of everybody at a sports event, that it was a sports gathering, and she just started yelling some shit out loud while everybody was at the event. And she was like, everybody just looked at me. Everybody just like looked at me when I said that. It was like, what was they supposed to do if we're at a at home sports events, and whatever sport people, and they're cheering for their team, and it's always some good food there. The sports events always have good food, man, I swear. Good food and all this type shit, and you motherfucking yelling some shit out of nowhere. What was they supposed to say? And this the type shit that these weird motherfuckers do. This the type shit that they do. And so with that, if this is the type of energy that you associate with, you're going to get all that weird shit, even a little bit of it, when you walk out this door. When you trying to just go for a walk. When you living your best goddamn life. All of these type of things. Because when you begin to live high value, no, you're not going to attract going on a date with somebody and their bestie is on the phone. Or their bestie comes on the date with you. What kind of weird shit is this? This is weird. Who does this? How people getting to know each other? We're not friends. I just met you. Why is this bitch on the phone? Why is she here? Why are we hearing her problems in her relationships while we trying to have our relationship? Weird shit that you must be mindful of. You want to listen? I'm not trying to knock nobody, but I want you to understand something. You want to sit here, and you want to listen to somebody who tell you, oh, if you got a man and he taking you to Best Buy, girl, get you a laptop, girl, kiki, sprinkle, 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 sprinkle. A man wants a woman that he needs, sprinkle, sprinkle. And it's the kind of weirdo, because it's gonna get uncomfortable. It's the kind of, this is what you're listening to. You're gonna walk outside and you're gonna get exactly what you're listening to. Listen, you ain't gotta listen to me at all. You ain't gotta listen to B314 Bad Bitch Craft Radio. You ain't gotta listen. Go out there and learn for yourself what's out there. Go out there and see what's out there. Go out there and talk about some sprinkle, sprinkle. Go out there and live like that. And tell me, my nigga, tell me how that shit go. Tell me how that shit go. I promise you it won't go well. That's a promise. It won't go well. I promise you that if you sit here and you think that you can go out here and listen to divested talking points and go on panels, there's a reason these people are not on your TV show, on your TV screen. There's a reason these people are not even using their avatar and getting on national TV and speaking from their avatar. There's a reason for that. There's a reason that you have these, you can't go out here and talk like that. There's going to be consequences to talking like that. And the consequences is like, bitch, you're a weirdo. Get the fuck off my panel, you fucking weirdo. Oh, you're trash and racist and you are an embarrassment. Get the fuck off my panel, you fucking weirdo. Goodbye. And so you have to be able to tell yourself this ultimate truth. What panels do you listen to on a daily basis? What do you get from it? What is it doing for your life? What is it talking about? What are you learning? Would you actually pick up a notebook and write down what the person is saying to you? What are you learning? What are you taking with you for real? What are you taking with you for real? I'm serious. What is it that in life what is it doing? What is it doing for you? And that is something that you all must consider. Are you just getting a kiki? But what kind of kiki are you getting? Is it disrespectful? Is it strangers who don't know each other? Is it some jealous, envious bitch that's watching somebody's channel and talking about what they see and what they observe with somebody, being a monitoring spirit, as they say? Is that what's going on? Because if that's the case, you're going to attract weirdo fucking energy. Trust me when I tell you. Okay? I'm just saying. You need to hear the truth. There's a reason for shadow banning. There's a reason for shadow banning people. There's a reason people getting shut down. Some people are actually speaking truth like me and still getting shut down, but you just have to do what you got to do, right? But there's a reason for that. But you know what? These people are not getting shadow banned because these people got millions and views on top of views. There are people that just be like, life with me, and they got views on top of views. Talking about nothing. You hear me? Talking about nothing. Foolery. That have no meaning, that has no purpose for living. No meaning, no purpose for living. And so what's happening? I'm going to tell you what's happening. A lot of your problems is because you're being a weirdo and you have a weirdo frequency around you and you're not aware of it. You're not being aware of it. And because of that, right? Because of that, understand that all of it. Okay, let's move forward. Let's move forward. Shout out to you. You know who you are. I was expressing to a homie in the background, right? And they are always beating these women who I got homies that they have the experience. I have one who she always ends up finding out that these women are living in dire situations. And another one, she always have women that don't keep their word about a date. Something as simple as a date, and that person cannot keep their word. So these are the two experiences my two homies is going through. And so therefore it happens to be a situation where I'm looking at them and they are around weirdo behavior. They're around weirdo people. And they're also engaging in social places of weirdo people and weirdo behavior. Okay? And so because of this type shit, they don't realize that it is affecting the frequency of what they're trying to get to so much that they don't even believe they can have what it is that they're seeking. You get what I'm saying? I got one that ended up cutting her hair. And I was like, why? She was like, I'm getting tired of it. Because you know why? Because at her school, they've been giving people a hard time about hair and about a bunch of drama. And so she ended up just cutting her shit off. And I knew that was energy. When she cut that hair, I said, ooh, this is energetic. I've been there. I cut all my hair up before. This is all energetic. This is the body the spirit trying to shed itself from what's not serving them. But she has to live and learn for herself. And so my other homie, she's very opinionated. Shout out to you. She got to say how she feel. And the delivery of what she speaks causes a lot of riffraff with the people that she's in a relationship with. Let's get further into weirdo behavior. So I was in this sister circle thing, which I should have never been in because everybody was the size of a Michelin man. So I should have known to just turn around and not fuck with it. And I also learned that, let me make it very simple. Anybody who has a circle and you go to see them face to face, you actually travel to go see them face to face, and they have a problem like, well, I don't want this person in my house. I think it's weird that they're coming over here. Hello? I guess human interaction is a problem? And why have the event at your home? What's the problem? And this is the text message these people was telling me that this person had to say. And so I was like, this is weird. All of this is weird. Everybody's behavior is weird. Everybody's being fucking weird. This polyamorous fucking bullshit that we got going on. Okay, like everybody's fucking weird. It was the residue. It's all the residue from the weird motherfuckers from before. The weird motherfuckers I did not, I thought I had relationships with. It's all the residue of this stuff. And this is where this is where you have to snip everything away from you in your life and all this stuff. Because what's going to happen in your life is that you're going to be put in a position where you're going to find yourself experiencing a depression and almost anger that you cannot explain. You're going to be like, why am I so angry? Why am I so depressed? Like something is off here. Something ain't right here. Okay? Something is not connecting here. Okay? And what's going on with that feeling is it's the weirdo residue that you have in your life that you don't realize is weirdo residue. I have somebody right now that I'm following And I am sitting here like, do I want to keep following this person? Like, do I want to keep following this person? It's okay because my following went down. I don't like to be following more people who following me. I don't fuck with that shit, right? And so with that being said, the fuck, nigga, put some clothes on. With that being said, understand that let's get a little bit more into weirdo residue. Okay. Anybody who, number one, let me get this out the way. Anybody who does not have common sense into how to talk to another human being, that's a sign of weirdo residue. My last job, there was a manager. Everyone complained because he did not, and I repeat, he did not know how to talk to people. So much that people wanted to get the fuck away from him. And I always said he was an alcoholic. He has the signs of being an alcoholic. And so, continuing on, you have people. I have been in some awesome spaces with great people. And one thing I will say is the communication with these people were always fun. Sometimes there was laughing, it was respectful. It was like, hey, you know, what do you eat here? What do you come here often? Oh, yeah, I always get this and that. It's very cordial connecting. And so because of that, I have an idea of what it is to connect and walk outside and talk to people. And so again, social media, weirdo social media connecting. What happened in through all of it is it turned into this whole thing where I noticed that people don't have a compass within themselves of how they talk to people. Okay? And I'm like, there has to be either some miserable spitefulness, something deep is going on here. They don't really know how to talk to people. Some of them sit here and talk to people like they somebody mama. Like, it's crazy out here. Seriously. You got people who that there's a reason Instagram said you got to have 1,000 followers if you want to go live. And you don't have 1,000 followers, you can't go live. There's a reason for that. They have to see how much you are serious and dedicated, because if you don't have that, you're going to attract people that's going to do crazy shit in that live video. Let me tell y'all something. A lot of the shit that y'all find to be funny is pathetic, jealous, and envious behavior, spiteful behavior, nasty, seething behavior. A lot of it is not funny. A lot of this comedy out here is not funny. There's two people I I unfollowed a lot of people, but there's two people who I literally was watching them, and they go money blessings to the world, and they play this music in the background, and the man is a bit disturbing. He has his grills. He always showing his ice grills with his teeth. They have children. They have grandchildren. We don't really know the gist of the relationship. Oh, she's always cooking something. It's a salad. It's something she's always cooking. Oh, come in, try mommy food. And I'm always leery of people who do all this family stuff. That's just me. Okay. She's sick and she got all this stuff going on. Right. And they cool. I don't know them. Right. And so, anyway, I had to get away from that because that's weirdo energy. It's you know, I understand people sick. I can't do nothing about that, but it's like, and dude, you're an old man with gold grills. That's fine. You can be old with gold grills, Juicy J with it. I got you. But you grinning your teeth all in the camera on some shit like the shit you doing, but all at the same motherfucking time, like, bro, what? Like, what? Seriously? You get what I'm saying? Like, nah, this is weird behavior. I can't be watching this. At first, it was funny. Or it's telling each other they love each other. At first, it was funny. But this stuff is weird. It's not funny no more. And as you're building your frequency, you have to be able to identify things as such. I told you, I'm an eclectic artist. I know how I look. I could go on and on about everything about me. Gothic, I can go on and on and on. But I'm talking about energy. I'm talking about laws of attraction. I'm talking about frequency. I'm talking about quantum leaping. I'm talking about having a high value life. And as I build a high value life, I'm starting to come to the realization of the social media weird shit. It's people who just, you have to identify what it is. Call it out. You have to start realizing that social media weird shit is a part of what's in the way of what's happening in your frequency. I know what I'm talking about. I see it on the outside looking in, on the inside looking in, but well as the outside looking in, to tell you this. I can tell you this. I can also tell you something else too. That weirdo, social media weirdo that you talk to on a daily basis like that's monitoring you, that always wants you on the phone, always get upset if your phone is off, always be like, well, this and that, and always trying to keep you around them and shit like that, all that type of shit. That motherfucker right there is the number one person blocking your blessings and in your way. You got to understand this. These motherfucking people. And let me tell you something. They ain't doing shit with their life. That's the worst part about it. These people ain't doing shit with their life. That's the worst part about it. These people ain't making shit happen in their life. And that's what makes it even more weird. You want to debate me that divested content is not weird? You want to debate me that divested puppet going after Six the Goddess and making a rap song, which is very black to do, making a rap song to Six the Goddess because of what she said about non-black males. How do we have to say white tea, but we can say black? That's a little crazy. What she said about non-black males, you're going to tell me that's not weird shit? And it's only a matter of time before you realize how weird these social media motherfuckers are when they be on camera. It's only a matter of time before it come out. And then we have, oh man, let me tell you, there was a time for us alternative, creative black women. We had a blast being who we are. Our colored hair, colored contacts, everything. Our gothic look. And so these broads decided they wanted to snatch up our look because a lot of these light-skinned broads, they're not fully black. So they still got that look that they got going on because they're not fully black type thing. And so it got to a point as a black woman as myself who was like wearing hair natural earlier in life and all kind of stuff, like who end up going into weaves and stuff like that, and then eventually getting back natural again. Let me tell you something. I have come to see why, as a black woman, I carry myself the way I do, but I also don't allow anybody else's shit to define who I am. You see what I'm saying? I also don't do that. And I'm saying that I realize about levels and frequency of how things are done. You know, I realize how much junk I'm releasing in my life. You get what I'm saying? And as I move on and navigate in this world the way that I do and carry on, it's so funny. I have not gone for my walk because I've been home doing things in the house, but I will be going back on my walks again. And I've been thinking about my walks. I'm like, damn, I really enjoy going on my walks and stuff. I really want to go back to doing that. And I am. And the thing about it is, as I go on my walks and put my headphones on and just carry on with my day the way that I do, right? What is always so very interesting to me about that experience is how much I sit around and I realize, like, there's a lot of people that's not doing this. You know, there's a lot of people who's not getting up and doing this. And then I look at the frequency of people who do get up and do what it is that I do. Like, they sit down and they are doing what I do, like getting up and actually going for walks. Actually, some people going for jogs. Some people are lucky enough to go for a hike. And so because of that, I realized that all of it, right, is about all of it is about something much bigger than what I realized before. You know, when you live your life in a certain frequency, there's a way that you do things, and there's a way that you can't do things like everybody else. What do I mean? When I sat here and I went to that career expo, right, when it was all over, okay, I said, wait a minute, this ain't for me. This ain't for me to walk into some career expo. I had an interview today that I had to cancel. And I said, this ain't for me to walk into some career expo, right? And sit around and actually be talking to people and like, this ain't me. I can't be doing things like this. I gotta do things differently. I gotta take another path in my life. I gotta take another route in my life. I gotta take another risk in my life. This is what I come to see in my life, right? And these are the type of things that you can't date online when you are vibrating and moving yourself into a high value frequency. You can't just date online. You can't just go online and fill out a bio and find someone to that unless you're on a certain type of high value type of site. You can't do it. It's not going to work that way. And if you're not careful, you're going to be sitting there and wondering why. Why is this scammer in my inbox? You're going to be wondering why. Why is this? Why is why why is this weirdo? Why is this conversation? What's going on with this weirdo in my, like, what's so hard for them to understand? Okay. And you're going to be sitting there and wondering why this trickling of weird social media energy is happening to you. And the reason why it's happening to you is because you're not facing all the weird social media energy that is around you. And therefore, it's going to cause more riffraff in your dating world. I promise you it will. I promise you it will. And then you're also going to find another thing. You may have family members that energetically you're going to have to cut off. Hey, let me tell you something. There are people who are where they are in life because of a mother or father or a grandparent And because of that, they are where they are because of a mother, father, and a grandparent, right? What is happening is that is the biggest hindrance in their life, and their life can't go on, and their life can't move into the next level that they wanted to, because that's the weirdo that's been in their life. You may have to face that family member, that parental family member in your life that was getting beat down and causing you to get beat and stuff as a child. You might have to be like, this bitch is a weirdo. And she just keep attracting these relationships with all this stuff. After a while, you can't make excuses for that weirdo. Yeah, I said that. Can't make excuse for that weirdo. She can't figure it out. She can't figure out how to not be in these abusive ass fucking relationship in these times. Huh? Getting beat down by Dusty, a man who she paying the bills. Like, get out of here. And you may have to face that weirdo is probably a part of why all your relationships is just not happening, bruh. Ouch. Once again, ouch, right? Hell yeah, that's an ouch. Because that's the residue sitting in your life that you gotta release. You have to go higher, and you have to believe in yourself when you go higher. That's why you sit there and you see that picture, and you see that beautiful picture and all these pages, high quality pictures and images, and you be like, man, it's a catfish. This page not real, because you can't even believe the frequency. You can't even believe that frequency is what they say it is. Why is that? Why is that? I'm gonna tell you why. Because what I also find is that people who are in high frequency living, they're big about how they talk and how you talk to them, right? They're big about how they they're big about how they use words. Okay, that's what it is. Well, I wouldn't use that word, I'll use this word. I wouldn't use that word, I'll use this word. And it's sensitive to energy. And because they're so sensitive to energy, they don't be around certain people. And they like to keep it focused. Okay? They like to keep it focused. Also, I will also tell you that a lot of people oh man, a lot of people are in denial, and you have to come out your denial. I had a situation in my life where somebody was wilding out, and I could have had the whole entire South Side beat this person up. And I always let it eat at me. Why didn't I? Why was I just so afraid to go to jail and lay hands on this person? Like, why was I going through this battle within myself so very badly? Because see, I had a weirdo that would scream at me a lot for things that I didn't deserve to be screamed at. I had a weirdo that beat me. I had weirdos that beat on me. I had weirdos that do the things that they do. And so as a grown woman, I attracted that same weirdo doing that weirdo shit. Yelling, screaming, carrying on, and and all this retarded ass shit. Weak behavior and all of this shit. Weirdos. A weirdo in my life, they see me on the telephone and then they say some slick shit like, oh, you need to go look for a job. This was years ago. Weirdo shit. Oh, why people keep staring at you? They think you on drugs. Weirdo type shit. Weirdo shit. And so therefore, in my adult life, here I got people saying shit they shouldn't stay out their mouth. Weirdo. People who are sitting here and they are, causing problems because I'm talking to other family members. Weirdo shit. Sick, almost on their deathbed. Oh, I didn't think you were going to be here. Weirdo shit. I'm going to say it. And so the weirdo shit, weirdo residue, just keep on going and 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 going. It don't end. It don't stop. Weirdo. And so that's how it trickles on, and that's how it trickles down into my life. That's how it happens in my life. That's how it goes in my life. And so therefore, this is where the weirdo residue keeps happening. I'm not laughing about it. I'm just laughing in general. And then it turns into where it makes you, it will make you, you got to go higher. But see, this is where people want to date outside their race. This is where this comes from. This is where the divesting comes from. It's like, man, I'm so tired of attracting this shit, man. I just need to go date outside my race. I need to stop dating this and dealing with that. And it's beyond that. It's much more than that. Because if you don't clear that weirdo residue, you're going to go over there and get more, if not worse, of the weirdo residue, and it's going to be more hidden. Everything about them people I started to band with, weirdo motherfuckers. Weirdo fucking residue. Weirdo, made great songs though. Beats, everything. Weirdo fucking residue. And I had that bit, in fact, and I can't put it all on that. And I still had that weird friend around me at the time too. Weirdo fucking residue. I'm trying to tell you, it's really that deep out here. And so it's not so much of another race. It's not about that. You got to vibe higher. That's the answer. You got to vibe higher. You have to go higher than where you are. You have to say, I can't do it. I need more. It's not comparison. It just, you need more for you, for how you need more for you. You need things to work out for you the way that you need things to work out for you. You need things in your life to be the way you need things in your life to be. And you got to manifest it in that way, my love. You got to take your life back. That's what the weirdo does. The weirdo takes your life. The weirdo is the one who just was like, you shouldn't deal with this as an adult. You shouldn't be going through this as a grown adult. That weirdo needs to go be where the fuck that weirdo needs to be. Okay? That weirdo needs to be whisked away and banished some fucking where in your life. Okay? Because that's what the weirdo does. The weirdo tries to take your life. That's what the weirdo does. Okay? I'm serious. I wish I could see my face right now. I'm so serious. And that's a harsh word. It's a harsh word to see somebody who was your guardian and call them a weirdo. That's a harsh word to say, but it's a harsh word that needs to be said. A lot of these dudes, these sips, that's mad at their mamas, that's mad at their mamas for their daddy not being in their life. They mad at their mama for not knowing who their daddy is. That's the weirdo in their life. That's the weirdo in their life. And now they got that weird behavior that's trickled down, that they get on microphones and be like, oh, you black bitch, I'm about to fly. I'm about to fly across the go what do with you black bitch. Because of that weirdo in his life. That weirdo is the black bitches that he talking about. Because that's why you get on social media and you entertain yourself and you see a woman who's disabled. Can I say that word? And she got limbs that look like she fucking was exploded. Talking about she about to kick somebody ass on the bus, and the person next to her is like, man, what? Like with a coat on. I kicked somebody ass, somebody recording it and laughing, the weirdo behind the camera laughing, and the lady that's just sitting there, because I think I would have got the fuck up, like, oh no, we're not doing this. You would not be talking to me, and everybody know that you talking to me. I got to go. Hell nah. Weirdo shit. The weirdo residue. The weirdo that stole from you as a kid. The weirdo that stole from you and didn't give a fuck and thought it was funny to steal from you. That fucking weirdo. That weirdo fucking residue. The weirdo residue. I'm still here. I ain't fall asleep. I'm up. I've been up. I'm up. The weirdo residue. Let's get more into that. Yeah, I got a lot to say. So I sat here and I was listening to this lady. Her name is Sheena. And this is where I talk about the weirdo shit. And this is why you have to detect it early. You got to get rid of it. Okay. Okay. Listen, hold on. Backstage stuff. Hold on, y'all. Backstage stuff. Why they asses is always in Queens? That's Dee Dee. Oh, she June 1st. In her robe. I'm fucking dead. When quite a birthday? Oh yeah, she like Aquarius on the cups of Pisces. I remember. She gonna know me when she see my face. So anyway, what happened is, excuse me, y'all. So what's happening is this woman was following this man who does Atlanta street interviews, and he interviews homeless people. And I would never really watch it because I am very big about certain frequencies and energy. I don't like that energy at all. Like, it's like, I don't like that energy at all. Right. And so and It turned into a year later, her true intentions came out because she came for this man. This man came for her motherhood, as they always do, right? Because people just don't have no respect. I mean, why should he? You know, what she did. Came for her motherhood, she said, and he said this and that. I didn't find no video of him saying anything like that. And eventually this woman says, hey, yo, I'm about to go down to Atlanta. I'm about to march. I'm about to tell these people what he's doing to the people of Atlanta. Once again, we got the psyche of the inner city people versus the out of town. Now, both of them technically out of town because one's in Atlanta, one's in Colorado. So that's out of town people. I don't care if she's in Denver. That's the city of their town, but it's not inner city. Remember, I told you I told you with New York City, anything filling up inner city, Chicago and Cali, right? Cali. Those are all your inner cities, LA especially. Those are your inner cities, okay? Just so you can know. And so she want to go down there and be like, march against this man and advocate that he has a spicy site with homeless people. One of them are children underage. One of them literally 18, and her life is just already okay. And so all of this stuff is going on. Energetically, I shouldn't have even kept at her channel because it's weird behavior. Like, these are people I used to just sit down, just let play in the background while I eat, let play in the background while I'm doing something. And energetically, like I learned the hard, like I had to teach myself, like, yo, you can't be doing that, yo. You can't be doing that, yo. Like, that's not going to work that way. You can't have it both ways in the universe. That's the realest shit. You can't serve two. That's the fucking realest shit. You cannot have it two ways in the universe, bro. You can't have it two ways in the universe, sis. Either you heal the frequency, you clear that frequency, or that residue of that frequency is just going to be on you. And here I am watching this, like listening to this stuff. And this lady, the more and more I listen to her, and I see, like, because these people get a false sense of, like, this false sense of something, because, like, it's so many people that follow them and they play their little AI music in the front, and they have people that come on the panels and they talk and they say what they say, and it looks all so-called professional. And I take my show very serious and my views and my listeners and this and this. Like, bro, your shit is trash. You're trash. You're ratchet. It's not hitting. It's not hitting, boo. You know, and that's not me being a hater. I'm just saying this is the weird behavior shit. And the thing, you're not even showing your face. You just got pictures of yourself. How do we know this is even you? Right? These people are so weird. They have a picture of their own mama. They have a picture of their child. They have a picture of some random person that's not even existing anymore before we recognize what they've done. Okay. And so what has happened is that this person is adamant and getting very cocky, and people are telling her, leave it alone, let that man make his money. That's a man. If he's one of these these unhoused women, and that's what they doing, and put on the spicy side, he a man, he doing what he gonna do. And she's like, I don't want to hear that. This is not right. He's taking advantage of the mentally ill and the homeless. And it's like, shorty, why is this your business? Why is this your business? And again, this is the weirdo shit that will trickle into your life, that people will give attention to, that's not worthy even of their time or attention. This is what people do. And so somebody like this doesn't even realize that they're walking into something dangerous. But that doesn't matter if they walking into something dangerous, because what matters to me is that, like, it is what it is. Why am I listening to this shit? I need to unfollow this. Okay? Then I need to unfollow all this shit. I need to unfollow all this weird shit because this is weird shit. Why is this somebody's business again? What? Huh? Huh? Why is this somebody's business? Why is this mine? Why is this? Why am I even watching this? Why am I listening to this? And that's what it all comes back to. That's the real frequency that it all boils down to. And so you need to start eliminating this. You have to start eliminating. Okay? Excuse me. You have to start eliminating all of this. You have to start elevating how you do life and what you let into your life. Because if you don't have full awareness, you're not going to have full awareness of where your hangups is. You're not going to have full awareness of understanding why life is moving the way it does. You don't want to be like spiritual whistleblower and go to a high class rooftop restaurant and walk in there like it's springtime. You don't want to be like that. That's weird behavior. You're socially inept. You don't know how to follow the program. You don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, you don't want to be out here like this, people. You don't want to be like that woman at a red carpet event with no bra on. You don't want to be like that woman who her spouse saved somebody's life and she takes a picture with a fucking bonnet on and a coat. You don't want to be out here being weird like this. I had to stop being afraid to speak on these things. I had to stop being afraid, but I can admit to my motherfucking faults in all of it. But I know the core reason of why these weird motherfuckers was in my life and how they fucking got here. So I can stop being so goddamn angry about it. So I can stop being so damn mad about this shit. I'm pissed off. Things shouldn't have went the way it did between me and my twin flame. It should have went smooth. It shouldn't be. It should not be like this. So I'm feeling angry and resentful for that shit. Resentful for that shit. I can admit that. It should have never went down like that. I should have never let that goddamn weasel lure me into a Facebook argument and lose good friends. I'm pissed off about that shit. Because of weirdo out of town motherfucking shit. And the person who's the weirdo in my fucking life is because of weirdo out of town shit that they've been affected by. And I had to tell them, you've been down south too motherfucking long. You've been down here too motherfucking long. You fucked up. You fucked up. You don't even realize how fucked up you are until somebody tell you that you fucked up. But you fucked up. The fact that my life has been hindered because of you. I know a woman right now whose daughter is a complete disaster because of her mama. Yeah, because of her mama. Done had abortions, all kind of shit because of her relationship with her mama. Uh-huh. Her weird ass fucking mother. And that's why her life is, who knows how worse it got. I'm sure it got far more worse. And I'm not setting no shot at nobody. I'm just making it clear what's going on out here in this weird shit and what's really happening. Is that a motherfucking net in my motherfucking crib? Because I ain't got time. Cashflow Harlem looks so weird. I cannot take the way he looks. So my whole thing too, to also keep in mind, okay, like also you're gonna have to go hard to get away from the weirdo residue. Yes, I said it. You're gonna have to go hard to get rid of the weirdo residue. You're gonna have to go hard to start focusing on yourself and start tightening up on yourself. And you may have to do a whole goddamn sweep of how you're going to do your life, how you're going to do your channel, how you're going to do a lot of fucking things. Okay? I'm being for real. It's time that I want to jump back into something, right? I sat here and when I was sitting here talking to my homie in the background, shout out to you. And she was telling me about this date and how the person she was dating basically just fucking, how this person just fucking what did they do? They they brought somebody along on their date that was a complete mental mess. Okay. And because of that, it caused a lot of problems in their relationship with this weirdo that was on their dates. Okay. And because of that, what has happened is it turns into a lot of things where I had tried to talk to them, and I was like, look, you're gonna have to start you know, just like be mindful of how you speak sometimes. Like your words can be hurtful, and I was really trying to help them out. And we I had to sit down and talk to them because they're from out of town, and I had to let them know like it's no hard feelings. Like understand I go through the same thing, but you got to understand, like, you have to start being more mindful of how you speak. Like you got, like, your words are just too harsh for people. People can't handle that. And and things like that, like, and things like that. So here we go. And they did get a little offensive towards me, right? You know who you are, we could talk about it. They got a little offensive towards me, a little bit. And I was trying to help them understand, like, no, like, we are people that we can't, like, we really can't just be out here saying what it is that we want to say to these people, because these people are not, they can't handle that. They can't handle being talking to in that type of way. You get what I'm saying? They can't handle that level of truth. Basically, these motherfuckers are weirdos. Like, I didn't use those words, but because I know that I respected the fact that that was somebody I was in a relationship with. But basically, these motherfuckers are weirdos. And so these weirdos don't know how to function in a functioning logical world. They don't know how to do it. Now, here's another thing that I think is absolutely important to also take notes of, is that don't beat yourself up about it. Just make changes and transformation. Start cleaning things up. Unsubscribe, unfollow on your social media. Okay? Comb through your socials. Comb through all your social sites. Comb through anywhere where your energy is at, where you can attract weirdo type vibrations. You got to start somewhere. Some of us, we can get to our profile dating site, but it's absolutely okay, because some sites, they end up shutting down, or they end up, after a while, if you're not active on your page for a while, they end up hiding your account, or they just end up shutting you down anyway. But most of the time, they might end up hiding your account. I have not seen this person in a while. Okay. And so also keep that in mind. And whatever page you need to get to, you need to work hard to try to get to that page and clean it up, close it, delete it, whatever it is that you got to do in order to start your energy and start your frequency all over as you need to. You could probably have a weirdo residue, a weirdo still stalking you energetically, and you may not be aware of it. And so you have to do some banishing work to get this person off of you completely, because they're still latching on to whatever it is that they're latching on to. Now, what else is very important to also know here? Another thing to also know here is, moving forward, be more mindful of your social spaces that you go to. Be more mindful of the social spaces that, apps and stuff that you go to. Start start choosing better. Start researching and choosing better. Go into spaces that work better for you or that's more beneficial for you. Just because it pays doesn't, already, that doesn't mean that it's it's going to it's going to work out for you just because it pays. You feel what I'm saying? Just because you can get on this streaming app and win points, diamonds, coins and stuff and all that stuff, that shit don't mean nothing. Don't let that shit be the thing that causes you to get distracted on whatever it is that you need to have for yourself, because them places can be very distractive, because you got to know what kind of people you're dealing with, and you have to know how to deal with the people that you're dealing with, or if it's worthy to go into the space with those people. Again, speaking from my own personal mistakes, a lot of them in those spaces are extreme monitoring weirdos. I'm going to tell you, those are where the biggest weirdos are. That's why I don't do. That's why I don't do. That's why I stay away from those type of. I stay away from those type of podcasts, and I stay away from the. I haven't seen them in a while. That's why I stay away from anything of such. Okay. They never work out for me, no matter how good, how successful I am. It's always some energetic lurker that I always can sense is bad mouthing me, or like it's never fails with these weirdos and their lifestyles and what they do, and you just have to stay away. Like I realized, like how much that I have to, how much I have to stay away from things that I need to stay away from. But that's something you have to find within yourself in order to be able to do that. Because other than that, like, bro, you're gonna be a lost case out this motherfucker, right? And you don't want to be a lost case out here. You need to be able to identify it. I want to also spot out something else, okay? Oh man, I have, in my own way, I have sat back and looked at a lot of things in my life. And the things that I sit back and think about in my life, especially at this age, I realized how I was far more mature more than most. I was far more mature than most. And I realized that I was pulled into the weirdo circle in my life in a way that I did not even realize how much I was pulled into that weirdo circle. Okay. So this is the part of where I had to start to come to terms with the truth in my life. And I had to come to terms with starting to analyze things. I was sitting here. I've not watched them in a while. I was sitting here and I was like, these people are absolutely fucking ridiculous, right? And the thing is, They're absolutely fucking weird. Okay? Yes, they're absolutely fucking weird. And I looked at something that was also very standing out to me. And if you're not careful, you can be pulled into these people's fucked up life. Okay? You can be pulled into people's very, very fucked up life. And you can be pulled into their fucked up frequency. Again, if you're not careful, you can be pulled into that fucked up frequency. Unknowingly, you can be pulled into that fucked up frequency. Unknowingly. And these people are so good at what they do that they'll pull a got you and they'll have you looking like the weirdo retard that they are. I got somebody that watch me, but they're not on no weirdo shit. I know who watches me, and I know why they watch me. And that's okay, because they're watching me for a healthy reason, and I watch they ass right on back for a healthy reason. And it is what it is. And I don't care. And I don't care. Because it's not on a weirdo shit. And they never been on a weirdo shit. But the other ones, they're on weirdo shit. Yes, it's weird to be somebody's mother. For any woman out there who's going through that, or any man out here going through that, and be jealous of your own fucking child. You're low brained. Something's missing up there, seriously. To be an adult and take out your bad mistakes on a child, you're low brained. And to not ever get through that as an adult, you're low brained. And to be jealous of something that you chose to do, a life that you chose for yourself, and the child, the life you pushed them into, they ain't even have a choice. You pushed them into having to survive on their own and shit like that. You're low brained. You have a child and you purposely keep the other parent from the child. You're low brain. You go through a divorce and you purposely go through the divorce and take the mother from the daughter, and now you having problems with the daughter more than a little bit. You're low brain. You deserve with this is what is going on with these weirdos out here. You're low brain. You're a weirdo. And this is why I'm the way that I am. And this is why I move the way that I do. And this is why I talk the way that I do. Let me tell you something. I'm being dead ass when I tell you this. Why she ain't do a video? At the end of the day, there are people who are sitting around in this world. There are people who they're never going to get out of whatever they are stuck in. Do you hear me? They're never going to get over that early tragic death of a parent that they had. They're never going to get over that tragic sexual violation. They're never going to get over an abandonment. And that womb carries and it carries and it carries throughout their life. And they end up becoming the adult weirdo. Drewski is a fucking weirdo. The way he talks to people, the way he behaves, he didn't even know how to come to Jamaica and have some respect. He came to Jamaica and acted like a piece of shit. He used this young girl, this woman's body to get his little bro points. He's fucked up. He's a weirdo. The girl coming in there half naked. Oh, you just did it, baby girl. You don't gotta do nothing, baby girl. Just sign right here. Sign right here. Weirdo. She was like, I just do it. I just do it. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I do. Just as slow and delayed as this motherfucker. Just delayed like a motherfucker. Let me tell you something. It's uplifting to realize that you have a weirdo that has been the part of the residue of the weirdo that has been a part of why your life is so hindered or not all the way where you want it to be. Just gotta wake up and you just gotta grow up. The weirdo that don't want you to have nothing. The weirdo that wants you to be nothing. And when you realize to that weirdo, you're gonna give that motherfucking weirdo that same motherfucking energy the fuck back. Okay? You're gonna give that weirdo energy the fuck back. Okay? You don't feel sorry for them. You have no fucking compassion. You have no, oh, sorry that happened to you. You don't have nothing for them. You say you're a fucking weirdo. You're hindering my fucking life. I will not have no more nothing for you, no more fucking mercy. I'm not doing it to myself no more because it ain't benefiting me to have compassion for you. It ain't benefiting me to sit here and have something in me to have some type of, I guess, forgiveness, some type of love for you. It ain't benefiting me. But the moment I realize that you're a fucking weirdo in my life is the moment that I release and heal you. That's how we healing out here today. V314 Bad Bitchcraft Radio style. You understand? You feel me? That's how the fuck we doing it. Because this, oh, she wrote that book about her family and told her family to kiss her ass and narcissism abuse in that book. And she's never been told that she was beautiful. Bitch, you don't know what she was told. You could be defending a whole ass brat in the family that got mad because a family member didn't give her money or didn't get her way. You could be sitting here defending somebody. You don't know this bitch. Don't defend this fucking weirdo. Don't defend no motherfucking weirdo that's sitting here harassing another woman online. That is not okay. That's not okay. We don't do that. No, we don't take weirdos and say we feel sorry for what happened to them in their fucking life. They're weird. That's enough of what happened to them in their fucking life. Unless you're that bitch therapist and you sitting down talking to her about her life and you getting paid an hour or a minute to do that, then you talk like that. That's a weirdo. Point blank, period. You're not doing that. She really sat here and was trying to say no one ever told her. You don't fucking know that, bitch. Now you're being weird. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. It's not going to happen that way. It's never going to happen that way. All you're going to do is find yourself in a fucking hamster wheel of denial, a hamster wheel of denial. That thing that's been eating you alive. Well, why? Because of that fucking weirdo in your fucking life that caused that situation to even to keep you up at night in your fucking sleep. You can't even fucking sleep at night because of that, because of this weirdo. If this weirdo didn't have this shit they did to you in your life, you would have never even gone through no shit like that. You probably would have never even walked into any facility as such to even have a weird ass experience like that happen to you. Weirdos. Weirdos. I guarantee you them dudes, if they admit it, Them simps that's mad and angry, they need to confront, they need to accept that single mama was a fucking weirdo. Her relationships was weird. The way she dressed was fucking weird. The way she behaved as a mother towards him as a little boy was fucking weird. She's a fucking weirdo. And the moment that he accepts that, that's when he can start turning into an alpha male, I promise you. Because other than that, he knows subconsciously that he's a simp and he's not going to ever find manhood because of her and the lousy choices that she made. Weirdo. Those of you who got fathers, abusive and children spread everywhere, a fucking weirdo. You got sexually violated, a fucking weirdo. Tell yourself that. And I guarantee you're gonna start healing something that you probably didn't even know was there. It's gonna start lifting up off your life. Gonna be like, damn, I never knew that this would be something that will help me get, say it with me, this fucking weirdo in my life. You're not gonna let them fucking get in the way no more, man. Get that weirdo the fuck out of here, man. Get them out your subconscious. Get them out your consciousness. Get them out your fucking, when you go to bed at night, get that fucking weirdo out of here. If you still got to deal with them on your day-to-day life, man, deal with them accordingly. And you may have to tell them, yo, stop, you're being weird. I don't like the way you act. I don't like the way you treat me. You may not have to say nothing. Just keep it silent. Just, I don't fuck with this weirdo. And they have to get treated like that. But make sure it's in your heart when you say it. Make sure it's in your heart when you feel that way. Okay? You got to make sure that you put that out there that you are you are worthy to have high value life. You are worthy to be a high value person. And the only way that you're going to be this high value person is if you can you're going to have to let them go. You're going to have to let that weirdo go and let them know they can't have your life no more. There's some people I have completely cut off because I'm like, yo, this motherfucker pisses me off. I don't know what it is, but this motherfucker just, I don't want to fuck with them, man. Weirdo shit. They be on some weirdo shit. And that's why I keep my homies the closest to me. My homies don't be on no weird shit. My homies don't be on weird shit at all, bro. You kidding me? We be having real deep conversations, meaningful conversations like this behind backstage. Listen to audiobooks, read books. We have a lot of stuff that we do. Discuss what we learned from our relationship coach. talk about the notes that we have, all kind of stuff. Talk about work and how it work. Oh yeah, work was this and that. Okay, cool. Let's get to like that's how we roll. We don't be on no weirdo shit. It don't be no funny shit. It don't be people disrespecting and talking to each other all crazy. It don't be none of that. It don't be no funny style shit like that. So man, that's it right there. That's it right there. That's how you gonna let that shit go. Face the fact that that ex was a fucking weirdo. Your ex was a fucking weirdo. You shouldn't even claim that motherfucker. They're a fucking weirdo. That person you work with, that was a fucking weirdo. That was a social media weirdo. Let's make it clear. That was a social media weirdo. You got treated like a weirdo because you was associated with the residue of other weirdos. You didn't get taken serious at your job or get promoted because you was associated with those weirdos. So nobody ever going to say it out loud, but that's what they are. They're weirdos. And they have a pattern of things that they do, and you don't even realize that you just fall into the pattern. They're fucking weirdos. And so until you motherfucking face that motherfucking music, until you face that motherfucking music, I promise you, I promise you, I promise you, and I'm going to say it again, I promise you, you'll feel something uplift off your motherfucking spirit. Not a narcissist, not a sociopath, a weirdo. Nobody gets this. Nobody gets away no more with this shit. Nobody gets away with mistreating you. No one gets away with that no more. No one gets away with abusing you no more. No one gets away with fucking talking and saying like they're weird. That's a weirdo. That's what you have to start saying out loud. Can you say that? That's a weirdo. Can you bravely say that's a fucking weirdo? Can you do that? And when you can say that, when you can do that, you can uplift. You won't make no excuses for none of these fuckers. You won't make no excuses for none of these motherfuckers. You will not sit here and you will no longer, you'll be like, that bitch was a weirdo. That was weird for her to call me to say that weird shit. Man, this shit is weird. Why is he calling people tethers and joking around with them and clowning with them like this online? This is weird. I don't want to do nothing with weird shit. What is this picture? And so because of that, it's too much nice words for these motherfuckers, man. I read the book Green Eyes, and it's a good book. But the thing about it is, I get what she was doing and what she was writing, and it's a good book. I gave it a review and everything. I think I just gave it a star review and everything. But there's something underlying in all of this shit, okay? And what's underlying in this shit is the fact that it's about motherfuckers being weird. Motherfuckers not knowing how to control their motherfucking weirdness. Cherry the Boom is a weird ass motherfucker. Cherry the Boom was on live talking about it was a situation where I call people by their proper pronouns. Cherry the Boom is a trans woman, where she was talking about beating up her aunts, which is her cousin, beating up her cousin, which was her, she referred to it as her aunt's nephew. She said it, beating up her aunt's nephew. Okay. And so what happened is beating up her aunt's nephew. And so the aunt was not having it. The aunt was like, absolutely the fuck not. You're not going to be beating up on my 16-year-old son. And Cherry the Boom said, he's 16, he grown, he can get his ass whooped, this, that, and the third. We don't even know, at least I didn't know, why this young man was supposed to be getting beat the fuck up by this grown ass man. Yeah, I said that. And so Cherry got reckless on some social media shit. And the aunt was like, because Cherry read it, and the aunt was like, you fucking vagina wanting ass nigga. You vagina wanting ass nigga. And that set Cherry the Boom off. That set Cherry the Boom off. So Cherry the Boom was like, ready to really fight. Ready really to throw them man hands. All right. And so what happened is Cherry was really acting like they were going to really motherfucking pull up and beat down their own auntie. This is the level of fuckery that these people have going on in their lives. In their lives. Literally and figuratively in their lives. I'm gonna go beat up my aunt. What the fuck? I'm gonna just go beat up my aunt because I don't like what she said about me being a trans woman, even though I tried to beat up my cousin, who's her 16-year-old son, who I said is a grown man. Weirdo. Weirdo. I shouldn't even be entertaining no shit like that. Y'all got enough of me. Y'all go get a little bit more time with me. Shout out to y'all that's actually crazy enough to hang out. I'm gonna bullet mark all of this. I'm gonna listen to this whole show again on my own. I sure the fuck am. I'm gonna listen back to myself. I sure am. So this is what Cherry the Boom did. Weirdo. And as long as we keep fucking saying psychopath, narcissistic, autistic, ADHD, PTSD, as long as we keep shouting up these words and we don't call it weirdo, or this person's on the spectrum, we're making excuses for them. No, you're a weirdo. You're a weirdo. The bitch at work that said I was ghetto, bitch, you're a weirdo. How the fuck you get that I'm me ghetto? Bitch, you're a weirdo. Oh, your mom, that's right. Your mom died. She was unalive. Oh yeah, that's right. So you've been your whole family has been publicly humiliated. And so every chance you get, you try to humiliate whoever you can because you're a weirdo now. You've become a weirdo in people's lives. That's what you've become, a weirdo. Weirdo. Feels good to say that, don't it? It damn sure feels good for me to fucking say that. And everyone around me have tried to make my life a weirdo ass life. And I have been living a fucking weirdo ass fucking life. And I had people to try to pull me down and this and that. And I had people who eventually just didn't give a fuck about me because I was around such weirdo fucking people and behavior and got even. You see how it all happens? You see why I get pissed off. And why I say fuck all that. That's why I say fuck all that. Autism, narcissism, all the whatever-ism words that y'all want to rhyme with, weirdo. Shra7, weirdo. Spiritual whistleblower, weirdo. All these light-skinned broads out here on the Zeus channel twerking all day. That's all you see you doing is twerking. Weirdos. Weirdos and fucking goofy and childish. And anybody who's sitting here and you with this person and you're not checking their behavior, you're a fucking weirdo along with them. And that's where it's at. That's what kind of time I'm on. And I mean it. Nobody wants to be called a weirdo. No one wants to be titled a weirdo. That's equivalent to the N-word. Nobody wants to be titled a weirdo. But a lot of people need to get titled weirdo. Fucking weirdo. gossiping about people you don't even know. And you don't got shit going on with your life though. Don't got shit going on with your life though. Texting somebody who won't text you back, but you slide and run your car across the goddamn pavement screeching for a motherfucker as soon as they text you. Weirdos. A fucking weirdo. That's what you gotta understand. And one more thing, y'all. One more thing. Okay. Move on. Once you accept that they're a fucking weirdo, move on with your motherfucking life. Let it go. Let the shit go. Just move on with your life. I promise it's the best thing you can do. God damn it, that's a fly. That was a net. Remember I told you it was a net? That motherfucker done turned into a fly. And it's moving slow. I can't even catch it right now. Hate them motherfuckers. Is it that warm in here? I need to make it cold now. I don't fucking play with them flies now. I don't got no fly swatter. I still ain't bought one. So what you gotta understand, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart when I tell you this shit, you got to move on. You got to move on, and you got to move differently once you move on. I'll also say this. Let's say you have a friend right now. I need you to examine your connection with that friend. What kind of relationship you really have with this person. I need you to examine how you and this friend really interact and what y'all really have with each other. Okay? I need you to do that. Then I need you to be honest and tell yourself, does this friend carry on some very weirdo behavior? And that's when you're going to have to be the most honest with yourself. That's when you're going to have to sit there and you're going to have to sit with yourself and you're going to have to be the most honest with yourself. Is it a weirdo? What's happening in your life? What's not happening in your life? What's manifesting in your life? What's not manifesting in your life? It's not to blame, but it's to be honest with yourself. It's to start doing the proper cleansing that you need to start doing for yourself. Because if not, you just going to be going around in circles and in absolute denial of why life is where it is for you. So you have to pay attention on that level. Okay. I also I also noticed something else that's also key. You got to think about yourself, and you got to think about where your life is going, and you got to think about if these people around you benefit where you are going. Okay? You got to make sure that these people around you are person or whatever is benefiting who you truly are. You have to start digging into who you are, because when you have that weirdo that's been in your life, they take you away from who you are. They don't want you to be who you are. That's what that weirdo is doing. So when you sit down and you begin to start being who you truly are, that is when you're going to start finding answers to how you can let people go, and who's worthy of your time and who's not worthy of your motherfucking time. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? So you have to eventually start telling yourself the fucking truth. You have to start eventually, after you get into yourself, after you get into who you are all the way within, that is when you're going to have your answers of who it is that your life is, the path that your life is supposed to be walking. I'm telling you, yo. You're going to be like, nah, nah, this motherfucker on some weird shit. I ain't really trying to fuck with it like that. I ain't really trying to fuck with them like that. They on some weird shit. You know what I'm saying? They on some weird shit. I saw somebody. I don't even want to go there. I'm gonna say this. Let's look at Glorilla, right? We have Glorilla. She makes the music she makes. She dresses the way she dresses. I'm not a fan of how Glorilla dresses. I don't get it. I don't get it. Okay, I don't get it. I don't get it. Okay. And so her music makes it clear that all her friends can fight. Her music makes it clear that basically she basically makes it clear that she makes fight music, right? And so she had, and I think that Glorilla is weird. I do. I think her music is fucking weird. Year Glow and all that shit. I think that bitch is weird. Okay. And so what happened is, that's the name of the band they used. I was fucking trying to figure out the name of that fucking band. I'm so glad I found it. And so her brother, her sister, her third sister, everybody called Brovilla, comes out and tries to talk shit about her being once again weird. Because didn't I tell you that a lot of these masculine presenting and stud women are very high school in the way that they are and the way that they move? They're very fucking childish, and they can make you look like a fucking like a gopher. Okay, so the thing is, what is happening? What is happening is you're gonna have to tell yourself the truth about how you are doing things and how you are navigating in your life. You're gonna have to tell yourself the truth about how you are. You get what I'm saying? You're gonna have to start being honest about your own weird type behavior. You're gonna have to be honest about the weirdos that was around you. You're gonna have to be honest about the weirdness of your life, what makes your life weird. Not to beat yourself down. Not to beat yourself down. That's not that's not what this is about. But this ain't that. It ain't that. It ain't that. You know what I'm saying? You have to start, you have to start somewhere with yourself, and you have to start somewhere with your life. And that right there is going to be the beginning of where you can start moving the fuck on. Start telling your life another motherfucking story that you don't want to tell no more. Start putting a frequency in your life so that you will not at all be a weirdo maggot moving forward in your world. That you will be somebody who is sweet, and you not sweet, but somebody who is a powerful manifester, that these type of motherfucking weirdos don't even have a orbit to ever even look at you and think that they can do the things that they do to you. So I need you to understand that you have to start doing that, because that's the only way that your life is going to get to high value. Some people are going to argue and say, hey, what about in the high value world of weird behavior like Epstein and shit like that? And I'm going to say to you, why would you even attract a frequency like an Epstein around you, whatever that means, or a frequency? I've actually met Diddy, so a frequency of meeting someone like Diddy who would do something like, you gotta start being fucking honest with yourself. Now you're being weird. Think about the question you just asked. Now you're being a fucking weirdo. See how that turned around on you? Yeah, that turned around on you real fast, didn't it? See what I'm saying? It flipped on your head that quick. Because at the end of the day, you should not be asking me no question like that. You understand? at the end of the day, you should have you should be in the bag with this. You should be in the bag with this. If you're not in the bag with this, then I can't help you. I can't fucking help you. You still got weirdo residue on you asking me a question like that or saying anything to me like that. You still got weirdo residue, and I'm good on that. I'm good on that weirdo residue. Nah, for real. Real talk. I'm being for real. I'm being dead ass for real. Everything I said today, I mean it. Okay? I mean everything I'm telling you. Everything I'm telling you. Everything I'm saying to you. Why did I follow this? How do I unsubscribe to this? Okay, right here. Everything I say to you, I mean it. What I talk to you about, I mean it. Okay? What I tell you about my experiences, I mean it. Because I am to the point where I realize, wait a fucking minute. There's been a pattern here. Okay? There's been a pattern here. There's been something here that is going on, and it's been going on, and I'm tired of it. Because it's starting to eat me alive, literally. It's starting to eat me alive, literally. That I feel like I'm repeating this fucking same thing. And who is this? That the weirdo. Yes. Oh, the weirdo. Oh, the weirdo. The weirdo is the reason for all of this shit in my life. Oh, I'm so thankful for realizing that. Hard motherfucking pill to swallow. Hard pill to swallow, literally. Hard pill to swallow. But I gotta digest that motherfucker. Yeah, man.